진을 예쁘게 쳐놓긴 했는데
이거 준이 얻어. 준이.
자, 잘했어요.
워리어스. 스코어도 자 이거 오케이가 순식간에 녹을 수 있습니다.
이거 스코어가 판을 깔아줬거든요.
워리어스.
본인들의 점수가 Jumper lontaran hit ke bahagian hadapan, tapi itulah dia Free Fire yang ditunggu dengan begitu sabar sekali oleh Ren. Mungkin akan meralamkan impian Team Secret. Team Secret terkeluar di tempat yang ke-8 dengan kini telah boleh diketahui. pun cuba termasuk daripada bahagian belakang, tapi datang boleh gangguan daripada Jumper.
In the wrong direction, Zaxi aiming out for the grenade, and he gets the whole team wide here for Gekfan.
Rule them through. Here we have it.
Looking out really tough for you, Hoi, getting 70k. MR5 is down as well. That is huge, Nate.
Close one there by Fluke. Ooh, another one coming in from Damru. Can he finish off Fluke? Fluke now 50% health. Fluke is actually being shot at.
Oh,
Where is he gonna go? Oh no! Fluke! Fluke! Man, he goes down.
Much early on as compared to Yango Galacticos moving into the corner of the container, and Tamio gets taken now.
Hello, di manakah QB berada? Bombs bakal saja.
Bahkan ada sebuah ledakan, ada sebuah bagian juga loncat tadi kita melihat, dan itu dia Genesis Dogma memulangkan semua pemain dari V Gaming. โลแกนโชว์ความเก่าครับแล้วนี่เรียบร้อยครับเป็นทางด้านโลแกนครับที่ค่อนข้างที่จะเก่ากว่านะช็อตนี้แล้วมียายขาชิ้นต้องนะครับต้องปั๊มวงเหนียนเป็น APDR กิ๊กแฟนโดนหนีสุดแล้วดึงลงไปเก็บโอกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตัวโดนไฟ2เลย
มิลาต้องใจเย็นน้องรักมีเรื่องตัวเปมาจอกเช็คชื่อครับโอ้โหเอาต้องเล่นหน่อยปอนล่างเลยไฟหนอนนี่แล้วเป็นเครียดแล้วตอนนี้โดนท้องอย่างไกลขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอขอแค่เม็ดเดียวล่วงไปโอ้ยวันนี้ทั้ง3ปมเป็นเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขามาเทปได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้เรียบร้อยเลยไม่ตี2แต้ม
Ada kedudukan yang cantik. Kita lihatkan tim Secret di bagian high ground tersebut, tapi Nerpeko dengan satu pemanduan yang begitu. Oh ya, mungkin dia memang bikin achievement pula. Bom Malaysia Miramar daripada tim Esports.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国革命精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de PUBG Mobile. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
Watch out.
Saya jadi jago bukan karena kebetulan, semua karena latihan dan kerja keras.
Watch out.
Lawan-lawan mah nggak pernah peduli sama apa yang udah kita lalui. Yang mereka lakukan hanyalah menunggu dan memburu. Ada yang lapar?
Watch out.
Let's do some magic. Ini dia jurus selanjutnya. Bukan sulap, bukan sihir.
Watch out. Watch out.
Muka pengalat, Nok, satu lagi. Untuk jadi yang terbaik harus punya trik yang banyak. Kotoran depan aku, Cok. Cover. Mati! Cepat! Watch me. Setiap saat, chicken dinner.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe. It's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia. You were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China. You carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration, and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Welcome back, everyone, to Week 1, Day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. It's the East League here. Hope you guys are up bright and early, or I guess technically if you're on the eastern part of the world, it's just kind of midday for you. But here us in Europe, it's a little bit early, around noon. But that's not that early. Then again, I guess if you're a gamer, it could be. Anyways, we're back here with our second day. We got Maxman returning once again, and we have a new bright face here join us for the first time in PMGC. Professor Tarzan, man, how are you doing? What was your thoughts on day 1? How excited are you here for day 2?
Amazing. Super excited. You know, we talk about maybe day 1 nerves and stuff like that. These teams just went in. And I love to see that. We talk about the aggressiveness from this region and the confidence. It was definitely there, so I can't wait to see more today.
Yeah, teams just did not give a what at all, especially in that first match of the day, Max, where we saw 3 Chinese teams take the top 3 placings. However, only one of those teams was able to reign supreme throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, that was Nova, of course, able to get himself a chicken dinner later on down the line, so extreme consistency from Nova Esports in terms of getting himself access to those top 5s. He's got 3 of those actually throughout the day, but Jason, they're currently looking really comfortable at the top of the leaderboards, but they're not playing 2 games today, so there's a very clear chance for teams below that to try and overtake those top spots.
Yeah, and we have to remind you guys, like with how yesterday did work, certain teams have played out, I believe, 5 matches, certain teams have played out 4 matches, and certain teams have played out 3 matches. So when we get to the leaderboard, the points might be a little bit misleading. However, one thing that's not misleading is a couple of teams and their underperformance from the first day of play. I mean, one team that I kind of will mention off the bat, and I kind of feel like we have to mention Bigatron, not putting up too good a performance, currently sitting outside of the top 16. But before we get into talking about the actual rankings where the team's currently set, let's remind you guys all at home of the format of the tournament. If you missed out on yesterday, don't worry, we got you covered today. And it's pretty standard to what we do within PMPLs and within PMGC last year. We've got our weekday, which is our league play, which is just over the course of 2 days where they play 5 matches a day. And the top 16 of those teams will advance into the Super Weekend. Now, to remind you guys, the Super Weekend is where it matters. That's where your points will stick week in and week out. And at the end of those 3 Super Weekends, where you play 3 days of 5 matches, the top 16 teams will go into the league finals. And from there, guys, this is where it gets really interesting, Max. The top 9 from East go into the PMGC Grand Finals, and the top 6 from West go into that as well.
Yeah, I mean, you got $6 million prize pool. I think you want to make it to the grand finals in January, so I would recommend
if you like money.
You try. If you like money, which I think pretty much everyone does, you want to give it your best shot here. So of course, got to try and be consistent. And first of all, to make sure you make it that far, you need to qualify to every single Super Weekend. We had a conversation I had with Tarzan earlier talking about how this league stage is going to pan out. We'll look on that, looking at the rankings later. But man, there's a big sense of urgency for these teams right now, so you better be careful. You can't afford to have 2 bad days in a row, otherwise it's going to get tough.
Yeah, I mean, you just need to come right in and be strong, right? It's a cognitive sport, esport. Like, the mind game is strong. You need to come in extremely prepared.
Yeah, and Tarzan, actually, since we didn't have you yesterday, one thing that I talked about quite a bit was just kind of the amount of new teams, of new players that we didn't have in prior PMGC, in the PMCO Global Fall Finals. Yeah. It's so cool to me to see that we have yet to really hit that stage of PUBG Mobile where we have these like certain 10, 20 teams that we always see consistent like you would in other esports. I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, the skill ceiling is so high. I think this esport is still growing. We are still in the infant stage. Like, learn all the maps, like, know all the splits, you know, what's the best rock, the best tree. I think that is why it's ever growing. There's so much about team dynamics as well, like with the younger generation. It takes a lot of art and time to figure out what's the best to run the team.
Yeah, and I still love the fact that we can have a team come in from like PMCO, for instance, Mad Bulls over in West, and have them do well when it comes to that global stage. But really, this is what's all about here. You can see all the teams participating, and of course, what groups they are in. Only 4 groups will be playing at one given time. But Max, man, maybe pick out a team here and tell me how pleasantly surprised you were with their performance.
Ooh, I mean, if this one, we're going to be able to see even more in the rankings, but I'm going to talk about them now because I can't wait, Jason. I just need to talk about the boys from Star Wars Esports. I've been playing amazingly well yesterday. They've only played 3 games so far in the tournament, and yet they're in 5th place. They're going to play every single game today. I think Star Wars Esports here, Jason, have such a big opportunity to be first at the end of the league stage. Of course, the points don't go over to the Super Weekend, so you want to see them perform in the Super Weekend, but they came in as a very big surprise, and I said people better be careful because they're a very aggressive team, and man, they were fragging out so big yesterday. I would love to see that happen again today.
I can confirm he did indeed talk about them quite a bit yesterday. So that Maxman curse, it might be gone. Maybe the fact that I called it out. Maybe the fact that I figured out maybe you're a demon, or I don't know how you power your curse.
That's it. That was the
I
pact.
don't know what's going on.
Blood pact.
Exactly, but it's gone. What about you, Tarzan? Who really stood out to you?
Man, like, to be fair, I really like Star Wars, but I don't want to overload our points or our love for this team, but they are really good. I want to maybe talk about Enigma Galaxy, right?
Yes,
they were
thank
that
you.
team. I love this. Of course, I casted the PMPL Arabia for 2 seasons. I've seen them grow, but they've got a small slip like towards those finals of the PMPL. But they are coming back on form. Like, that is very good for them to see. Like, I thought about, hey, people may hot drop against you, but they held that okay, right? They just know their pacing, they know their game. They find these secondary power positions, and instead of the very classical one that catch people off guard, and they held it extremely well. And I really, of course, as always, love to see them fight the way that they are, and want to see that to continue today.
Well, I mean, Tarzan, we got to hear a lot yesterday from Max and from Kolaris about these MENA teams. I mean, they're coming in, majority of them from Iraq. They have one from Algeria, if I'm not mistaken. This is a very, like, difficult... I don't know how to word this correctly, but I feel like in our heads, and I think it's kind of been true over the last couple of years, is that generally these Eastern teams, Southeast Asia, China, are like the king of the crop, the top of the table when it comes to like PUBG Mobile. But to see them come into this event and compete against some of the best teams in the world, to me, really shows how good how well they've improved, I guess I'd say, over this last year.
Yeah, I think there's one factor that we need to think about as well, is the fact that we had EMEA in the past. So mixing things up a little bit, now we placed them on the eastern side, and of course, the points quite really show, right? They play their style, they are very conservative and patient, if I can say so, like patient in their phases 1 and 2, but they transition okay.
Max, I got to talk about this. Stalwart Esports as well. You already talked about them before. Like you said, they played 3 matches and are in 5th place. The teams above them all have 5 matches played. D Xavier has 4 matches played under them, and TJB has 5 as well. This is such an amazing sign for the team coming from Mongolia.
Yeah, it's really insane to see them do so well, actually, because you could see D Xavier, could see Rico Infinity, you could even see Cryptix jump up a significant amount today, because they have 1 match now going to be playing today, but they're going to be playing 4 out of the 5 matches throughout the day. So there's a big chance we're going to see some more MENA domination towards the end of this first league stage. So I'm really hyped up to see how things are going to pan out. But man, looking on the second page, I mean, Jason, we have things we did not expect, right? We got BTR, we talked about them, but even FaZe, they were looking as one of the top teams that we expected to do better. Of course, they only played 3 games. They've only played 3 games, but I expected them to be a little bit higher up despite having 2 games less.
You forgot about Core Pi, the Power AAA KPS curse, where they would always perform on the final stage, generally when it came to the final match. Yeah, but it's still core pie. I got mad respect for this man, you know? But yeah, we'll obviously see as time goes on. To be fair, Bigatron 3 matches played. Genesis Dogma 3 matches played. We talked about Genesis Dogma beating out Bigatron when it came to PMGC points, and we want to see them put up their worth here, and they've been able to do so far in the first day. As you can see here, Tarzan, Miramar, Erangel throughout the entire day. But again, groups acting a little bit different than what we saw yesterday. There's not going to be A, B, C, D playing the first 2 matches. We got A, B, D, and E playing right off the bat here. And this is going to be tough. I mean, when you go in towards these final matches, for instance, match 9 and 10, if you're in Group A, you're done after match 8. You better have put up your best performance possible. Otherwise, you have to kind of leave your fate in the other team's hands.
I think that's good, right? You need to sometimes look at matches individually to know what it means. So what teams are not in here? How do I prep for this? What are their drop spots, right? Just focus on that one singular game. But of course, with this small switch up when it comes to format, it allows some of the teams to know, okay, this is the exact mark and point that I have to reach. Like otherwise, you can just rely on John Allen, which I would, with those 47 plus or minus 3 points.
He's generally pretty damn on point with that FNI Max as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, he is. I would definitely not argue with Math and John Allen. You know, I think I couldn't win in 1,000 years. So, yeah, I agree.
I don't think you could ever argue with Math, unfortunately, according to your track record. But again, I feel like one thing we can't really underestimate and forget about here is the fact that these points do not carry over into Super Weekend. They do not carry out week in and week out. And I'm sorry to all the Turkish fans out there. I know you're watching the West show mostly, but football to me always stands out because of PMGC last year, where they did so well in league play and they just disappeared the Super Weekend. And I'm hoping for teams like Stalwart Esports and for Enigma Galaxy that doesn't happen. I want to see that continual performance. And I don't know what it is about league play to Super Weekend, but sometimes teams just struggle.
Man, at one point we're going to be covering PMGC season 27 and we'll still be saying, hey, don't want to pull a footballist, hey, don't want that to happen. But yeah, of course, when the points don't transfer over, so you want to make sure that you can potentially continue remaining consistent throughout the league stage into the Super Weekend. That's what we want to do. But that's the point I wanted to bring up earlier, right, Jason, and myself and Tarzan agreed upon. A lot of people were hitting at me up on Instagram personally saying, oh, it's just one day, it's fine, they can come back. Well, it's 50% of their games done for the league stage, right? If they have, unfortunately, another bad performance, they're missing out on 33.3, repeating 3% of the tournament. And you need to make it as the top 16 to make it to the finals, right? So, hey, it's good. I'm sorry, if you're looking at FaZe, if you're looking at BTR, and all the teams that are towards that second page, you can't afford another bad day. Otherwise, because this season of a PMGC is so stacked, you might struggle to make it in that top 16 at the end.
This is the thing, right? Like, people say that, oh, they've got enough points as well. It's not just for the teams that's been struggling, right, to say it's day one, but for the teams that are doing well and happen to make a slip in day 2. Sometimes people make these reasoning and theories, right? Are they just testing things they are through? But sometimes we talk about esports being a cognitive sport. It's actually very hard to narrate through your brain to say, we have a great day 1, but then we have a bad day 2, but it's fine. Like, it registered in, like the feeling of losing fights, getting punished for things, then you start to get a little bit scared as to whether that would translate into Super Weekend. Sometimes, just sometimes, gentlemen, how you do one thing is how you do everything.
Yeah, and to be fair, even some teams right now who are generally safe have an extra bit of power on their side in the sense of hot drops, which you could potentially see. And speaking of hot drops, OnePlus got a hot drop in here, our sponsor of PMGC, as we're going to talk about them a little bit, with their flagship performance and immersive 120 Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards, maybe your best shot to hot drop some teams and keep them out of the first Super Weekend. Bigatron, they might have a big target on their back as like some other teams out there. But realistically, Tarzan, do you see teams potentially hot dropping here if they know they're going to be safe into the Super Weekend? Or is it just kind of, all right, let's just be respectful, let's just try to maybe work on certain own things and figure out some things that maybe we can improve on?
Oh, I don't know. The hot drop term is getting a little bit stiff because through yesterday as well, we see teams sharing drops, but they respect each other. Like in Yasnaya, DRS and MS Trimburi start to feel like, hey, we don't have to fight. We can just both coexist in Yasnaya Poliana. And same for El Pozzo, for Enigma Galaxy and Dom 1 Kia, they were fine. They didn't have to fight. So sometimes it's about making some changes. The punishment doesn't have to come through on the 4v4 straight off the bat, but thinking about the tendency of rotation, maybe in phase 1, that's where they can put some action in.
Yeah, all I'm going to say, Jason, here on this one is that we heard this a lot about gentleman's agreement. I don't care about no gentleman's agreement, okay? I want to see blood being shed. I'm a demon after all, okay? I want to see absolute mayhem on the battleground. So
you're really running
with
this,
huh? I am, man. Hey, you started it. I'm leaning completely into it. But if there's an opportunity to get rid of a team that you see as a potential threat later on down the line, and you're comfortable in the top of the rankings, go for it. So I would say if teams have the opportunity of doing so and they want to go out and take one of the teams out completely, go for it. I would love to see that.
I feel like there's 362,500 different reasons to start hot dropping teams if you're already safe. That's the prize that you get for first place at the end of our league play, or of our finals, I should say here. And then, of course, there's a ton of money on the line when it comes to the actual grand finals with PMGC later on in January. So, yeah, I mean, I can kind of, I agree with both of your guys' ideas here. Like, the gentleman's agreement, let's just play out the game, let's play out for late game. We don't need to hot drop, but it's always so juicy to see teams knock out a team really early on. I always think back to like Cloud9 getting dropped on by Pittsburgh Knights. This was like last year, and they got kept out of the final Super Weekend, and they lost $40,000 because of that. Like, this is what to me is so cool to see, and I wish more teams would do it, but I could definitely understand the first week. Just play it cool, just play it calm, focus on your own game, focus on what you can improve. But I did like how you mentioned about like maybe figuring out teams' rotations and trying to figure out if you can punish that, see how consistent they are at rotating certain ways, and then think like down the line, okay, we know you guys do this. Maybe in week 3, if we need to, we can use that against you.
I think that, like that. Sorry, Max. Like I really feel that. Like when it comes to team dynamics and creating a super squad, let's say, like you have those early days where you practice how you do things. When you have all those down, know how you split, what the roles are in the team. And in tournaments like this, the focus needs to be what others do, then how you apply yours. Like, this is where the gap comes in for some of these teams. They're still struggling of communication of their own kind, how to split in the drop. No, it's about what others do and how you adapt to that, and it has to come in now, because like Max said, we are halfway through the points that matter for this week.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like if your team's like Deadeye guys, you're in a very rough position. You guys mentioned before, I think you were talking before we started, Tarzan, that actually they played out 5 of their matches and they're in 16th place. Like, they're on that cusp, right? 19 points. That they're going to be in that position, I feel like, today, where they have to just sit back and watch other teams. And then you have the likes of Team Secret, Max.
Yeah.
What's happening to the boys from Malaysia? Bad Toy, what's going on? They're bottom of the table. They have 2 points. They have 1 kill across 3 matches.
So I had someone on Twitter yesterday tag me saying, oh, the team's dodging the curse. Well, oh man, it's so strong. And then someone said, like, except for Team Secret, they took it like full force. They could not avoid it, unfortunately. So yeah, you need a big change, but I fully agree with your point, especially there, Jason, right? Because Deadeye's guys currently already played out 5 games in 16th place. All the teams below Deadeye's guys only played 3 games so far. So you can expect a really big shift towards that bottom of the table. So, man, FaZe, BTR, BC Swell, Team Secret, they are going to be the main threat to teams such as Deadeye's guys and even teams above them such as Damwon Gaming, that they have a very big chance they're going to be slipping even lower. And when you only have now 5 more games remaining, that is a very, very scary prospect for these teams.
Well, real quick while I have you two, before we head to our commentators, I'm going to put you both on the spot about predictions. Not who's going to win. Predict one team who's not going to qualify into the first Super Weekend. Go ahead, Tarzan.
Wow. Okay. So I need to do... Okay. I'm going to say Team Secret. I know that as Arch. I feel like they've done that before as well in their own region, but they came back okay. Like, I think right now is because they haven't shown any dominance, right? It's hard to find.
Well, it's hard to when you have 1 kill.
Okay, no, it's not just that. Like, it's the intention. I can't see what they were trying to do with the macro, and I think that is the key issue right now.
Well, Max, really quickly, just a team. Deadeye guys. All right, perfect. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to head into our first match of the day. It's our 6th match overall, and I can't think of a better way to do it by throwing on over to Imperium and Bled to take it away.
Well, thank you for that, Jason. He's looking dashing as usual, Imperium, and you're looking great as well. A little bit of sunlight on your face. You're looking glowing today.
What can I say? The sun's outside shining. I'm shining inside at the thought of, like, bringing it to this fantastic game that's in front of us. Game 1 of the day. It's time for a lot of these teams, Bled, to step up to the plate. Some are in a far more vicarious position than others, but at the end of the day, you all have whatever amount of games left to prove it in and book their spot into the first Super Weekend, my man.
I did love how Jason put our lovely analysts, just you put in spotlight on them, asking them who you think's not going to be making it to the Super Weekend. We saw a couple of interesting answers. The easy one being Team Secret. I mean, 2 points over 3 games. It's not looking good, right? But Deadeye's guys coming from Maxman. Now, I'm actually going to agree with them. I feel like Deadeye's guys, even though they have impressed with the aggression of some of the team fights they've taken, just the sheer lack of placement points, it is worrying for me, Imperium.
It's worrying, but in my opinion, it's much easier to scale back aggression on an aggressive team, to scale that back a bit and play for that late game, rather than a team who plays too passive and then trying to be aggressive within a couple of games, right? Because a more passive play style is something that is far more fixated. So as much as I do majorly agree with Maxman's sentiment and yours about Deadeye's guys, I have faith in them, right? Because of how aggressive they've been, they can scale it back, play for that late game. They only have 3 games to do it. It's going to be the 3 most important games for them. But let's see. I believe in them. I believe in them. I also believe in this Phase 1 circle because of the fact that it does touch onto those 2 small islands. And I always have hope, a prayer, a belief, a wish that the circle ends on one of those 2 islands.
It will never, ever happen, Imperium. And I love the fact you brought up those 2 islands, because when Miramar first came out in this game, the one thing I always used to do, before the meta was defined, I'm not saying I was a good player, but I do have a number of hours in the game. And I used to always tell my friends, I'm like, listen, boys, we're dropping in these 2 islands. They'd be like, no, why? I'm like, there's free loot. And it used to be so great. You roam around, loot up to your heart's content. Of course, we get screwed when crossing over towards Impala. But, I've never seen a single game thus far. I've even seen a circle on the prison bridge, mind you.
Yeah.
In one of the South Asian Pro League games. But I've never seen any circle end on the eastern. Forget the islands, even on the eastern cliffs, the bridge with some water behind your back. If that does happen, I'm going to be the happiest man in, not in the server, but at least on the broadcast.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. At least. Hey, look, I'm with you on this one, man. I'm with you on this one. The circle did complement the playing path, so we do see a nice even spread of teams across this Phase 1. 6 to 8 do have power grid to themselves. Deadeye's guys not really fighting it, although they, so they've kind of dropped away, which I do appreciate with regards to Deadeye's guys, that they're recognizing, hey, it's not worth it. We'll take Monte Nuevo. It's free. It means we have to go further to get into the edge of the circle, but it means we're not taking that early aggressive fight and potentially getting squad wipe in the first couple of minutes. Once again, to remind everybody, Group C are not playing in this game 1 of the day. That's the Xavier, Rico Infinity, Down One Gaming, and Cryptics. They'll be featuring in the last 4 games of the day. Reject Scarlet, they dropped in Valdemar. They have a little bit of a longer stint to go to get into the circle, but they can play on that very southern coastline. They'll want to be aware of the likes of possibly BTR, who dropped down the south of Los Leones. But in my eyes, Reject can get quite cleanly into the kind of southern edge of the circle around Porter Preso and wait for Phase 2 to pop up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think... just to touch upon what you mentioned right there, like a couple of these teams in Group C who are sitting this game out, this is going to be the final breather, so to speak, for these guys, right? I mean, after this, they're going to be playing 4 games back to back to back to back, and there is no margin for error. So it's a great opportunity for them, for teams like Rico Infinity, for for the Xavier, for example, who have had some pretty cool moments, but at the same time haven't really lived up to some of the peaks that they hit when I had the pleasure of watching them play live in the Invitational. Maybe this is a time for them to kind of, just kind of realize what's going wrong, how they can fix stuff, and maybe take a look at how some of these other teams are playing. Because again, day 1 Imperium, some of these teams were being a little experimental. We saw one of the most action-packed Miramars yesterday itself when we casted our first Miramar game, and it was a bit of a surprise how some of these teams were more than ready to take the fight early on. But as the games progress, as it gets a little bit more, squeaky bum time-ish, so to speak, right? When you're not too sure if you're going to qualify or not for the Super Weekend, that's when you see some of these teams maybe being a little bit more trepidant, maybe being a little bit more, I wouldn't say scared, but more, putting a little bit more thought about taking some of these fights.
Really thinking every single step that we make is so important, and it really needs to be done with a level of caution. Don't obviously completely stop, but just you are dead right. Just think a little bit more heavily about every meter you're going, what position you're taking, what rock, what crevice you're looking to control and hold on to. Teams are looking to now, as you get 5 to 6 minutes into the game, to center up in towards the circle. Genesis Dogma, you can see sending kind of 2 players away from Impala, getting close to the members of FaZe, but not really getting caught off guard too much. Nice play by FaZe, good proactivity. They have a strong 2-2 split, and Genesis Dogma might get punished for that, at least in terms of Daybot potentially going down, because he's on his own for the time being.
Yeah, Genesis Dogma, I don't think they have any Evas lying around. Again, a Weeb reference, you probably won't get Imperium, but that's okay. That means you're way more cooler than I am. FaZe, though, even though there were a couple of moments where they seemed to kind of capitulate, some of the team fights that we were taking yesterday were incredible. The way they have this, it's not like everyone grouped up together, so I sometimes do worry for them that the trade potential isn't there. But each individual on this FaZe lineup seem more than capable of handling themselves. And look at the way the spread kind of thin, right? So if a knock does take place, the opportunity for a res or even an instant trade is going to be looking grim. But look at the aggression as Tony K is going to make quick work of Daybot, but that means he's now out in the open, so he needs to find some cover. He is being provided a little bit of covering fire from his teammates, and looks like the danger has abated. And Genesis Dogma nowhere close by to even try and get some vengeance for their fallen teammate.
Really good play by FaZe. It's exactly what they need to do in this game. Their position is the kind of position where, if you think back to the game that Rico Infinity won out, it's that kind of position where it could be very important to their late game results. So getting these early kills onto likes of Genesis Dogma means that there's one less team putting pressure on them from a direction. So let's say the circle shifts over to the east on phase 2 and you have teams on the west putting them under pressure. They don't really need to worry so much about Genesis Dogma behind them because they're already down to 3 players. So that little bit of proactivity from FaZe can certainly go a hell of a long way. 4 Rivals Alliance, they're a team that have stepped up when it comes to kills. They do currently have the most kills in the lobby, although they have played 5 games, but I've been very impressed. They did form a partnership, the org, with Alliance, and that hasn't messed with them at all. They're still focused firmly on performing here in the PMGC.
Oh yeah, for sure. They are a team who have just come off the gates, just roaring, screaming, and basically terrifying every opposition they face thus far. 6-8 though, the Chinese side. They have been an interesting team, and one thing we noticed yesterday, Imperium, and which really stuck out to me, was how they just don't seem capable of sitting still, right? Constantly moving, always repositioning, and unfortunately, while repositioning, Daoshi is gonna get blown to smithereens, and that's a bit of an unfortunate start for him.
It is, it really is. We do see the phase 2 pop up and the centers quite nicely. Unfortunately, it's away from the 2 islands, so I'll have to keep dreaming about that kind of circle finish, but it does complement where the teams are already placed. And Reject make the exact same rotation that I thought they would down on the south coastal line. I said they needed to be aware of BTR. BTR pushed a little bit more forward up north, so Reject automatically have a bit more space to push in into the edge of the circle. Infinity do seem to be heading in a similar direction, so it's something they will need to consider. Right now, it's just 3 of them pushing. 1 of them is still in the blue, so just be aware of that. Guys, Stalwart, man, Stalwart, like, as if we couldn't speak any more highly of them even coming into the PMGC, representing the South Asia region and Mongolia, of course, specifically. 3 games they played, and they've got 47 points. They have the highest average points per game of any of the teams in the lobby, 15.67, compared to Nigmas, who's currently at first, of 13.2. Stalwart have showed up so far.
Oh, absolutely. The Mongolians have been looking incredible. They did seem to kind of trail off a little bit during the Pro League South Asia, but they've definitely come ready here. And we do have a bit of a skirmish. Actually, we're just going to be going back to the replay of the second casualty in the lobby. But mind you, I do spot right next to Hacienda del Patron, DRS are going up against Team Secret and perfectly timed on the transition from our wonderful production. And this is looking a little iffy here. A brilliant nade from Mafia Ninja, and he's going to find yet another one. As Dimex, he has been dropped down. And right now, Team Secret just down to kind of a two-man squad. I don't think a res is possible because DRS are moving in for the kill. All 4 members looking for the final 2 frags. And Team Secret, their woes, it seems to continue. A few shots will be rattled off by AJ, so 1 member will survive. But it looks like Fredo, he's going to be abandoned by his teammate. He's going to be all by his lonesome underneath that little bit of a depression he's got next to that shack. But for how long is the question? And there you have it. We have the answer. DRS making quick work of Team Secret. They have 1 member remaining. Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is game 4. They still have only 2 points to their name, and this is looking grim for them.
It really is. Team Secret, you can give them a level of benefit of doubt because it's outside the circle. It's one of those things, but they should know where DRS dropped by now, right? Should have looked back on the VODs. DRS, they do play it generally slow when they rotate from the north western side of the map. Team Secret's rotation was not really thought out enough. That was their big mistake, and you saw them as a team then get caught out and they're left with just 1, and it's the level of fear that they're playing with is quite obvious, and it's a shame because it's something that we saw even going back to Team Secret in the PUBG Mobile World League last year, where they came into that event as one of the top teams and they couldn't really find that aggressiveness, they couldn't really find that form, and I still want to believe in them because at the end of the day, they won PMPL Malaysia, Singapore, they won the PMPL SEA Championship, but that was then. This is now, they need to carry that and bring it into the PMGC. It's not a good start to the day, but they will still have 4 more games after this to turn it around.
I'm keeping an eye out on our special minimap feed, which we have. DRS, although a couple of members are already traversing and trying to make their way into the safe zone, they're still trailing behind. They still know there is 1 player of Team Secret just hiding, tucking his head in, hoping DRS don't notice. So they're looking to get a team weapon. In the meantime, Dead Eyes guys, a team which Maxman and myself, we said that they're a team who might not be making it super weekend, and looking at the way they're approaching this is looking risky. But on top, sir, somehow able to get the knock onto a member of MS Chonburi, and they're also taking fire from BC Swell. So the Japanese team laying down a bit of pain, but Juzzy needs to be careful. He's going to tuck in and try and heal himself.
Yeah, a little bit of a risky rotation, but sometimes a more direct risky rotation can pay off because less teams are expecting it. What has helped Dead Eyes guys is the fact that BC Swell and MS Chonburi are kind of fighting on either side of that road, either hillside. Now, we did see in the kill feed 1 of the BTR players get a knock onto Dead Eyes guys, but I don't think that's been confirmed yet. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know for sure. But either way, Dead Eyes guys are still staying safe in the comfort of the compound. BC Swell, 2 kills so far. They currently lie in 19th position, having played 3 games with a total of 4 points. They're the team that's coming in from the Japanese region with a relatively kind of lower level of global experience, a bit of an unknown entity inside this lobby. So there's that kind of thing of, could they surprise these teams, right? Could they be that element of, well, we're not a top team, we're not being focused on when it comes to preparation, we can use that to our advantage.
Indeed, and right now though, Stalwart Esports making life a little miserable for one of the top teams thus far. 4 rivals going up against multiple teams actually. They have to face off against Nova as well, and Nova across that ridge. Paraboy, we know what this man can do, but Lappy, he's got no fear, he's looking for the knock, but he's going to be found out by Order from behind, and that is the knock. They are in a rough spot indeed of 4 rivals because they are getting bombarded by Stalwart Esports and at the same time having to go up against Nova, and that is going to be a double kill coming in for Stalwart, and it is looking very grim in it for 4 rivals. Meanwhile, we have Nigma Galaxy trying to make their way, just trying to get ahead of the blue, but gatekeeping them, it is going to be DRS.
Yeah, DRS, they quickly got rid of Team Secret, and now they can, or the majority of Team Secret, and they push into the edge of the circle, and they're going to pay off with that knock initially onto the side of Free. Commodity is going to be on the angle. It's a nice play position for Commodity to be in. Lord cooking up a nade, but Nima gets the knock.
Oh, that is just unfortunate timing and a quick finish as well, as Nima is going to find a double kill for DRS. And DRS in a bit of a, not even dare say, a rampage. I know they're playing the edge of the circle, but they're able to somewhat get ahead of the rest of the teams. And Nigma Galaxy, mind you, they looked fantastic yesterday, and right now they are struggling. Roth is the only man I see right now for Nigma Galaxy, although I do believe there's another member still alive. And of course, we also have a member of 628 in the distance. And they're taking a lot of damage to the blue, and Imperium, I think DRS are doing a fantastic job just being kind of the wall and the action. It doesn't stop as Deadeye's guys are getting pincered and getting mowed alive by TJB.
We've seen the circle shift towards Impala, an unexpected circle shift towards the city. Deadeye guys went for a bold move, didn't pay off. Tong Jiao Bao are there to rip him apart on the edge of Impala. Nice play as BC Swell now pushed down upon the hillside, looking for the members of BTR, but Horizon steps up, opens the knock onto Cremado.
BC Swell going up against the BTR, who have looked a bit lackluster, a team with that team with that legacy having struggled quite a bit. And DRS finally coming under fire from a team who seem to be more than capable of holding their own against the Nepali side. But bear in mind, they have knocked out Nigma Galaxy, and Team Secret have also bid us adieu. The final member getting taken down, I do believe, by the play zone.
Yep.
But Tang Jia Bao, they're spread a little thin. It's a 2-1-1 setup, but they're taking fights with multiple teams and even taking pot shots at teams at in the distance. So they're looking to play here today.
And I don't mind with teams committing to Impala. I think it kind of makes sense. Of course, you go in blind to that city where TJB are waiting to take it apart, but I don't mind the fact that some teams are committed for it inside this phase 4. I always say if you're going to go to a city, when it's inside the circle, don't go too early. Wait until the right moment to pull it off.
Amongst all the commotion, though, one thing I'm enjoying is, or rather I'm noticing, is RC. They're just in a very, very comfortable place indeed, right on the other side of that cliff. In the meantime, everyone's still going up against each other, and it looks like Genesis Dogma are doing an incredible job, not just keeping Nova at bay, but taking a couple of members down on their knees, not quite able to confirm the kill. As we have, take a look at BC Swell, we have BTR, everyone's outside the zone, but they're very close by. The question is, who's going to blink first? Who's going to make a move? And it looks like BTR, they're going to be sending the first member onwards as Genesis Dogma going in for the kill, looking to confirm the frags, and indeed they will find a couple on Nova.
Fantastic regression coming out from Genesis Dogma. Nova now down to just a solo player. Tong Jiao Bao possibly looking for a third party, but can't connect enough shots to confirm that knock. They won't want to push it anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. Genesis Dogma, they have the dips, they have the compound, the circle shifts on up towards the northeast once again. We're looking at an Impala finish for the first game of the table, and I'm absolutely loving it. Now, Reject, they have a tough task in front of them because they have to get down from that mountainside on that eastern edge into the circle, and honestly, it's not going to be easy.
It isn't going to be easy, but they do have the advantage that there's so much commotion going on inside of Impala right now that I don't think anyone's going to be, just having the eyes peeled in that particular direction. As Stalwart Esports, they're going to find a fallen member of DRS, and DRS, although they were off to a great start, they're down to just one member here. Nima going to be the lone member left flying the flag high for his team. BTR, surviving the initial skirmish, but look at where they're located and look at who they have to go up against. Now, the circle is shrunken further, as you pointed out earlier, Imperium. It's going to be towards Impala. So FaZe have to make a decision, and I think they made a decision. You can see a couple of players already peeling away towards the safety of the zone, but still leaving a couple behind to gatekeep BTR if they want to go up against them. In the meantime, Nova and Stalwart duking it out. Neema's there in the distance as well, mind you, and TJB are spotting all of them out and hearing all this commotion.
Skylar gets a lovely knock onto U-High. Looks he's gonna get dropped. Ryzen's now left on his own. He got a knock onto a BC Swell player earlier on, but the blue is gonna hurt him massively. Skylar trying to heal up himself. Justice is gonna pick up a crate that's gonna give him level 3 gear, but he still has to move across the road into a circle where the likes of Genesis Dogma and FaZe Clan are waiting to rip him apart, but they're having their own little fight, and it's gonna be revenge best served in the form of a fight against FaZe for Genesis Dogma.
And those are the two members of FaZe who went in early on a recon mission trying to push into Genesis Dogma's position. Nade finding one. At least a res should come in. I say that, but Longs just tapping away and mowing them down. Incredible, impeccable work coming in from TJB. But never mind, it's actually the nade coming in from Infinity. Wait, where are Infinity?
Infinity are on that south edge. They come in to play, man. They've been waiting. I've been watching them. I've been watching them, and they've been doing a damn good job. Reject have made it into the eastern edge of the circle. They've even gotten a knock onto one of the Infinity players, but that's allowed them to get spot out, and God Tunny makes them pay for that with a knock onto one of the Reject players. Ryzen gets finished off. That's the end of BTR. We're down now to 9 teams and 22 players. Stalwart doing their best to stay alive amongst all of the commotion. The next circle is about to pop up. Is it going to stay in Impala? Yes, it does.
Yeah, and Stalwart, they don't really need to do anything too wild here, but yeah, they're just biding the time. They know Genesis Dogma are nearby, a 3-man squad. So Stalwart Esports, the one thing I think the one thing that differentiates Stalwart from their Mongolian brethren is they know when to temper their aggression. They're not always gung-ho like we can see. Team Zeus, I think that's the one biggest problem they've always had is how ultra hyper-aggressive they can get, despite the fact, despite a scenario when they have to be a little bit more slower. And that is what Stalwart are going to be doing here. Infinity, though, like you said, they have been very quiet, but now they have to traverse what seems like kind of open terrain, and they're being very brave on that buggy. And there we go. Genesis Dogma gonna unleash a few bullets in their direction.
But Genesis Dogma, they have to push in themselves, so it's going to be that fight outside the circle that's going to be so important. Whoever comes out on top might be able to find an entry point in, but that truck, it's on fire, it blows up, but it doesn't matter. Genesis Dogma get away, one gets knocked.
Oh well, but Satar looking to get the trade, and indeed they will. They're trying to confirm the kills as well, and that's going to be 2 members of Infinity getting taken down. Great work from Genesis Dogma, even though they were kind of sandwiched between the two members, but the res will come in, and Genesis Dogma looking great thus far. 7 kills, although they need to get the reses. Satar very low on health. He's got to heal himself. He drops. He knows what Stalwart Esports are, and Stalwart Esports, thus far, they haven't budged. They first need to contend with Genesis Dogma, and then they have to make the move, but eventually the zone might make the decision for them.
But here's the thing, like the likes of Genesis Dogma and Stalwart, their mindset has completely changed from that last circle, right? Because they realized that the chances of us getting across our road is like slim and none. So we gotta play for kills. If we can get more kills, it's gonna help us in the long run. That's why Genesis Dogma pushed on in to Infinity, and they're doing the same against Stalwart, but Skyr, he gets a knock.
Oh, Scry just playing that cover so perfectly. Snizel pushing on in. He's trying to pre-fire, but Scry, he plays it to perfection. It's a 1v2, clinically played, using the advantage of the cover he had. But here's the problem. They know where he is. Tang Jiabao, they know exactly where Scry is. And if he tries to cross a little further away from them, Infinity are going to be lying in wait. So what does Scry do? How many smokes does he have remaining?
I think he has a couple. He's laid out a few already near the edge of the roadside. Infinity do still have 2 players up, by the way. They pushed 2 players into the edge of the city, and that's why it was a little bit easier for Genesis Dogma to get control of that fight outside across the road. But now Tongja Bao's in front of them. You also have 6-2-8 in play, and Reject up as a full squad.
Yep, Reject surviving that initial that walk down. They did land a couple of shots. I'm not sure if they're able to confirm any kills, but I'm sure Infinity saw them from the distance, but not quite able to take anyone down. So yes, Reject looking like they are indeed in a very comfortable position.
Blood, this is an Impala finish. Like, just think about it. An Impala finish. It's absolutely glorious, man. I know.
Yep. You know what? Even though we don't have the water, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. This is very close. I'm sure if you're in Impala right now, you can even smell the ocean. And Scry, he's just battling the blue right now. And is he going to brave it?
He's only got that last med kit. Doesn't survive, and Scry goes down. That's the end of Stalwart. Now we can focus on our final 5 teams. Reject got a knock on the 6-2-8. That's slowed them down. It's allowed Tongja Bao to push in. Now there's a heavy separation from Tongja Bao, but they do have all 4 players up. So when you're spread out, you can hold the angles of the windows to an extent a little bit better. Sometimes being 2 together at 2 heavy late stages of a game allows you to get naded and multiple knocks against you. So I really like how Tongja Bao are playing this.
Oh, this nade though. Okay. Nice attempt. 3Z. Yu Yang, we saw him pop off yesterday, so we might have to ask him to deliver another MVP performance if 628 they want to steal this one away from their Chinese brethren. Because I won't lie, TJB look like they're in a fantastic spot unless Ponzai can ruin the party. But he does still have to first contend with a team that is right in front of him, that is Infinity. Fortunately for Ponzai, though, he's got that side of the building where there are no windows, no doors, so he can creep on up. And Infinity, unless they hear him.
I think he stood up. He's moving. He's
don't.
going to get shot at. He's going to get spotted. He gets shot at and he gets taken down. I get where you're coming from. It was always going to be hard. He tried his best.
He tried his best, and he wasn't expecting Infinity's position over here. And Reject actually helping Infinity out a bit. Divine on the edge. Duello. Oh, I can see what he's got. He's got a Big Daddy in his hands, and that could rain hellfire, especially from this position, spamming the smokes, as Logan will be knocked on by Divine, and the second follow-up nade could find them all. This could be it.
I'd like to see Reject focus a little bit more in one direction, at least as the majority of a team. It kind of feels like they're taking too many fights at once. They also get a knock onto one of the 6-8 players, so I do give them credit for that. So 33Z is left on his own. Yu Yang goes down, and that's going to be the end of them. Lovely nade by Sarah.
This played to perfection. The 4v4 v2. The res, it's somehow going to come on in, but Longs, this position, the M249. He knows where one member is for the side of Reject, and he knows Divine's position. And he should be cognizant of the fact that Infinity, the 2 surviving members, are right below him. So what is he going to be up to? He is the recon guy. He is a guy who's going to be trying to get that flank. He hasn't shown himself yet. And Infinity, Logan, back up on his feet. They're making quite a bit of noise trying to move on in. But if they move into the building where Longs is, they could be in for a surprise.
Smokes are going out. Reject are pushing across the road. Duella's still holding onto the roof plate. That's very important, but he does jump down. Maybe recognizing that it's going to be team fight versus team fight. Infinity waiting down. Sarah gets knocked.
All right, H-Sur, though, taking the fight. Logan just pre-firing around the corner. He knows there are members of TJB right next to him. He needs to land a shot because they're going to come jumping and gunning, trying to find the knock onto Logan. He's the last man standing, and he's going to be faced with 3 rifles straight in his face, and that is going to be it. Now we're down to the 4 versus 4. The res should come in for the side of Reject, but the Japanese going up against the Chinese side. In TJB, they started the day yesterday by getting the first chicken dinner of the tournament. Can they replicate it? That's the question. They're looking to go in. They know there's a res taking place, but they're not spamming through the smoke here, Imperium. They're biding their time.
Longs, he gets knocked. Duello opens up, he evens it on board. It actually makes a 4v3.
Advantage now for Reject. Now, if Sarah can somehow heal himself up in time, it could be huge. Nade's going to be tossed in with Duello. I think it was a flashbang. Duello is tucked in behind the crates. Now, a bit of a standoff. The positioning here is great. Attacker is going to be the guy conveying information to the rest of his teammates as to where Reject are lurking, just hiding behind the walls. A bit of a lull in the action. Calm before the storm. And Divine, Duello as well, popping all the painkillers they have, all the energy drinks. They're ready for the final stand. And Divine, he's going to make a push. He's going to be pushing on in, taking the fight. Attacker, the pre-fire walks up perfectly. Attacker gets finished off. Now the 4 versus 2. And TJB, they're falling one by one. RC, they've lost a man. Make that 2. Now a 2v2. And somehow TJB, they're answering back. And bear in mind, never mind, RC are going to get wiped out in a blink of an eye. How did that even happen? TJB, that was a 2 versus 4 Imperium. A 2v4. And they still somehow clutch it out.
Yeah, because I thought, okay, well, they got the kill, they had control, it was a 4v3 initially, and they even made the first move and got that first knock, but the final 2 players of TJB, they were positioned behind a wall, separated, and they were able to pick out the members of Reject. Maybe it was just a tiny lack of coordination from Reject. I don't know exactly, because everything happened so quickly, but I gotta give credit to TJB for standing their ground, winning the game, and absolutely sealing the deal for the first game. But also Reject, because they did have a tough job on the eastern hillside outside of Impala. Yes, it was the less congested area of the map because it was shifting from the south and the southwest, but it still wasn't going to be easy. They made it in, they controlled their part of Impala, and they did push in quite nicely with those nades, with that utility, to at least get the kills on the likes of the 6-8 player. So good game from Reject also.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you did point out earlier, right, that they were in a bit of a rough spot. How are they going to make it down there? They made it down with having all 4 players alive as well. I do want to stick around for the analysis segment later on, because I wanted to take a look at the replay of how that final fight broke out, because it was a 2v4. Divine taking the leading charge of pushing in. He was the guy leading the charge. They take on Attacker, 2 versus 4, and it was such a quick finish that I don't think the bodies even hit the ground, and TJB is suddenly the winner chicken dinner. So like, just crazy stuff coming out from Tangjiabao. Second chicken dinner, the first team thus far to have claimed 2. This Chinese team, they're here to play, and I think everyone's going to be keeping an eye on them. And this kind of leads to what we were talking about in the green room before we went live. Like, Imperium, you and I were talking about how a few teams have ups and downs, and I said, TJB, I don't know, they got a chicken dinner, they had an okay game with 10 points off of that. The other 2 games weren't that great, but this was a statement.
I think what has really helped Tangjiabao is the fact that they have had an extended period of time to practice and prepare for the PMGC compared to the other 2 Chinese teams, right? Because their position in the PMGC was only determined 2 days before the start of PMGC. So I think that's really benefited Tangjiabao in a massive way. And it shows in their performance. They're able to counter a lot of teams, play around them, manipulate them, and really control the end game. Typical example of that was when they pushed in onto the last players of Infinity, right? As much as I give credit for Reject on their proactivity on the likes of 6-8, it wasn't really that focused proactivity, right? It wasn't really that focused fight, whereas in TJB, they knew what fight they wanted to take. They knew once they dealt with Infinity, they only had one other team to contend with, because at that point, it was 8 players, 4 players left around them, and they knew it was a full squad because the information had been gathered over the course of the last 10 minutes. So really, like, TJB played that absolutely spot on. But I do feel bad for the teams that were kind of outside of Impala, because it's rare that the circles continue to shift in that direction. FaZe, Genesis, Dogma, they all had some really solid positions and were trying to recover well off the back of the shifts, but it just kept on going against them.
Yeah, and one team I also wanted to bring up was DRS. They were looking fantastic. Again, the typical play style from DRS, they're going to be playing out of the blue. They're going to be going for this late rotations, but they were ahead of the blue a couple of times during this map, which is why they were able to do a very good job gatekeeping. Firstly, they took down Team Secret, right? Their woes continue, which is very unfortunate for them. I do believe they end this game on 0 points. And then they took down Enigma Galaxy, a team who have shown that they can contend with almost anyone.
Yes.
So the Nepali side really stepping up here.
Yeah, and it wasn't, to be honest, it wasn't typical DRS playstyle. In my opinion, it was a lot more kind of edge of circle, but ready for a fight playstyle, right? It was that kind of, made famous by the likes of 4 Angry Men last year. And they were sweeping in from the edge, and played absolutely brilliantly until they got taken out in the end. So yeah, I'm glad you brought up DRS.
Well, we of course have a lot more to talk about, but there are much more smarter gentlemen on the desk, and one particular dashing lad known as Jason Kaplan.
I don't know what to do with myself here. I was expecting to say, oh, we have much smarter men on the desk, and then we have Jason Kaplan. But you know what? I will take it. And what we're going to talk about here off the bat, TJB, what a clutch out from them. They are the first match of the day kings, gentlemen.
There's so many things to break down in that final fight, Jason. We're going to have some clips later on to really go fully in depth about that playstyle, but man, Tong Bao, they have something about winning the first game of the day. They did it yesterday, they're doing it again today, and they were before this game in 7th place, and you know a lot of the teams potentially above them are not going to be playing out some of the games today, so there's going to be still some really big changes, and man, Tong Bao able to get himself such a strong position so early, as you brought up earlier in the green room, Jason. In Impala was just so worthwhile at the end of that game.
Tarzan, okay, I need you to back me up on this really quick. For all of you watching at home, remember, we're in a green room, we're watching this together.
No, don't say it, please, no.
Do it.
It's gonna do it.
And I said, look at TJB, it's gonna go Impala. And Maxman says, Jason, I love you, but there's no way it's going Impala.
I said that.
Tarzan, what happened? Can you confirm that was mentioned in the green room?
Yeah, like, Max, I love you. I can save you from the math, but I can't save you from the curse or the bullying. So, yeah, you did say that, so GG.
I thought we were friends, Tarzan.
Either way, though. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
You thought you were friends. That was your first mistake. But to have Impala finish there, TJB, you had 6-2-8. You also had Reject on the high ground. That was such a really interesting and cool finish, Tarzan.
Yeah, I think when we talk about those finishes is how teams enter the city and what they were trying to achieve. Like what Team JB did, they all started with very sensible macro, like Maxman mentioned in the green room. They sped up their earlier rotations. When they enter the city, they played in a way that allowed them to get out. So they kept one in the center and 3 on the western side to catch that funnel. And the way that they prepared for that is very versatile, right? They can maneuver through the city with one being the satellite to catch all the audio cues or whatnot, and the rest to really manipulate the other teams.
We can see here our match rankings from that last match. 12 eliminations, 27 points. TJB, I'm not going to call it just yet, but I'm pretty damn sure, Max, that they're now safe into the Super Weekend 100%. Reject, on the other hand, desperately needed those points.
I mean, TJB, before this game, they were 26 points behind of Nigma Galaxy to win first. And Nigma Galaxy, as you saw, they had a pretty rough game this time around. So, man, I believe, we'll see later on, I believe this game puts them actually in top 3. But you got to keep in mind, for Tong Bao, they're only playing 3 games today, so you better make those games count while they still can, so really good for them. But I'm especially happy here, Jason, to see Reject get himself 17 points. They were having a little bit of a rougher time. They were in 14th place before. This one was 21 points. They almost just doubled their points with this game alone. So if they can keep that amount of points coming their time every single time, Tarzan, I think Reject could be, with this game alone, setting himself up for success to qualify in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, that was a good test, right? The first off, it's about adjusting the drop spot, right? They were that San Martin team. They don't want to contest. They went to Chumacera. Infinity was there. They went to take Cryptic's drop spot at Valdemar and then use that white rotation, that eastern approach, and it worked out for them. But they need to maybe play some of these positions even quicker, in my opinion, from maybe how they played Erangel. But this is huge. We talk about the effects of one huge game and how it boosts, especially for league stage. This might be the game there.
Well, you can see here, I'm surprised neither of you have mentioned it because you were talking about them so much at the start of the day. Stalwart Esports coming in with 12 big points. Again, they had teams above them with 5 matches played. They had teams below them with 5 matches played, and they only had, I believe it was 3, if I'm not mistaken. Could have been 4. It was 4. 3, sorry. I just had to double check. I wanted to make sure. I'm sorry. They had 3 matches played. They had 2 less than everyone else, and yet they were still in the 5th place position. They put up another big amount of points. But speaking about points, Secret 0, unfortunately. Nigma Galaxy not retaining that spree from yesterday, but then Bigatron get 5 points. And obviously you look at that, oh, it's just 5 points. It's not that much. Well, considering Bigatron had only 5 points on the day yesterday, that is a big amount of points.
Wow. So
your math skills, man, are getting on point.
I know, man. I'm like, I am getting there. I'm improving slowly, but yeah, it's still 5 points. So better to see a few kills come in the way of BTR. But man, FaZe, come on, homies. Like, we need to see a little bit more presence here. You are going to be playing every single game today, so they still have 4 more games to play. Should be fine to be able to make up there, but I feel bad for Deadeyes. I did say they might not qualify, and it's not looking too good right now, Tarzan.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with this game, though, I think it's really about TJB and how they really demonstrate how to get some of these strategic splits down. Like they were so clean, so intentional in what they were trying to do that we could almost see on the minimap, and that was amazing. And I mean, this is well-deserved MVP from Hexer from that game. Huge play.
I mean, him and Manhunt together at the very end, I feel like that was like a 2v4 they clutched out. It was phenomenal. Again, I think we were discussing like positions and like how one team has a better position over the other, but to be able to win like a 2v3, 2v4 there, I think really shows how damn good mechanically and how good they are at aim.
Yeah, I'm going to reiterate my point of yesterday. I had my doubts for TJB playing in this tournament. So I was actually corrected. This is not their first time that they're playing an international tournament in third-person perspective. This is their second time. But the point still stands that compared to, for example, Nova Esports, they have a lot less experience in that regard. But man, they are playing so well despite only being here. They play a lot more center than what we saw for them in the PL, because PL they would play very spread in the early game, which is what they still tend to do, but they regroup a lot faster, I have the impression, Tarzan, and they centralize so quickly. And when you have a city finish, of course, that's going to help you out a lot more. But even yesterday, game one, that helped them out. So they definitely had some big changes that they went through before this tournament, and so far it's paying off so heavily.
Yeah. It's not just for them, though. I think Genesis Dogma, like you mentioned in the green room, like through mid-game, they were doing some very interesting things. They are playing very confidently on that eastern side, right? It's really good from this team. And like Jason mentioned earlier today, we talk about the magical run through a competitive season. So you go from PMCO, even open qualifiers, online qualifiers of PMCO, all the way through. And actually, Genesis Dogma is one of those teams. And surprise, the other one is actually Starwood Esports.
By the way, Satar, the magician. You guys got to watch out for him. Seeing Genesis Dogma rock up with him in one of the vehicles up against Infinity, and to see him be able to like clean up the rest of Infinity and save his team was phenomenal. And as you're mentioning, Tarzan, this team also beat Bigatron when it came to PMGC points. And we had questions yesterday. Would they be able to prove that they deserve to be here based off PMGC points? And what we've been seeing yesterday, what we've been seeing today, I think they definitely have.
I think so far, though, they have been playing this very smart drop adjustment style that works out for them. For example, yesterday they took away Reject's drop spot around like Fairy Pier, and then they took away Dick Xavier around Manchester. So they really know when it comes to macro and adaptation what to take away from other teams. But sometimes like you don't have those options, and you need to claim a place to be dominant and to be called home. Like, so that is one thing that I want to see from them as well.
Maxman.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's a jump and a half from TJB. Man, they jumped from 7th to 1st.
I just want to reiterate though. Yes, they did jump from 7th to 1st. However, they have the same amount of matches played as Nigma Galaxy, and Nigma has 0 chicken dinners. I think again, like yes, it is great to see TJB up in 1st place right now. They're safe in a super weekend, but it's a true testament to Nigma Galaxy and how well they played yesterday.
Yeah, I think actually this last game was potentially their worst right now. Yesterday they had some really good runs. They had yesterday, Nigma Galaxy had 4 top 5 out of their 5 games, which is that's insane consistency from this team, right? And so a point that's been brought up by a lot of people, right, is that maybe the MENA region is seen as a weaker region. But man, Tarzan, I mean, you covered a bunch of these teams, right? I would clearly say again that this has been the region that I think has improved the most in the past year, and it really shows now hitting this PMGC moment.
Yes, and you know what? I still am worried for them, because when we look at how they died, and maybe like Rico died sometimes yesterday, they were doing this very slow early game, but when they need to transition into the mid game quick, they do some of these very blind and blunt crashes, and you do need to think that they need a middle step before that, a bridge to say, hey, we would just do a bigger split and maybe scout a little bit further, so we have plan B's and C's coming into that mid game.
Do need to bring up here really quickly, like Deadeye guys, they have played 5 matches yesterday. They played 1 right there, and they're sitting in, I believe that was 16th place. They really need to start to worry about themselves, because once they hit that 8-match mark, they have to sit out the rest of the matches, and they have 4 teams below them that only had 3 matches played yesterday. So if Deadeye guys want to see themselves get into the Super Weekend, Max, they really need to step up here.
They don't have a big window of time to make that happen, unfortunately. It's not looking too good for them. And a point that we bring up a lot more, right, is that FaZe are still playing, BTR still playing, BC Swell, Team Secret. They all got their games today, so it's rough. Deadeye's guys are looking as the first team that might be already counted out of the first Super Weekend here. It feels bad.
Well, speaking of first, Max, you have a recap, actually, of our first place team that just happened this last match with TJB. Why don't you take it away?
Weird you would say that. I do actually have a clip to go through. We're going to see exactly how things panned out for Tongjiao Bao in this game. So we talked about this already. When you look back at the PL, Tongjiao Bao typically have a very edge of circle playstyle where they like to have these wide spreads to maximize their information input and potentially make decisions based on that. But you can see here, barely phase 1 popped up and they go in center instantly. And this is a big change that I think has been working out great for them, Tarzan, so far. That playing that central playstyle and they're so good at taking these individual fights that it's been really rewarded for them so far. I've really enjoyed that change.
Yeah, I think what people need to understand what they're doing is not a blind central claim. They go from position to position, from positions that they got enough info, then slowly work their way in.
Exactly. It almost seems like they're leapfrogging. They send 2 out, then once it's clear, the other 2 come back in, and then they push 2 out.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Just a little bit like Nova, and it worked out. I mean, they had a 2-2 split. They wait for the circle to pop up, then they try and adapt to that circle every single time. Then they decide to go and commit to Impala, which I did say was not going to go there, but it did because Jason called it. And after they played it really well, we can have this big overview of the fight. You can see that how they divided, especially they have Longs just basically making sure that Reject and also Bonsai from MS Chamburi can't make that cross initially happen. But towards the end, I would say here, Tarzan, they were just so controlling to make sure that they had full ownership of that late game circle. It was just super well executed.
It was really good, really. They made small rotations. They know who need to not move and who can move in order to force enemies to do the same. And I think this is brilliant 1-3, even till that late game, and they have every segment controlled.
Yeah, every segment.
I'm wondering though here, Max.
Yeah.
Looking at Reject, do you think there was any opportunity for them to capitalize a little bit earlier on in pushing when they knew there's a little bit of firefighting going on? Because you can see them towards the far end side here.
Typically, yes, but you also got to keep in mind that Reject is a very passive team. And though towards the end, they were trying to close off that game because, especially about how they were positioned, I think we had a little bit of a POV. Tongjiao Bao had all of those specific positions they were playing that were very interesting. And what Reject tried to do that was super smart, they tried to break down that entire fight into into mini fights themselves, right? They were trying to take the kills one by one to try and minimize the man advantage, and it worked out for some time, but unfortunately it was just too good from H. He just clutched it at the end now, and it was just a little bit too rough for them. So Tongjiao Bao, despite again a little bit close, it was almost going to go the way of Reject, but Tongjiao Bao were able to close it off at the end.
I think what's still really surprising to me with TJB winning is that Reject, Tarzan, they had a player, I want to say it was Sara, on top of the building, right? And we saw
Duello.
TJB send a player, we saw TJB send a player up there to deal with him. And actually Reject gets the knock, they get the elimination off the back of that too. I was expecting them with that high ground position to maybe punish the rest of TJB and Reject would win that fight, but I'm not sure if it was mistakes made on Reject's side or TJB just played exceptionally well. I'm curious to hear your opinion though.
It's hard. I think it's about playing around the covers. When you have all these 4 players from Reject needing to push out into almost open, the next cover is far. On the other side, TJB has 3 different covers to choose to when to peek and shoot. They even have 2 options. You can see Hexter can basically jump shot or peek from the side. So it's the covers that allow them a little bit more variety and space to work with, and I think they have peaked at the perfect time. It's like they don't triple peak or something. They just all have their small thing that they were doing that allowed the other to do even more from their respective positions.
Yeah. I would say though,
Max.
Yeah, I would say at the end though, Duello, if he has just a single molly or nade, the entire dynamic of that fight changes drastically because he has the information from the rooftop with that third-person perspective. He knows exactly where the players of Tongjiao Bao currently stand. One nade could literally make a huge difference, and that could have been a Reject win. But at the end, it didn't quite happen. But Reject, we know they're typically a passive team, so I'm still happy that they had the hunger to try and go out there and potentially secure themselves a win. Didn't quite happen, but it's good to see them going aggressive when it really matters.
I think something that's unfortunate about them is that they did have a 2nd place finish yesterday on Miramar, actually the first Miramar of the day, and they have another 2nd place finish yet again. They only played out 3 matches, as mentioned before, Max, but they had 21 points. So for them, getting this, I think it was 17 if I'm not mistaken, really helps propel them up the leaderboard. And again, for me, like, I'm so happy to see, these teams coming in from Japan have like such a important performance in this league stage, because I think of Bluebees last year, and Bluebees got a lot of experience. There's quite a few players who are playing in Reject right now who were here last year on Bluebees.
I was about to say, man, we loved Blue Bees last season. Even though it was a rough tournament for them, we loved the Blue Bees. It was great to see. But they've improved for sure, having that entire Japanese circuit being put together, and it gives them a lot more experience in the grand scheme of the international stage. So they've improved drastically from last season, I would say. But what I would say this team needs now is maybe a little bit more confidence. I think they're a little bit hesitant sometimes to take control, make sure they're the decisive team that decides of where teams are positioned in those late game circles. I mean, you brought it up right, Jason, at one point. Should they decide to cross a little bit earlier? I would typically say yes, you want to try and take that control a little bit earlier, but because it's Reject, they like that inherent passive playstyle, and because of that, they're just going to play edge a lot more. If they push that road a little bit earlier, that could have been a completely different game. I think they could have been the one to actually put Dongjab out on the edge of the circle and dictate how they moved in. So just that little change of confidence could allow Reject to be the team to not only make in the top 3, but to secure those chicken dinners, and they'll look a lot better in the grand scheme of the tournament.
I mean, Tarzan, looking as we now have Rovar stands, you saw before, is there any teams that are kind of, I mean, besides Bigatron, FaZe, Secret at the moment, is there any other team there that kind of stands out to you that you feel like's kind of really underperforming, considering the power we've seen out of them and the fact that they're in PMGC?
I feel like I need to talk about Bigatron. I know it's hard. We've got that kind of...
I just talk about Bigatron.
I know, like, I think there's a particular reason, though, gentlemen, that I want to still bring that up again. I know that's kind of like,
no, there's
not
a good
what
story
the
around
question
them.
was. Yeah, because they were very dominating. I want to talk about maybe conditioning and reinforcement, because they were so strong in the past that they were reinforced to do things over and over again, and sometimes to unwire a habit is so hard. But right now the meta is about change, adaptability, and they almost don't know how to play the game in any other ways. And when you have a roster that is together for so long as well, you even bring an extra person back that were there from the start, it even further reinforces that sometimes. And right now, this is the problem. We've got teams who were born this year, who rode the waves and kept up with the trends and the meta. They keep changing and they haven't stopped. But BTR, like, this is like that small few months out of the few years, and suddenly it makes it so much harder for them to break out of patterns.
I mean, so Tarzan, even beyond that aspect of Bigatron, I mentioned this yesterday with Claris and Maxman, is that BTR have shown, especially after PMGC last year, that they're willing to make changes, right? Microboy ended up leaving. They brought in Liquid. They had Liquid in the team already at that time. Now they brought in Yuhai Boy from Malaysia. Like, this is the first player they picked up outside of Indonesia. They're showing they're willing to make changes to improve, but we haven't seen those changes come to light. We finally got to see Yuhai Boy playing in his first match, and we saw Bigatron got 5 points.
Well, you kind of need to think about why, like, players drift apart. Maybe, I'm just guessing, right? There could be disagreement, like someone may want to make some changes, they say no, and then he leaves or whatnot. But bringing Yuhai in is so huge because he's one of the biggest, players, star players in that region. But sometimes you need to think about comparative strengths and weaknesses. Like, you can put star players together, but the enabling factor to make them shine is different sometimes. And I feel like Yuhai haven't found his spot yet, maybe because of some overlapping of function, or he doesn't completely feel like home yet. These are all guesses, but I think it's worth thinking about.
Maybe the power was in his hair. You never know. That's obviously what he was doing within PMPL last season. But ladies and gentlemen, you saw what's coming up next. It's going to be Erangel, and I'll tell you right now, it'll be on the other side of this break. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. This is PMGC 2021, the East League.
Watch out.
Saya jadi jago bukan karena kebetulan, semua karena latihan dan kerja keras. Lawan-lawan mah nggak pernah peduli sama apa yang udah kita lalui. Yang mereka lakukan hanyalah menunggu dan memburu. Ada yang lapar? Let's do some magic. Ini dia jurus selanjutnya. Bukan sulap, bukan sihir.
Watch out.
Muka pangalan, Cang. Nok, satu lagi. Untuk jadi yang terbaik harus punya trik yang banyak. Motoran depan aku, Cok. Cover. Mati! Cepat! Watch me.
Jumper lontaran hit ke bahagian hadapan, tapi itulah dia Free Fire yang ditunggu dengan begitu sabar sekali oleh Rain. Mungkin akan berharapkan impian Team Secret. Team Secret terkeluar di tempat yang ke-8 dengan kini telah boleh diketahui. Pun cuba untuk masuk daripada bahagian belakang, tapi datang boleh gangguan daripada Jumper.
In the wrong direction, Zaxi aiming out for the grenade, and he gets the whole team wide here for Gigfan.
Oh, that's Rule that through. Here we have it.
Looking out really tough for you, Hoi, getting Tony K. MR5 is down as well. That is unique.
Close one there by Fluke. Ooh, another one coming in from Damru. Can he finish off Fluke? Fluke now 50% health. Fluke is actually being shot at.
Oh,
Where is he gonna go? Oh no! Fluke! Ooh, Fluke! Man, he goes down.
Much early on as compared to Yango Galacticos moving into the corner of the container, and Tamio gets taken down.
Hello, di manakah QB berada? Bombs bakal aja.
Bahkan ada sebuah ledakan, ada sebuah bagi yang juga loncat tadi kita melihat. Dan itu dia Genesis Dogma memulangkan semua pemain dari V Gaming. โลแกนโชว์ความเก่าครับแล้วนี่เรียบร้อยครับเป็นทางด้านโลแกนครับที่ค่อนข้างที่จะเก่ากว่านะช็อตนี้แล้วมียายขาชิ้นต้องนะครับต้องปั๊มวงเหนียนเป็น CPDR กิ๊กแฟนโดนหนีสุดแล้วดูตอนนี้เก็บโวกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตัวจะโดนไป2เลย
มิลาต้องใจเย็นน้องรักมีเรื่องซูเปอร์มาก็เช็คชื่อครับโอ้โหเอาต้องเน้นหน่อยปอนล่างเลยไฟหนามเป็นเทียบแล้วตอนนี้โดนท้องอย่างไกลๆขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอล่วงไปจังหวะนี้3 ปมเป็นเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขาไม่เทปได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้เรียบร้อยเลยไม่ตี2 แต้ม
Ada kedudukan yang cantik. Kita lihatkan tim Secret di bahagian high ground tersebut, tapi Nerpeko dengan satu pemanduan yang begitu. Oh ya, mungkin dia memang confirm achievement pula. Confirm Malaysia punya rumah daripada tim Esports.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMGC 2021 is the East League, and we're into our second and final day here of our very first week of league play. And what that means, if you guys are unfamiliar, well, at the end of the day, 16 out of our 20 teams will be qualified through into our Super Weekend, where all those points will stick, all of them will matter, and all of them will determine if you get into our finals to play for your chance to play at the PMGC Global Finals. I'm excited. I know you guys are as well here on the desk, and you guys at home, and even our casters. Everyone's excited about it.
Hell yeah.
But we still have to get through our 4 matches today. Thank you, Max. We have Erangel coming up next with Group A, C, D, and E playing. But you can notice in Match 9 and Match 10, there's no longer a Group A. So for teams like TJB, Deadeye Guys, Nova Esports, Enigma Galaxy, they have 2 matches left to go. However, I believe TJB, Nova, Enigma are pretty much all qualified for the Super Weekend. So our eyes are on Deadeye's guys to have a phenomenal performance in these last 2 games if they want a chance to get into our Super Weekend match.
Yeah, that's going to be the main focus for them. They're going to have only 2 more games remaining, so they better make them count while they still can. But Jason, talking about the teams that are not playing, now we're going to have Group B that's not going to be participating in these 2 games of Erangel and Miramar. that means we're not going to see 628, we're not going to see MS Chonburi, we're not going to see 4 Rivals. And one of the teams that I have not been too impressed with, and I expected a lot more from, is the Infinity. And I think that we agreed upon this, Tarzan, a few times, talking about the Infinity, especially Newsy. You really like Newsy, thinking he could be a potential MVP, but I expected them to be top 5, and currently they're in 8th place with 5 games played yesterday. They're missing out on the next 2 games. Them being middle of the table, it still allowed them to make it in the Super Weekend, but I thought they would be way closer to the top. So they're going to have 2 more games in game number 4 and 5, so I expect them to have good results in those last 2 games.
I completely agree. There's one particular reason as well, is how teams have been needing to focus on adapting to drops or something. They have not been needing to do that. They go to military base, no one really touches them, but doesn't make it work. It's about, you know, making something out of those crossing and the priority, knowing how the coastline is going to look like, and then allow fraggers like Newsy to put the work in. Like right now, it's not coming through yet. We are still waiting.
You know, I want to say this though, for honestly all the teams out there, right? I feel like it's really easy to stand out in general when it comes to your own region. Like, easy. Obviously, it's difficult, right? But it's easier to stand out in your own region. But then when you get to, like, this level of competition from all those teams who stood out in their own regions you're now competing against, it's so much more difficult to stand out than from that pack. And I feel like when you see teams do that, when you see teams have, like, a dominating streak within a PMGC event, that really shows this team is just on a completely different level, a completely different caliber.
Yeah, I would have to agree. You know, I'm very nitpicky. You know, I like to complain a lot. I am French, so that's what I do. But at the end of the day, it is the PMGC easily, right? At the end,
to do with anything about being French.
I don't know, man. What's happening?
Got bullied too much.
Hell yeah, I'm just used to it now. It's just self-deprecation. We love to see it. But yeah, it's harder to stand out despite you potentially doing really strong in your own region. So I do agree on that point. The Infinity still did really well. They were the top team in terms of Thailand points in their respective PMPL. So we can expect big things from them, right? Going into the Super Weekend, at the end of the day, these points of the league stage are not going to be moving over to that. But yeah, I agree. Know what? Good counterpoint there, Jason. I'll give it to you.
I mean, Alpha 7 dominated Brazil, but they're struggling now in West. Well, I say struggling, they're still doing relatively okay. But you know, it's also doing relatively okay. Our 2 commentators. Let's head on over to Imperium and Blood to take us into our second match of the day.
Well, thank you very much for that, Jason. And yes, we are indeed going to be jumping straight into Erangel, the second game of day 2 over here. So a lot on the line for a few of these teams who, Imperium, I won't lie, I'm starting to worry a little bit at this point in time for a couple of the teams we've already touched upon, like Team Secret and Deadeye's guys. If there was a time for them to wake up and really step up, now is the time.
In the words of System of Down, it's time for them to wake up and put on a little bit of makeup, you know, man?
I don't know if makeup helps in playing PUBG Mobile.
Look, when I say makeup, you know, I don't mean it literally in a metaphorical sense. Come on. But for Deadeye's guys, they're currently on a total of 20 points. They have 2 games left. Now, it happens to be not the last 2 games. They have 2 games in a row left, okay? They need to get an average based off John's cutoff point of 13 points per game. And with 20 points played so far in 6 games, I can't see it happening. I hate to say it, but I think Deadeye's guys might not make it. But we are seeing a little bit of an early scuffle for some vehicles between Nova and Reject because of that very southern playing path where we are seeing teams having to adjust where they exactly go to on the map to try and find a vehicle here, a vehicle there. So we might see some early kind of action in that regard.
The zone, Imperium, I know we're going to bring it up right on our screens right now, but that might screw a lot of teams over here. I'm sure production will bring it up as well, but the zone is a bit of, I wouldn't even say a game changer, but more like a punch in the gut for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I mentioned the South playing path.
There we go.
Well,
there we go.
That phase on circle couldn't be any more the opposite direction.
Absolutely wrecked.
It's about 30% water on that north side. You have the river in play. We're going to see a lot of teams scramble on the southern edge of this circle to try and make their way into the circle. It's going to be good for teams that maybe opt to kind of take a little bit longer to loot and get to a more northern spot, the likes of Team Seeker, for example. They're going up to kind of Kameshki area of the Kameshki stall bar. But for the teams that have dropped early, like Reject, kind of Cryptics, BTR, it's going to be a little bit trickier for them.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, one team is going to be kind of happy because obviously we don't have MS Chonburi in the server, at least with this and the next game. So DRs are going to be happy. Yasnaya, the entire city is theirs for the taking, and also they are in the safe zone. One thing I am noticing is the beleaguered team that is Team Secret. From Kameshki, they're going to be rotating very early through Stalba and trying to make their way towards Severny, which is, I guess, the right play. Because even though the center of the circle is between Severny and Rozok, if you can find yourself in Severny early in the game, you're going to be putting yourself in a pretty comfortable spot. And right now for Team Secret, I guess they're looking for some placement points, perhaps, you know, trying to play it safe, have...
They're looking for anything.
Anything for that matter. They're not going to be finding too many kills this early, though, as we do have TJB on a bit of an excursion. They do tend to, you know, kind of like dropping towards, you know, sometimes the South Georgia pool, towards Lipovka, and because of the plane path, they did drop a bit spread thin towards the eastern side of the island, right, towards Lipovka, towards Milta Power. We have a couple towards Mansion as well. So maybe they're going to regroup and then decide where they're going to be heading towards.
For sure, for sure. I'm curious to see if the Xavier will get punished like they did in one of the previous Erangel games on the Lipovka side of the map. It doesn't seem to be the case. They've learned from their mistakes. Tongja Bao in a big spread between Lipovka, kind of the east of Yasnaya, and then down and towards Milta. So that's an interesting spread considering the plane path from Tongja Bao. Let's see if it works out for them. FaZe Clan doing what is very beneficial for a lot of teams, which is, again, starting their looting phase 4.5 minutes into the game, but they're already inside the circle, so that kind of, you know, balances things out quite nicely, so they're less likely to get caught out on a rotation. Yeah, okay, they'll still need to move out of the crates, out of the South Georgia area, but they have a lot less distance to get into a much stronger position. Still be aware that as teams rotate around them, we get into the Phase 1 blue zone, kind of getting much closer to Phase 2. Teams will be more heavily around them.
Indeed, it will. And maybe we can bring up the map here, because we can see a couple of interesting rotations taking place already. I did touch upon Team Secret maybe trying to make their way towards Severny, but that has been preempted by Rico Infinity, who made their way all the way up north, right? Like you pointed out. Then we have Deadeye's guys making their home towards Rozok, a place they do like to play. And he did touch upon the fact that one of his favorite circles is that Rozok circle, right? With the bridges. And speaking of bridges and speaking of water bodies, it is going to be Cryptics taking a couple of bullets to that UAZ of theirs, but they'll be fine. They'll be fine for now.
They'll be all good. Genesis Dogma are in a great kind of spot as one of the first teams to drop down in Primorsk, so therefore they're one of the first teams to start rotating. And they can play on that western coastal line. Yeah, as they enter into the edge of the circle, they're getting close to the likes of FaZe and Cryptics, but in my eyes, they still have one of the safest entry points into the initial circle part of the map, and then they can bide their time, grab the information, and then play around other teams around them. One thing that I've always found really nice about Genesis' play style is they will play to an extent passive, but the second they have to get aggressive, they will turn that up like that, you know, at the flick of a switch. They are really kind of, they're really kind of sharp in that regard, and they'll also play for 30 seconds ahead, so they'll put themselves in stronger positions that will benefit them 30 seconds later in the game. It's that kind of 1-2 step ahead play style that I've really been impressed with Genesis Dogma in the past, and I hope it transfers to the PMGC.
A team who has, I mean, this is more of a job for the analysts, but I do wonder at what point do we say, you know, BTR are, you know, no longer the team that we knew. I mean, you look at the name, you're like, we know what they can deliver, but thus far, it has been a bit lackluster, but this is an opportunity for them to try and turn things around. The Xavier, Luxy, he is clambering up that hill in the car, and then unfortunately for Luxy, not quite able to, for Duck rather, not quite able to land a shot, but that's a quick reply from Luxy. That's a nice reply from BTR. And Xavier, where are the rest of the team?
The rest of the team are a little bit more towards the eastern edge of the circle. Good initial shots from Xavier, but not enough of a connection, and BTR responding extremely quickly. And that's the thing. This is something that we do need to compliment BTR on. In the past, they wouldn't be as aggressive in this nature. They wouldn't be as responsive. They wouldn't even be as forward-thinking on that initial rotation. But they are adapting. They are changing with the times. Bringing Yuhai into the team has had that positive effect. Despite them struggling at the moment, we do need to always recognize that and use that and point it out when it shows, and it showed right there. So great play, BTR.
Yeah, great reply coming in, especially for a team. Well, they've only played 4 games, but still being in the 18th position is, I'm sure, very uncomfortable for a team like BTR. So, yeah, great response. And the Xavier maybe not expecting that aggression. I know how quickly the tables turned there for the Xavier. Yeah, they definitely were. They're like, we're going to take a couple of shots, and BTR is like, wait, where did that come from? All right.
Well, what is it they say? If you play with fire, you're going to get burned?
Yeah, there's another one. If you come at the king, you better not miss. Although that being said, BTR aren't exactly kings right now. But looking at the zone, okay, listen, Karim, we spoke about this yesterday. I kept telling you, I love a beach circle. I love a half-water circle, and that could be what's happening. You say it's glorious. It is magnificent. Not for the players, mind you, but at least for us.
Now, the edge of stall bar is going to be a really important aspect of this kind of circle. We're kind of seeing DRS and Tongja about fight over a little bit of the area. However, this is more of a Severny Hill position, which is also a very important part of the map. Hangman, he gets knocked by Alzen. He's able to pull that one out, turns it around, looking for another knock on towards TJB. Where is the rest of DRS? They're nowhere in sight. AJ is further behind inside the warehouse. The third player is pushing on in. Actually, no, Nimehi gets knocked, so it is just one player left up for DRS.
Tongja Bao, even though it was a valiant attempt from Gyalzen, yeah, they just got picked apart, especially the player up top in the first floor. And Tongja Bao, yeah, they're looking to get off on the right foot here. And as you pointed out, for DRS, Gyalzen and Nima bleeding out in the open, the day is definitely numbered. And DRS off to a bit of a grim start. And Lord rattling off the bullets. But somehow, it's not going to really find its mark. Somehow, Genesis Dogma able to make their escape.
Honestly, I don't know why Nigma Galaxy are in the south edge of Severny. I don't really agree with that position. It's still only phase 2. I get it. It's a very northern circle, but short term, it can work out long term. I can see it going against them. Despite it working in favor for Genesis Dogma in terms of getting a kill onto Rico Infinity, that was a very risky set of rotations for Genesis Dogma. So close to Severny on that coastal line. They get away with it, but it could have been handled a little bit better.
Yeah, and for Rico Infinity as well, as we pointed out earlier, they were the first team at Severny. They had all the time in the world to boot up. But the moment the circle started collapsing on Severny, they decided to evacuate the premises. But it seems like they've been caught out on the rotation. They don't seem to be very comfortable. Spot. Yeah, maybe they wanted to leave a little earlier, or they just committed and just hunkered down on Severny. So things not looking that great for them, but you can see the number of teams slowly gravitating towards that beachhead. You can see the 3 surviving members of Rico Infinity have a little bit of, like, you know, a couple of compounds to work with, but as you pointed out, you have Enigma Galaxy nearby, you have Genesis Dogma, kind of spread a little thin, but they do have the beach to work with, and that's a pretty comfortable position. But that being said, Booms is by his lonesome and is the first player on the beach. And if you look at the way Cryptics are approaching, especially from that angle with the cliffs, they will have a clean line of sight on Boom's position.
Yeah, in this kind of circle, the west and the eastern edge is predominantly like the best position to be in, because if it shifts down south, you have a much easier entry point hanging on to the edge of the circle. If it shifts over to the to your direction, you're already inside the circle. If it shifts in the opposite direction, you can still thread lightly. So where Cryptics are is fantastic, and also BC Swell on the opposite side of phase 2 are also in an absolutely bang-on spot. But the next circle has come upon us. It's centralized quite nicely. We still have a good 35% circle, and are we looking at another city finish in the eyes of Severity? I think we are.
Listen, I'm fine with both. I'm fine with both Imperium. It could be the city. It could be the gentle sloping open plains. It could also be a water finish. You could have the beachhead being the final piece of land as TJB are going up against Genesis Dogma, and TJB look like an unstoppable animal today thus far. Already a chicken dinner to the name as Xavier. Okay, that's a nice reply. They take down Highboy with a vehicle, and Zuxi just a bullet away from getting knocked down as well. It's going to try and deploy smokes, but for BTR, they weren't expecting the players to come from the top. In the meantime, okay, Rico Infinity having to go up against FaZe, and it is going to be SK-Ton with a double knock. Fantastic work coming in, but FaZe having to fight multiple teams as it is going to be Cryptics charging in Imperium, looking to pick up the remaining pieces of FaZe. This is looking grim for the FaZe lads.
Corpai Ventores is going to be up in a 2v2 against Cryptics. El Chapo up on towards the second floor. Ventores being put down to sliver of health. And they being cooked once again. That's going to connect. And that's going to be found onto Ventores. Corpai, the IGL, he's on his own in a 1v2.
Oh, the second nade a little too deep, though, and as that battle commences, we have Nova on the beach, but I want to see what Cryptics are going to be doing here. They have a player that's been taken down. Lazy Boy has been knocked, and they know where Kerpoi is, the final member standing for the side of FaZe, unless I'm very much mistaken. He might get caught out here, but a bullet in the butt. He will survive, but while they try to take the fight, they need to be wary of the fact that there is indeed a third party rattling off bullets from the distance. It is, of course, Nigma Galaxy. So now that's provided a little bit of respite for FaZe to kind of recuperate themselves, but still, there's a two-man squad, and you can see Genesis Dogma member already inside of water because Nova have arrived.
Team Secret, they dropped, they went to Kameshki Stalbar, they're inside the circle on that eastern side. BC Swell decided to play more on towards a kind of higher ground of Stalbar, but they are further away. BTR being able to benefit as well and keep themselves up as a full squad. That's very important for their journey into the circle. But the eastern side of this phase 3 is the less congested side. It's all about that kind of Severny City where you have 7 to 8 teams trying to battle between the coastline and the Severny compounds.
Luxido, considering how they were getting harassed by multiple teams, and even though a couple of players got knocked down, BTR have done a great job. Yeah, they have the kills, and they're doing a good job keeping everyone alive, considering what it feels like a free-for-all this side of the map. And look at BTR going up against BC Swell, though in the meantime, this particular battle between Cryptics and FaZe is still ongoing, and that little bit of respite that FaZe needed, they got it. And they're going to try and capitalize on it, Imperium.
Exactly. It was a little bit unfortunate for Cryptics that Nigma got that third party, so they had to kind of reset themselves. They had to slow down, and that indeed allowed Ventores to keep himself alive. The revive came out, and they even turned it around with the kill onto one of the Cryptics players. But Deadeye's guys, their backs are against the wall. 2 games left for them to put a massive push up and towards the overall standing. 0 kills so far in this game, but with 47 players alive, the door is open for them on that southwestern edge of the circle. Outside of Severny, more importantly, because the circle is centered up, where they can maybe pick apart the likes of Nigma.
Oh boy, AJ, last man standing for DRS. He is getting surrounded, he is getting hounded, and he needs to somehow stay alive. The UMP comes out, he spots one, spots 2, double knock coming in from AJ. He's got to finish him off as well. Swapping to a secondary gun, not quite able to get the third, but he's done whatever he could do there from AJ, almost getting the double finish, but 1 kill is all he'll find, as DRS will be the first team to be eliminated.
He went out fighting, much respect. Unfortunately, that's the end of DRS and Team Secret stay alive as a 3-person team. Ventores, you can see in the feed, getting a kill onto one of the reject players, trying to hang on to the coastline. Duello going to be swimming with the fishes, but as he stays alive, the last player of, actually, sorry, 2 of the last players of Genesis Dogma still hold on to the coastline. As Nova, who have been in this position, I believe, since phase 3, are still holding down the fort inside the beach side of Severny.
Bear in mind, Damwon Gaming, 2-member squad, but that little tip, that little peninsula, they have called home for the time being. They haven't been spotted, they haven't made a single sound yet, and as long as there's other teams do the jobs for them and eliminate each other, they could potentially have a decent showing here. Maybe not with kill points, but at least placement points. They still, of course, have to be worried about Nova nearby, and also a couple of members of Genesis Dogma still inside of the water. Right now, the FaZe having to go up against Rico, Infinity, and Ventures. How many lives does this cat have? I don't know, but FaZe is still gonna stick around this two-man squad, although they are still getting harassed by the nades. Another nades almost finds Corpay.
If I ever get a cat, I'm naming the cat Ventures just because of how many lives he has on board. Cryptics have decided to avoid all of this and play towards the coastline, which I kind of low-key respect, being fair, because they were outside the circle and they would have had to push across the road through the buildings where Enigma were looking at them, where Rico Infinity were, and of course where FaZe were.
Team Secret, though, good position here. Bear in mind, they are right now bottom of the table. Just 2 points. This gas station, they're going to be they're in a great spot, in fact, as the circle will shrink further, and we're going to find out if it's going to be a good spot or not, as Diolo from Reject being taken down by Marshall. The smoke is going to provide Marshall a little bit of cover, but he will have to enter the water because he has announced his presence. In the meantime, BTR is still getting harassed. All 4 members grouped up, and look at the zone. You hear the little holler coming in from Imperium, and I have to echo it as well. This is disastrous for a few teams who were hoping, who were praying that a circle's going to be shifting further north. But unfortunately, now they got to get up and make a move. And unfortunately for them, Imperium, there are so many teams with the crosshairs trained in that very direction.
The rug being pulled from under the eyes of so many teams, or under the legs of so many teams, and this is where I feared for Nigma's position when they committed to Severny so early in the game, and I brought upon Deadeye's guys' ability to possibly control this fight, but it's going to be easier said than done as the initial knock comes out from a Hamodi onto Shifu.
Looking for more, though. So many nades popping off, and Fragboy is going to take the opportunity to just pop on top of the ridge and get one, but Freak with the flag. Oh, the nade from Hamodi finds both the Shifu and Fragboy. And even though Lord has been knocked down, advantage firmly with the Mina team. Hamodi looking to finish off the job. He just finds on top, and one member remains. Deadeye's guys are getting absolutely massacred by Nigma Galaxy and Turulov.
But why was Turulov just there? Kind of, I don't want to be rude, but doing nothing, right? If you're going to take that fight, you have to take it as a team. That flank from Freak was perfect, and it was a proactive flank. It wasn't a running away scared flank. It was a purposeful move to the side of the hill to get that shot onto Deadeye's guys. Whereas Deadeye's guys, Turulov, was doing nothing, and now he's going to get even more heavily pinched. That Shack of Dreams is going to turn into a Shack of Doom.
Well, he could get lucky, though, as Damwon Gaming, having left that little peninsula, which they called home for quite a while, they're getting shot at by multiple teams as well. And bear in mind, Stalwart Esports and TGB are TJB, beg your pardon, are very, very comfortable right now. But BTR, although they managed to keep all 4 alive, and even though they have a number of kills to their name, they are pinned down here from the distance. And in the meantime, it looks like a couple of teams have been eliminated. It looks like Nigma Galaxy has bid us adieu, and also Damwon Gaming on the rotation, getting caught out by Team Secret.
Nicely done. Nova coming across the play. They get a couple of shots on the BC as well. They have to get closer to BTR. They've absolutely nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And Team Secret, they're picking them off.
Oh, they're getting shot at by 4 teams, and there you have it. Nova is no more. Tangjia Bao with 4 kills, 4 alive. The only worry they have at the moment is Stalwart Esports nearby, but where will the circle shift? That's going to decide who it's going to favor, and it's smack on top of TJB. And we spoke about this earlier in map 1 as well. We said that sometimes the circle has been favoring TJB a little bit. This is just blatant favoritism coming in from the zone.
Feels bad, man, and sometimes it feels that way, but it's look at the gods, and they certainly have to look at the PUBG Mobile gods on their side. By the way, I'm glad you pointed out about Nigma Galaxy. Props to Turulov. It seems like he did get that 1v2 onto the rest of Nigma Galaxy, and he's been able to keep the dream alive for Deadeye's guys. But Rico Infinity, they're finding a way, but they haven't spotted him.
Yeah, somehow Deadeye's guys, Turulov being incredible in being very quiet. And it looks like Stalwart, 2 members down. And Top's going to arrive alongside Action to help out their teammates. Rico Infinity now having to go up against a full force of the Mongolians. Although right now it's been whittled down to just 1 member. Top's going to be lobbing a number of nades up, even tossing the car away with his HE, providing a little bit of time for the res to come in for the rest of his teammates. So Stalwart Esports still very much a 4-man squad. A second nade lobbed in, but Rico Infinity lucky, never mind. Fidan with a brilliant nade finds Top, and that should be the call for Rico Infinity to potentially go in for the kill.
And Turulov, it's so hard to track the kill feed because unless a player is confirmed, you don't know if that knock is actually correlating to the team that's beside you. So I understand why he's biding his time, but if he times it perfectly, he can step up third party and possibly wipe out both Stalwart and Rico Infinity, at least Rico, because it's just Anas that's left on his own.
Yeah, they just got kind of wrecked there, especially with Turulov with a sneaky nade from behind, but Action finishes off both Fidan and Turulov. And Stalwart Esports, well, they do what they do. They come, they conquer, and they kick ass. Anas, the last man remaining for the side of Rico Infinity, and he's going to try and be very quiet. But TJB, don't forget, not only do they have the zone, Imperium, they have a fantastic compound and some cover to work with.
How many times have the BTR players been knocked, but they still stay alive? It's so resilient from them. I gotta give them a lot of props. But it seems like they're target practice for so many teams, and it's gonna be Stalwart, Scry, absolutely stepping up to play. Action has been non-stop for his side as they keep themselves up as a full squad. And Team Secret, the team that are coming into this game with half a point per game, are in to the top 4.
That's 0.5 average points a game. That's rough. But yeah, they could easily double that. Imperium, they could easily double that. In fact, they might have even doubled it with the guaranteed point. Tripled it even. What a comeback coming in from Team Secret. They have 3 alive as well, but they have to contend against 2 monstrous teams in the form of TJB, the Chinese representative, and the Seoul Mongolians in the form of Stalwart Esports. All 4 alive for both the sides. Anas as well, you can never count him out, and he's going to be taking a few shots for Stalwart Esports. He might just run straight into their doom. He's going to find just the 1 knock, though, and Action will finish him off, and that is going to be R8 down. But Stalwart have lost a couple of members in the meantime, and Secret's going to use an opportunity to just jump on and just rattle off bullets onto both the teams, finding 2 knocks, 1 on TJB and 1 on Stalwart Esports.
I appreciate Stalwart and the fact that they had to push in, but maybe it was about 15 seconds too late. And then they tried to wrap around, and Team Secret being able to take advantage of that. TJB, they may hold on to the circle position, but that means they are at focus for the 2 remaining teams. Fredo looking to fight and jump his way in. Jumper behind him, followed by iShot. There should be 2 pushing in front and 1 behind, not the other way around. Team Secret.
Team Secret had 10 kills. Again, they had 1 kill going into this game, and now they are on 10. They have pentuple I don't know math that well, but they have a number of kills. Stalwart, though, somehow 2 still alive, and they're fighting back, but they're down to a 2-man squad, and TJB somehow getting time, and is still back to a 4-man unit.
Action, he's jumping around. Oh my god, how is he not being spotted? Smoke is gonna be his best friend. He makes the push, it doesn't work out, he gets knocked. Now it's just 1 player left up, and TJB still have to think about T-Secret behind them.
Oh, that's a team Molotov. That's so unfortunate for TJB. That means they're a man down. Still, it's now a 3v3, but they have to be careful about the 1 member. So about a 3 member still standing for Team Secret.
No.
And Molotov's going to finish off Fredo, TJB. They're dropping like flies. Now 2 members still standing, and Team Secret.
Come on, Team Secret.
In. They're looking to go for it, but look at the flank as well. Shots from a side. Jumper, this nade could be everything. He's gonna
beautiful.
Is he gonna find anyone? Yes, he is indeed, but shot actually from the sidelines, getting a knock. Now it's all down to Attacker, the 1 versus 2, the lone standing member, and they know exactly where he is, and that is gonna be Team Secret with the chicken dinner and Imperium. We had questions about this team, but they finally answered.
It took 5 games, but finally Team Secret wake up, smell the coffee, eat their Weetabix, say their prayers, take their vitamins, whatever you want to say, Blair, and they get a chicken dinner. I think 12 plus kills. They hung on to the eastern edge. They dropped in Kameshki, and they played that game beautifully because they threaded that needle. They threaded the needle between being proactive and staying out of all the action. And remember what I said about like phase 2 when we had about 40% circle, that being on either the western edge or the eastern edge of the circle was always going to be the best position to be in. Circle look around, and that's where Team Secret were, and they used that absolutely perfectly. Big props to them, because to come back when you're so down in the dumps, right, half a point per game coming into this one, and to turn that around shows that they have what it takes mentally to play hard and play big inside the PMGC.
I mean, you said it right. Like 0.5 points per game, and suddenly they got, I think, 12, 13 kills along with the chicken dinner. So that's like 28 casual points. So yeah, I don't think there's a number for how you talk about double, triple, quintuple. I don't think there's a number for this. It has been an incredible showing. The question, of course, is going to be, at least for the time being, if they're not still safe yet, Imperium, but at least they do themselves a huge favor and give themselves up a little bit of a boost, right? To at least somehow sneak their way into the top 16. The question, of course, going to be on everyone's lips, and I'm sure analysts have this question as well, is it sustainable? Can they sustain this?
I believe they can. We have to once again point out the fact that they won their PMPL Malaysia South Asia Championship, and they got the PMGC spot from that. They came into the PMPL SEA Championship not needing to win, but they still won it, right? So in that regard, we do have to say that yes, they can keep it up. They broke the mold, now they can continue the mold. Looking in towards the highlights, I feel bad for the teams that were on that coastline, that were kind of around that Severny area, because that's where the unfortunate kind of circle bad luck came into play, which isn't something that I always bring on board, but it did definitely hurt them massively. And it allowed the likes of Stalwart to come in on that kind of southwestern and south edge of the circle and dominate in the late stages of the game.
Yeah, just an incredible showing coming out there from Team Secret. But again, Matt, you can't count on some of the other teams as well, like Stalwart and TJB. Sure, they don't get a chicken dinner, but 17, 16 points respectively for TJB and Stalwart Esports. These guys are definitely going to be a team we have to keep our eyes out on. Bigatron as well, a bit of a resurgence coming out from the lads. For Deadeye's guys, they got 6 points. Again, not too shabby, but is it going to be enough? Are they going to be feeling comfortable in Imperium?
I don't think they are. But here's the thing, when I talked to Maxman and kind of we were highlighting some teams that might struggle in the first week, I said Deadeye's guys could be one of those teams, but I believe they'll bounce back in week 2. That's then. This is now, though.
Well, we do have our wonderful gentleman on the desk to break this one down, so I'm not going to waste any more time. Jason Kaplan and the boys, take it away.
Wonderful, gentlemen. I'm getting so confused. He's been so nice today. Maybe it's because it's a fantastic day of PUBG Mobile action. We see TJB come close to being the first team to get a back-to-back victory. But you know what, Maxman? I'm not going to call it just yet, but I'm getting really close to saying that Maxman curse does not exist this year in PMGC.
Man, I'm so surprised too, because I was at the start of this tournament. So I wasn't negative about Tongjaba, but I was questioning if they would potentially perform here. But they answered the question right away. I mean, yes, they were fully prepared and ready for this PMGC East League, and I want to see, can they do even more into the Super Weekend? That's, of course, the big question I keep repeating because it is just such a vital piece of information you've got to focus on. But, man, Team Secret, finally, I mean, they had a rough start of this league stage, and finally to get himself a win on top of it, like, that's a really good show up from this team.
There's a lot more that they kind of need to do, I feel like.
I agree.
Like, yeah, like right now, because we talk about that bubble, like mathematically, they still need to do a few more good things. But that game itself, I like how they used the knowledge of the northern side, right? They were that Severny team in PMPL, and they continued that when they moved to Stalba, come back to Severny and took the win.
We can see here our match ranking from our second match of the day in Team Secret, 29 smackaroos. Honestly, considering 47 plus or minus 3 points, that is a big chunk of what they needed to accomplish that point. But also, as you look down the list here, shout out to Bigatron. With how hard we are on them, we have to obviously give them a lot of positive notes when they do well. 12 points. They had 10 before. That should put them on 22. They are getting close to getting to that 43 point. And I say close, I mean, they're not even halfway there just yet, but they're looking better today than they looked yesterday. And that is a fantastic sign.
Yeah. Just to say, I think you worked with Kalaris too much. You say smackaroos and stuff. I don't think you used to say that before. We had a change in the vocabulary.
I think it's an American term.
Maybe also, I don't know. I haven't been there, so I couldn't tell you. But yeah, BTR, big step up from them. We needed to see that happen from them. They're onto the second page. Teams DeWitt seem still struggle a little bit. Need to see a little bit more from GRSF potential also. But Damwon, they had a interesting rotation. I'm not against it, but as we know from this team, they tend to play hyper passive, and they had an idea to commit to the coastline very early, which is not a bad idea by any stretch of the imagination. It's down to circle luck, but if you're Damwon, if you're Nova and you're in that position and the circle shifts back towards the center of the mainland, it's flat terrain. It's almost impossible to make that rotation work out. So it was very unfortunate for Damwon and Nova because that circle just absolutely wrecked them.
We can see here Jumper coming in for Team Secret. There was a point where not only was Team Secret attacking Bigatron, I think it was Stalwart Esports, and I'm just like, come on, leave them alone. But Jumper putting up some big damage. 800, no 1K mark just yet, but 6 limbs. I mean, I feel like sometimes we get lost, Tarzan, in the fact of like limbs and the numbers. We're like, oh, 3 limbs, 6 limbs. Like, limbs are so important because it's 1 point.
Yeah.
And every point matters, especially with how the lobby's shaping up to be. The fact that Jumper can pull off 6 like this when they desperately need to start picking up points is a great sign for this team.
Yeah, I mean, 6 elimination points, that's 3 times of what they got yesterday. That's how huge a jump this
Good
is.
math.
So they need to continue to do it. Come on, Max. Like that bit you should be able to do. But you can see the team's actually doing quite a lot of work as well when we look at that average team contribution. 37% means the whole team's been active through that. I mean, they didn't have to move that much if we talk about moving from Saverni, but they for sure know the position to play. But this, take it away.
I'm sorry, I said because I wanted to talk about something when we went into the analysis here. Hamodi, I'm so glad he is in the head-to-head because this man is starting to be the dream breaker here for some teams like Deadeye guys.
I was about to make a Pokemon reference and said he was taught the move Dream Eater, and he's just eating up the dreams of Deadeye's guys right now. He's just turned into a Pokemon entirely. I mean, he just got himself that insanely good double nade frag onto Deadeye's guys. So we'll see that fight a little bit more in depth to see exactly how that went down, but that fight was huge, not only for Nigma Galaxy to try and retain in that top 3 and still have a chance to potentially go for that first place, but Deadeye's guys, we said it, they need some good games, and I would say also, Tarzan, had the advantage in terms of the terrain, but they just couldn't use it because of that one off angle of Hamodi that really set everything up for Nigma to win that fight.
You see, like, they are that team that loves these classical power positions, but sometimes they don't capitalize enough, right? They needed to do one thing is to hold the team off, but they have the split, they have that 2-step forward thinking, maybe we need to think about center and all that stuff, but then they got stuck in between. They didn't get either job done. So that is the problem with that team at the moment.
Well, yeah, they can't seem to close out matches for Nigma Galaxy at least, but it doesn't seem to matter. 72 points for them, currently sitting in 3rd place, but you know what, Max, man? Go ahead. Gloat a little bit. Look at that 2nd place team.
Avenger level threat team. Let's go.
Oh, come on. Every time
I have to do it, Jason. But yes, this is another time where Stalwart don't even have, I would say, the easiest time to get to the late game, right? They're always struggling, they're always skirmishing, taking those fights, but they just play so well when it comes down to their synergy. Their communication's so good, it works every time. Yes.
I'm sorry, I just want to jump in. You can continue about them, but they have 5 matches played. TJB have 7, Nigma have 7, Envy have 7, and 628 have 6. Like, they have 2 less matches played than the teams around them, and they're behind 1st place by 9 points. That is, I think, a true testament to how strong this Mongolian team is.
Yeah, that's what we touched upon at the start of the show, right? They have got 2 games less played than all the teams on that first page almost, and they're going for 1st place, I would say, Tarzan, clearly here.
Guys, crazy. They were from PMCO online qualifiers. How do they do that? Like, that is insane. And I went back to look at the maps because Max probably wouldn't do that. And look at these weekly averages.
Why could dig at me?
Any random week, any week that they played on the competitive level, the lowest they've got through a week when it comes to point per game is 7.5. That is nuts. That is nuts. We're talking about the best weeks that they're averaging 16, 17 points. The worst week, any week, 7.5. They're averaging a lot more right now. That I don't know what teams can stop this particular team from Mongolia, but really, really excited.
Also excited to see Secret here. If we talk about the other teams, they went up to 13th place. Before that, they were in 20th place. They had 2 points before that match. That really shows how impactful like one chicken dinner can be for your team. I mean, the likes of Bigatron, Deadeye guys. If you just get that one win, it could change your potential future. You could be playing the Super Weekend or potentially not playing if you can't seem to accomplish that. But really great to see that those bottom 4 teams that we were questioning yesterday, yeah, they only had 3 matches played. There is some life in them. They do have that power. And speaking of power, man who does have power is right next to me, Maxman. What are we going to recap here today?
We're going to be breaking that. There was a lot to break down this one, Jason. We're going to be mainly focusing on teams and their priority, especially around going for a central position into a strong compound that this time around was not even a compound, Saverni, otherwise Kalaris is going to call me out again. But the important thing, and this is something, Tarzan, we brought up a lot, right? When you go for a city this early on, your main goal is to set yourself up for a potential bad circle shift. And Rick Infinity, I would say, was one of the teams as Enigma Galaxy to do it the best.
Yeah, it's tough, I think, for this team, because when I watch them in PMPL, they are this northern team that may get northern circles, but don't quite capitalize on that. And actually, they did something really well here. Yeah, there's a really southern playing path. They need to move very far from there to the north, but they were well set up and ready to welcome these teams from the outside. So they basically farm most of their kills around Saverni where they drop. The transition into fighting mode was perfect, and they just carry it on from there.
Yeah.
Also, I like that little transition there you saw at the end, Max, where you had like one player go out, then the other ones eventually moved up, and then another player moved over, while the one who initially went out stayed there to make sure to lock down sites. Like, it seemed like very methodical and really careful with how they did transition.
Yeah, it was really well played. Actually, we saw there that they seemed a little bit too much to the left, but actually they were a little bit more to the right, so they were just offset by a bit, so they were actually onto the eastern side of Saverni. But yeah, it's a very typical playstyle from this team also. But now this is the fight that was very interesting, Tarzan, and there's a lot to break down, but I'll let you go for it, man. Go for it.
I think the key thing is how they set up, right? The DE's trying to do too many things. They know there's a team there. They were disrespecting the angles. Using aggressive smoke allows Enigma Galaxy to send the wide person. Freak being on the side was so important with that side angle, and they just took it away. Like, it's so quick. It was so methodological, and it was great. It's choke from DE.
I liked Freak's position there, Max, actually, because he was off to the side and he gave them like another angle against Dream Eaters. But now we're transitioning towards Team Secret and the push on TJB. I mean, TJB had a really difficult job here defending 2 different teams at the same time.
I don't know how they survived it, but one of the things that made it a lot easier for Team Secret to harass TJB's position with that smoke usage. They just smoked out those 2 small cabins away from TJB, so they had no information, despite having that third-person perspective, of how Team Secret were going to approach this position. And what you do, you close that gap. Fredo gets a little bit closer and closer, and the moment you see those smokes dissipate is when you go for the nade, and you're going to see right here, Jumper waits it out, the smoke about to dissipate, cooks it up, and as you say, Jason goes for the best Kobe ever to get that final kill on Attacker and to make sure they secure that chicken dinner. That was top tier gameplay from Team Secret, and I want to see more, Jason. I don't want to see only 2 points in an entire day. I want to see games like this often from Team Secret because they can close off games.
I want to give a little bit of high-level analysis here, but I'm a little bit afraid to because I don't want to look stupid. But one thing that I noticed TJB was doing before we got to that point, don't judge me too hard, Smash, Max, Mash.
Okay.
Is that TJB were, Sean Connery, were actually getting aggressive from the positions. I feel like they realized there's quite a few different teams pushing on them. And I feel like you mentioned, those smokes going down prevented them from being aggressive to use the windows, like you mentioned, to actually attack people coming in. And also it made TJB not want to actually go outside of the cabins to try to find a different angle to attack from because they're so susceptible to being picked off. Yes, correct, wrong? Did I do right? Did I do good?
I would agree. They were attempting to move out because there was no information, right, from the smokes coming out from Team Secret especially. They need that information, otherwise you're just going to have 2 teams collapse on top of you. You're going to have Star Wars Esports coming out from the west, and from the east it was going to be Team Secret. They tried to make it happen. They got a little bit lucky towards the end because the blue zone engulfed all of the position from Star Wars, so it actually somewhat took care of itself for some time, but there was an inherent mindset for them that we want to go out aggressive because otherwise we're just going to get bullied and we're not going to get the win, which they didn't even at the end, but it was a good way for them to try and take that game in their own hands.
Smokes, guys, I actually want to provide a different point of view as well. Like, of course, we love what Team Secret do if those are their smokes, because we've seen teams sometimes create smoke paths, use too many smokes when they could have just smoked off the enemy, which could have been the great play there. But if we think about TJB's position, they kind of need to smoke themselves up as well, because if they don't smoke off those windows, nades could have like flew in so much earlier as well. Exactly, the Kobe's could come in, I don't know, a good 2 minutes earlier in that type of skirmish. So those smokes have to be there, like kind of for both teams. So after that is about how they play under the pressure.
We also need to give, I guess, shout out to TJB. I mean, we were talking about them quite a bit. I remember, Max, we were talking while watching the game, how they've like changed things up so drastically from PEL, where I think you said they like to play on the outsides, on the edges, and now they're playing super central. We've seen just 2 matches in a row where they set it up super early in the game.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of that change of playstyle because you need to adapt when you go into this international tournament, right? And I think that some teams, especially for TJB, first time playing into a PMGC, they might be a little bit cautious of doing that, especially in the first week of play, might try things out on the go, but they found a playstyle that works fine. That goes to show to me that they've put so much time in researching before this tournament. Of course, they're at the end of PL Season 4, so they didn't have time to scrim as much as they would potentially wanted. They didn't have time to scrim at all, I believe, even, but they put that time to check out the VOD, see how teams play, and adapt to that lobby. And they did it so well. I mean, they got themselves so far 2 chicken dinners, almost were able to get himself a back-to-back here. Jason, not quite able to happen just yet, but man, they're going for the top, and I had doubts, but they answered the prayers, I think, of a lot of Chinese fans out there. The TJB are here for the trophy.
I mean, you never would have guessed that these Chinese teams haven't had time to practice coming into this event, because all 3 of them are in our top 5 right now, Tarzan.
It is crazy. I mean, we talk about the different adaptations that they have to make. We talk about patches, you know, like loadout and gun differences, a little bit of difference in maybe circle, shrinking speed or whatnot, but they seem to do completely fine.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have Miramar coming up next, A, C, D, and E. But also keep in mind, this is Group A's last chance to get as many points as possible. And to be honest, we're talking about one team in particular, Deadeye guys, currently sitting in 16th place. They are the bubble at 26 points. The team next closest to them in 17th, Damwon at 22. Deadeye guys have to have a fantastic match here and then hope that their teams can't surpass them the next and final 2 matches of the day if they want to make through into our first Super Weekend. It's going to be tough, but luckily for them, they have a little bit of time before we do hop into that match. So you know what? We're going to head to a short break here. When we do come back, it'll be match 3 of the day.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe. It's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia. You were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China. You carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Jumper lontaran hit ke bahagian hadapan, tapi itulah dia Free Fire yang ditunggu dengan begitu sabar sekali oleh Raze. Mungkin akan meranapkan impian Team Secret. Team Secret terkeluar di tempat yang ke-8 dengan kini telah pun diketahui. Pun cuba untuk masuk daripada bahagian belakang, tapi datang oleh gangguan daripada Jumper.
Went the wrong direction, Zaxir aiming out for the grenade, and he gets the whole team wide here for Gig Fan.
Oh, that's Rule number 2, here we have it.
Looking out really tough for you, Hoi getting 70k. MR5 is down as well, that is huge, Nate.
Close one there by Fluke. Ooh, another one coming in from Damru. Can you figure out Fluke? Fluke now 50% health. Fluke is actually being shot at.
Oh,
Where is he gonna go? Oh no! Fluke! Fluke! Ooh, Fluke! Man, he goes.
Much early on as compared to Erangel Galacticos moving into the corner of the container, and Tamio gets taken now.
Hello, di manakah QB berada? Bombs bakal langsung aja.
Bahkan ada sebuah ledakan, ada sebuah bagi yang juga loncat tadi kita melihat. Dan itu dia Genesis Dogma memulangkan semua pemain dari V-Gaming. โลแกนโชว์ความเก่าครับแล้วนี่เรียบร้อยครับเป็นทางด้านโลแกนครับที่ค่อนข้างที่จะเก่ากว่านะช็อตนี้แล้วมียายขาชิ้นต้องนะครับต้องปั๊มวงเหนียนไปสิ PTR กิ๊กแฟมโดนหนีสุดแล้วดึงมาที่เก็บโอกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตรงแล้วโดนไฟ2เลย
มิลาต้องใจเย็นน้องรักมีเรื่องตัวเปมาก็เช็คชื่อครับโอ้โเอาตรงนี้หน่อยปอนไฟหนอนเป็นเครียดแล้วตอนนี้โดนท้องอย่างไกลๆขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอขอแค่เม็ดเดียวล่วงไปโอ้โหจังหวะนี้ทั้ง3ปมจะเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขามาเทได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้เรียบร้อยเลยไม่ตี2แต้ม
Mari kedudukan yang cantik. Kita lihatkan tim secret di bagian high ground tersebut, tapi Nerpeko dengan satu pemanduan yang begitu.
Oh ya, mungkin dia memang confirm achievement pula. Confirm Malaysia Miramar
daripada tim Esports.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国革命精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de PUBG Mobile. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей в текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
Watch out.
Saya jadi jago bukan karena kebetulan, semua karena latihan dan kerja keras.
Watch out.
Lawan-lawan mah gak pernah peduli sama apa yang udah kita lalui. Yang mereka lakukan hanyalah menunggu dan memburu. Ada yang lapar?
Watch out.
Let's do some magic. Ini dia jurus selanjutnya. Bukan sulap, bukan sihir. Muka pangalan, Cap. Knock. Satu lagi. Untuk jadi yang terbaik, harus punya trik yang banyak. Satu orang depan aku, Cok. Cover. Mati! Mas! Watch me.
진을 예쁘게 쳐놓긴 했는데
이거 준이 얻어. 준이.
자, 많이 뺐어요.
워리어스. 스코어도 자 이거 오케이가 순식간에 녹을 수 있습니다. 이거 스코어가 판을 깔아줬거든요. 워리어스.
본인들의 점수가
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Kiri. Watch out.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021, the East League. As we're about to head into our third match of the day, and well, for some teams, this is their final match of the entire first week of league play. We got Group A going to be sitting out after this match, but only one team in this group at the moment is really on that cusp of being knocked out of top 16. Currently, they are in 16th place, but not by many points. We got Deadeye, guys. All focus from us is going to be basically on them here, guys.
Yes, it's spooky. It's very spooky, Jason, for them right now. I'm not enjoying it.
They said sporky. I'm like, huh.
A spork. You got to get a spork also. It's pretty useful for my understanding. I use a spork sometimes, but no, it's a scary time for Deadeye's guys. It is their last game after all, and it's going to be on Miramar. Miramar, not really a map in where I think Deadeye's guys perform extremely well. I typically see them more as a Erangel team more than anything. So I mean, Tarzan, they need to put the pedal to the metal. You know, all the. I said it right. I said it right. Wow.
Well done. And you know what? Like, there's one thing that we need to take into consideration is the clash with 628 around Power Grid. This time around, 628 is not in, so we don't have Group B. So that means they can go back to Power Grid from their old comfort. Now there's no contest over there. So can they use that to bring themselves a huge game? Because we want those. We want huge games, and that's how you know you've got the boost that you need to go into Super Weekends.
Yeah, and we should even maybe focus in a little bit here on Group B as well. As you have Team Secret, DRS, Genesis Dogma, FaZe Clan, also Group D with Bigatron. Both these two groups will be playing throughout the rest of today. Got to mention BC Swell and Reject looking okay, but you have BC Swell at the bottom at 9 points. You got FaZe Clan on 14, Bigatron on 22, and Damwon at 22 as well. So there's a little bit of a struggle at the bottom of the table, but the upside is they will know that finish line, or generally know that finish line after this match is finished. If Deadeye Guy stays 16th place, then it's about outperforming the other teams here at the bottom of the table and potentially surpassing some others. But to be fair, I mean, DRS, they're on 29 points. They're looking, to be fair, relatively okay considering they're playing every single match throughout the rest of today. So I feel like they might be able to qualify here. The team from Nepal able to rein in But I'm also curious where you guys are kind of focused on. If we just finished talking about like the low ends, the downsides right now of what's going on.
Yeah.
What about the high ends? TJB, they won earlier on. We saw that finish in Impala that I called. We had Reject in there as well. We had 628. I'm sorry, Max. I'm curious if we're going to see another great performance out of the likes of those three teams.
It seemed like that would be the case. They seem very comfortable in the game of Miramar, right? And Miramar is a map where if you have a strong macro, you're going to be rewarded a lot of the time. So those teams have already proven that. So I think it's a fair assessment to say that they're going to be fine going into these last few Miramar games. So yeah, I'll have to see how things are going to be panning out. But as we said, it's Miramar, right? And you've got some teams that are not going to be too comfortable. We talked about Deadeye's guys. They need to have a good result here. They might change a few things coming to this one, but Tarzan, if there's a team that I'm looking at and I want to see some changes on this map, not only this map, also on Erangel, is Damwon that you brought up, Jason. This is a team that when I look back at last PMGC, they were known, at least for most of the players, 3 of them actually, were known as being part of Archer Gaming. Just like DRS, they're a very stubborn team. If something doesn't work, they're still going to try to make that thing work. I want to see something change from Damwon Gaming because otherwise, we said it many times, missing out on a singular Super Weekend, that's a big rough start for you in the PMGC adventure.
Yeah, it is a little bit rough, but you know what? Like there's still a lot of matches to be played. Well, 3 matches to be played here before we do get into our Super Weekend in 2 days' time. In the meantime, we're actually going to head to our commentators. For the first time today, we got John and Blank blessing us yet again. How you guys doing?
I'm doing great, Jason. Thank you very much for giving us that. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of more chances today. 3 more games still to go. But as you said, only 1 more chance for the Deadeye's guys. Blank, they've got it all to play for.
Yeah, this is the last time that we're coming into this one, so it's pretty rough. I mean, you're looking at a massive game here for the Deadeye guys to actually make it in. Personally, I don't think it's possible. I think this is probably Deadeye's guys' last match, and now they've got to expect everyone underneath them to just do nothing for the last 3 games of the day, which is kind of unlikely coming into this one. But we will see what happens. I mean, Deadeye guys, they still have a performance to put up there, and it feels bad because I'm a big fan of Deadeye guys. I liked how they performed over in their individual PMPL. Unfortunately, here on the global stage, it's just not looking that hot. And Miramar at the moment, just looking at Deadeye's guys' recent performances, they have got themselves stuck into some tight scenarios and unable to clamber out of them. So we'll see how they can do here on Miramar Jump.
Yeah, they haven't been able to quite step up all the way, as you say, but for them to be able to qualify, they're looking at a 2nd place or a 1st place finish. I think anything less is going to put them in real hot water for the rest of the games today. They will not have agency in those last games. But the playing path going from Midwest all the way to the top right, to the northeast there, over to Campo Militar.
Like you said, John, you know, they'll be in hot water. And even if they do get into that 2nd or 1st spot, they're still going to be simmering away on the hub, right? Because it's going to be rough for them. You're watching teams underneath you try and clamber your way up. But we will talk about them a little bit more when we get to that 20th minute mark. And if they're still in the lobby then. Looking at the map at the moment, you know, very central playing path, to be honest with you, with a lot of really good spots still open. Impala, slightly more out of reach here. But we do get this eastern shift. Now, Dig Xavier, we know that they've recently headed over to this side of the map quite a few times, but it is Team Secret coming off the back of that last massive game that I was extremely pleased with. And, you know, I know that Team Secret is a good team. Just watching them over in Southeast Asia, you know, they had a fantastic run over on that side all the way into the finals. Now, going out versus teams like DRS, who, you know, we haven't seen a lot from, specifically on that first game, was painful for me to watch, to be quite honest with you. So it's nice to see them at least get that bungee, get that spring back in the 2nd game.
And Bigatron as well got a couple more points than they were used to so far this tournament. However, they do need to put in a greater performance. They are also in that red zone, in that possible elimination area, and they do need to be putting up those points today, pick up the pieces, because they looked a little bit lost yesterday. Hopefully they found their path. They're the team that is going to be dropping up in the northeastern side of this map currently, over towards Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca, and actually with a split out all the way to Cruz de Valle. And this circle will be heading out east as well. So an eastern rotation potentially on the cards to head down that coast.
Yeah, I mean, it's so free at the moment, and you should know from that playing path, if you are BTR, that if you're dropping down past El Azahar, you should have a free time of it. Now, the one worrying thing for me about BTR at the moment, John, and I'll say it here, is I do think they have looked a little bit clueless at times. You know, looking at previous iterations of BTR, they are very sharp as the Samurai Blade, right? But most of the time, when we're looking at it now, they're making movements that just don't make sense to me, especially from such seasoned players as Zuxi, as Luxi. You know, yesterday I was talking about Kalaris, is that, you know, they ran straight past 4 rivals on Erangel when 4 rivals had a very prominent dip, not one that's not uncommonly played. It's pretty important one on the map, and they just try and fly through and see what they can get done. But at this level, this caliber of play, that sort of thing doesn't fly. And let's be sure, BTR went flying off the edge of the map on that game.
But it's in general quite an interesting sort of circle dynamic going on in the lobby right now, and I think it's like to change in the coming days. But look at that reject. They lose Divine up top. Cryptic's able to clock that one as they try and go over the hills, losing themselves there. But I was talking about, in general, the circle dynamic is quite interesting. A lot of teams are showing a lot of respect to anybody who is currently holding a position, not wanting to necessarily over-invest into pushing these positions. And so, I mean, potentially, that's sort of a major difference that some of these teams are adapting to, and why we're seeing some teams that we expected to do a lot better not quite find that footing.
Yeah, there's some extreme caution going down here in the league stage, at least this format currently. I mean, Tongjibao on our screen right now, extremely good example of this. Now, they've taken center practically every game, and, you know, they have had some circle luck, even just our last game where they were toppled by Team Secret. So getting that second place is fantastic, and they'll have easily punched their ticket into the Super Weekend. Tony K, that is an unfortunate run. And to be fair, though, looking at the trajectory of the vehicle, not sure what he was trying to achieve by going into that wall. That felt like a gifted kill over the Tongjibao. But I don't think this will continue for Tongjibao, at least their center play. I think that caution will start to dissipate as we move through these games. People will be more lively, more ready to take those compounds off other teams if they prove to be extremely you know, useful in that late game. I think Super Weekend, we could even see a massive turnabout of playstyle. Because remember, League play is all about just getting into that top 16. That's what it's all about here. You don't necessarily have to punch out massively.
You just need to be hitting 8-point averages. A little bit of retribution potentially for FaZe. Crest the Summit. Corprix not quite able to find the shot attacker. Able to get one, but not find the other. The 1-2 punch not quite there for Tongjibao. They will lose attacker. Potential res for FaZe as they find an answer to that early knock on Tony K.
This is a dangerous push coming through from Sir. Corpai managed to make that one beautifully done. We knew how well he did on 888. But right now, FaZe looking to send these guys back. Sir makes a very quick movement up to the side of the hill, and I think they know with Corpai being quite low here, they could potentially do something. But with that res coming through so quickly, you know, FaZe might just disengage. It would be the smart choice here rather than staying in a fight here with Tongjibao. You know, they have precedence in this circle to move off to the eastern side, further towards that center position.
FaZe up, FaZe out, running away from this one. You don't want to get involved. Take a little bit of a tumble there. Luckily, Tongjibao went quite up on the ridge line and will have a little bit of respite. But it's not going to be able to get those sight lines. Away they go with 3 players still alive. A little bit harried, but they give as good as they got. Tongjibao still. Fury firing those bullets over the top.
I think with Cryptics taking shots onto rejects early, you know, it makes sense. They were kind of crushed between Dogma as well as Cryptics as well. So Reject are in a bit of a struggle position. They've managed to break away and moving over towards their fellow Japanese team in BC Swell, just underneath Los Leones. I think most teams just getting prepared for an eventual late game here. Nova already taking those aggressive splits, but Sir goes down. FaZe gets shots from the side, and that's Deadeye guys chiming into this one.
All right, another knock going both ways. Deadeye's guys, as we know, needs a good game here. They need to be able to put up big points to have a hope of qualifying for this Super Weekend. Vinterez looks a little bit closer to this res than the rest of Tongjibao. Forward's position gets curtailed.
I think with both these teams weakened, you know, this could be a really good opportunity for Deadeye's guys. And on our map, we can see that they have actually dropped one player into a vehicle, so they could be moving over here. Tongjabao shouldn't give them too much trouble. Far too worried about FaZe at the moment, but only 2 players from FaZe still up. You know, Deadeye guys, you know, they need a win, but more than that, they need a big fat one. They need a few kills on board as well. I mean, more than a few kills. But this is a good opportunity to begin the run here. The question is, do they have that confidence to make it happen?
He's taking bullets, but he should be able to get this res off. Still just getting peppered. Only 2 angles, and they're not quite able to find the side of the tree there. Pushing up as well. There's suppression going towards the FaZe players. 2 players now from Tongjabao moving forwards. A duo, Hsa in the charge now, back in the fight, getting healed on up. MR5 and Torres, Korpai as well, back to the compound. Tongjabao not going to be able to find anything but the blank side of a wall.
Here for me, Deadeye guys have been so hesitant. I think that, you know, with FaZe being harried by Lons from Tongjabao, you know, there is a real opportunity here to just fly into this position. You know, it's a decent compound. It'd be a great spot for Deadeye guys to pick up early on in the game. But I think they're playing scared, and, you know, that's almost understandable. With only 1 game remaining, you don't want to make that Hail Mary and it all go, you know, badly for yourself. It go completely backwards. So you're a bit worried about it. Cryptic's on the screen at the moment. They're just coming in down from the southeast side, just outside of the circle. Los Leones no longer within this one. Nova currently with a really good spot towards the center of our map. And Dig Xavier finally making their way over to the eastern side, where they're most comfortable most of our games.
Hopefully. DRS at the moment. Sailing in from the north side. Pretty close to Damwon Gaming. Pretty close to Team Secret as well. So the route of ingress will be contested on the northern side. Question is, who's going to be able to take priority on those rotational paths? BC Swell, they got themselves the North Los Leones Hills. You know, Los Leones, as you said, isn't in this circle, but still a fairly interesting area of rotation, very near to Cryptics and Reject.
You have Picardo here as well, so there's a lot of teams that can swing down past that area. Enigma Galaxy all the way on our western side of the map at the moment, one of our best teams in the lobby. I would say it's a surprise, you know, and they have 100% surprised all of us. But Enigma Galaxy coming out here very, very strong at the moment. Very impressed by players like Lord, like Hamodi, all players that we are very well acquainted with. Damwon Gaming on a screen, I think Maxman put this team very, very well, is that, you know, sometimes they get themselves into situations and then they don't like to get themselves in those situations, you know, they're in it for the end game.
That's a situation all in itself. Forrest gets knocked out the car, takes a little bit of a stall up the hill, and the hill start not quite there. Clutch control not on point as Forrest will get sprayed down from the off.
Yeah, so Damwon Gaming losing one there, a little bit unfortunate for them. Team Secret DRS coming up from the northern side. This time, though, very impressive from Team Secret overall. Well, you know, less impressive, but more smart. And I applaud them for it, is that they've decided not to take that fight with DRS. You know, they got caught up in that one, caught in the barbed wire that was DRS, unable to get into the circle. It really did ruin their chances earlier on today from getting anything done on Miramar. So I'm glad to see that they've just disengaged from that, found a safer path in, and now they have the majority of the north side to work with.
Fairly open in that area. Enigma Galaxy, close to Rico Infinity team. Just to the west of La Bandita. Long range shots, but nothing really found. Bigatron as well, another team that we've been looking at to really start to step up. Okay, we're back on with Rico Infinity team. In this long-range duel, I don't imagine that there's going to be too much of a straight-up crash coming through here, Blank, for Enigma Galaxy. I feel like they might just want to skirt around this one, but there's not that many rotational paths that they can take, so potential to try and do something funky.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we called earlier, is that Enigma Galaxy coming from the western side, you know, curving down through Picardo usually is your best bet. There's a very, very clear path of the San Martin, but Rico Infinity team, really good stuff from them, you know, identifying this rotational path, understanding there's a team probably coming through this area. You can see right in front of Fidan there, it's hugely open ground. That's that Picardo run out that I was talking about earlier. So you can take some really good shots there without, you know, players getting out of view too quickly, out of LOS. So I like that from Rico Infinity team, identifying specific rotational routes and trying to clear their west side before they start to move east. This will give them a big advantage later on in the game.
Heavy southern shift on this circle now towards La Bandita, towards Los Leones side as well, which means that BC Swell don't have to leave their hillside position just yet. And in fact, they're going to have some pretty decent sight lines over a lot of the open ground around here. This is a treacherous area around the southeast side of La Bandita Crater.
I think that, you know, this circle is pretty rough, to be honest with you. Just to the eastern side of La Bandita, you know, it's very open ground, very rough terrain to play around. You see BTR, we're getting a beautiful overshot of what I'm talking about right now. You know, you do have those stages in terms of the mountains, but realistically, it is not ground that you really want to cover. And if you do cover it, you cover that quickly.
You got to get out of there fast, you know, it's not the place you want to hang around. See there, BTR trying to insurge into that eastern side, swinging all the way past Impala. Are they trying to go all the way south, do you think? Or are they going to try and push in on this junction on the road?
You know, I wouldn't mind a southern push here and going underneath. That would actually make a lot of sense in coming up past those mountains, just the north side of Los Leones, and you kind of have an insertion point there. GD Dogma, you know, they're currently just hanging around like eastern side trying to watch for those rotational paths, but BTR completely give them the slip. Stalwart taking shots over towards FaZe. FaZe have been really having a rough time of it, taking shots from practically everyone. Deadeye guys, Tong Jiabao now trying to make their way into the circle. Tong Jiabao's in front of them, so they can also take shots towards them.
Actually, one of the Tong Jiabao players has gone into the La Bandita crater at the moment. It looks like they're just doing a little bit of scouting on the inside there. No one really with these heavy kill counts just yet. Only 1 point for 4 teams, actually, at the moment. But that's set to change as 2 knocks have come through. Stalwart holding them out. And there's another point coming on through for Stalwart. Very nice pickups to guard out FaZe on their position on the northwestern edge of this circle and actually push in past where FaZe are holding.
Yeah, to be honest with you, this is a very... Come on, no need for that. I know you want to go get the kills, but you don't have, I mean, that's karma there, top. That's what you get for trying to crush your friendly buggy. But it's a very nice play coming through from Stalwart Gaming. It gives them a lot of opportunities to move into the circle. Taking down FaZe like on a similar axis as them on this western side means that, you know, it's much clearer coming down to La Bandita, and they don't have to worry as much about anyone backstabbing them later on. The moment though, most teams just waiting, really. Team Secret in a rough spot. BTR are able to make this rotation much earlier and not take shots here from Booms and co. I think for Team Secret, getting that really southern shift hurt them coming from the north side. And that's going to hurt them again, yeah.
There's the SLR taps. There's the shift all the way to the west. And Genesis Dogma guarding out Team Secret. This is not ideal as 2 players rock up as a nade falls all the way down. Ooh, just a little bit too long on the cook there. Could have been a lot better, a lot more impactful, but still found damage. That one could go a little bit deeper, but no. It's going to go short yet again. So 2 players standing for Team Secret there. 1 player down on the knee, but Genesis Dogma, they've got the off angle. There's the spray coming on through. And it's all but gone there for Team Secret. There's no way they get out of this, right?
No, I don't think so. You're really stuck in an awkward position. Like, you're right in the edge of a crevice. You've got 2 angles on you. Even if you move out, you've got Booms in the backside there. They do need to clear Team Secret, though, because Booms can't come down from this location until they're gone. But this shift, I would say that Team Secret, this is not on them. I would say it's 100%. Okay, that's cruel. I would say it's 100% on the circle. You know, you get that shift that comes down towards the top side. You disengage quickly. Well done. You get a massive southern shift, so it goes all the way away from you. You try and go on the safest path you know, particularly because you get that western plane path, so you go towards the eastern side, then you get a massive west shift. And realistically, that's just luck of the draw and unfortunate for Team Secret.
Yeah, it certainly is. Although, to be fair, in this circle, this hard western shift probably gives the best terrain for most of these teams. If it gone southeast,
exactly.
There is so much dangerous area. So even if that had happened, it would have been very difficult for them to maybe play against the teams on the far side of that open ground.
Yeah, I mean, they would have swung downwards, right? It's just the timing of that rotation. I mean, we can look back to BTR's timing on their rotation. They were able to slip past because they were able to make it early, and Genesis Dogma weren't in position to hold them out at that point in time, but for Team Secret, you know, they were ready and waiting for them to come through that blue. Enigma Galaxy down towards the southern side, just waiting it out for the time being. BC Swell haven't really moved too much. Xavier taking shots from Genesis Dogma. They do have high ground, and I think Genesis Dogma trying to get into position with Sitar, the magical genius himself.
Cryptic's taking shots uphill as well as Enigma Galaxy try and push down from that south side. The hillside's fairly treacherous. Freak doesn't get knocked, and we'll get that heal up as well. So they'll be all right for now, but Cryptic's still trying to hold down their buildings, hold down their position, because right now it is fairly strong. And to the teams on the east, it could prove to be a massive breaking point.
It really could be. With DRS taking shots over the Xavier, you know, it's given kind of a savior here for Genesis Dogma. And with 2 knock now, realistically, this could go very much the way of Genesis Dogma. I think that early knock from Genesis Dogma made things very difficult for Xavier. They were able to get 1 back, but DRS added to the mix might have just crushed the chances of Xavier if they can't make something magical happen in this situation.
There's the flush coming through. Xavier looking to push forwards. Galzen on the outside might prove to be a little bit of a spoiler there. I think he pinched away the kill on the hillside there. The question is, does he want these heals? Does he want these kills? If he spots a player get knocked, I wouldn't be surprised if he gives it up and gets the point. 13 teams remain, so you're not really going to get too much for laddering up. Here comes Booms around the side, playing a little bit close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. Galzen pops up and actually spots Duck, gets the knock as well. I think that might have been the old flush actually coming on through, but the reposition from Booms to move over this hillside, another hard western shift, and this fight has a timer.
It really does. I think for Galzen, he's just going to take as many kills as he can get here. Very smart from Booms as well. Sees Galzen, opts not to take shots because they don't have an angle on Genesis Dogma, but they do now. Galzen's proving to be really annoying.
Nova as well, and answering into that fight across the way. I think they were just round that headland in a difficult spot of their own, but now Genesis Dogma really suffering. Only 1 player standing. Kill. Looking to try and get everyone back up. All 4 of them are alive, but the circle is on the far side, and it is shrinking. It will pressure them forwards. Duck, last standing for the Xavier. In a 1 versus 2, and one of them healing, pushing up the hill, controls the sight lines, looks for the spray, gets a little bit of a tag on, but the nade is good. And it's the Xavier to go down.
It's a really nice pop in the air there as well. I mean, those are difficult to hit, especially in close range. So really well played for Genesis Dogma, and might be able to move through now. You know, Nova were giving them problems, but I think they're more prioritizing getting into the circle, which makes sense. Deadeye Guy's still in this one, though. I think that's just 2 players on side for them, so bit rough, bit awkward getting into this. Nova taking shots over towards Genesis Dogma. It's just a massive, well, let's say a dogfight here in the crater.
About 4 teams have position in this crater right now. Nova, Genesis Dogma, Reject actually as well as BTR, and I think that's that's BC Swell as well on the south side that we're on board with at the moment. A very difficult place to leave if you have to get out of it, and obviously everybody looking to get up to that western lip.
Yeah, Rico Infinity team, they just held over towards Picardo's side. They haven't had to move too much, and even if they did move, it would have been rough, so they just opted to hold this position till the late game. It's worked out for them. They have the majority of the western side to themselves, but Tongjia Bao, they've got a massive magnet, and the circle's the target.
Yeah, I mean, what's name a more iconic duo, right? The center of the circle and Tongjia Bao right now. Nade, oh, that's perfectly placed onto Paraboy. Reject, hold it out for now. Not too much damage given back either. It's all right. Looking for more over the top here as Nova look to pick up their teammate. Paraboy ticking away. Nades over the top. A little bit long there. Not going to find it. As the nades continue to bombard. Control the outside. Drop those smokes. Suppress this line, but more nades continue to go through. Jimmy in danger now. A beautiful nade to the back. Finds the flush, and King goes low as well. 2 players from Reject swelling over the hillside. 1 goes down, but it's traded evenly with Jimmy. King now up to bat. Looks for the shots, but not going to find it. Has to go for the weapon swap, and the drop shot is good. Nova taken down by Reject.
Sarah with a massive clutch moment there from Reject. And I think they played that one very smartly, just hiding inside that house. I do think that they might suffer now just a little bit because the Blues right at their back and they've got players to get up. Rico Infinity team, they take shots from Enigma Galaxy across the way. This is very well played from Enigma Galaxy. You know, they've been waiting this one out for a long, long time after they took their fight with Cryptics earlier on.
need to bide their time, but they will strike at the perfect moment for now. Anyway, they have an opening. Rico Infinity team looking to get this res, but the time is of the essence for all of these teams. What can you do with that taken out sightline? What can you move through this ground with? As the circle shrinks, and look at that, it's Deadeye's guys in the middle. They need a couple of kills, though, if they want to be in with a chance of qualifying here, Blank.
You've only got 2 players as well. It's going to be a little bit difficult, and there's no way they can control the entirety of this compound. Their only saving grace is look at the ground around them. It's barren, it's scorched, it's burnt. There's no way anyone gets across that without being spotted by the guys from Deadeye guys.
Ooh, in comes Rico Infinity team, moving a little bit further down those hillsides. Trying to swing around, get some position. A little bit of calm before the storm, but everybody crunching in on the south side is going to be the main focal point here. Tongjiabao have to move north past Enigma Galaxy.
Wedding with the smokes in hand. Stalwart flying in. Rinko Infinity team take a few shots over towards them. That's kind of on Deadeye guys to push them back a little bit. And look at this. This is what I'm talking about, is that Deadeye guys just can't hope to hold all this down with just 2 players. They opt to take the house, which is great. It's a 2-story. Means it's going to be even more difficult to get your players inside without taking nades. But look at this, Tongjiabao. They know where Enigma Galaxy's holding. Freak tries to make something happen, but Lon's not able to clean this one out. Luckily, they've got an off-angle insert.
Such a crucial off-angle there. Able to look for that knock to be able to find it, and now it's a 1 versus 3, but who's this? Is PC Swell. Zussi over that ridgeline, turns his attention elsewhere, thinks that fight can resolve itself, and Tongjiabao, they've taken 2 knocks. Ralph managed to get back up there. Freak back to fairly fightable HP, and now it's Manhan lonesome. For Tongjiabao, goes to the spray down the hill, but gets taken down from across the way. Nicely done, nicely done. And now Enigma Galaxy can move through in the top 5 teams.
They are clean at this point in time. Immediately back behind the vehicle. Sees Zussi in the distance. And in fact, takes shots. This is dangerous, but they know he's at the backside of the circle. Enigma Galaxy make it happen.
4 teams remain now, Blank, and Deadeye's guys is one of them. Reject in the buildings on the far side, as Nova have been eliminated as well. BC Swell with that snake. 2 players from Enigma Galaxy. Stalwart low as well. It's Reject and Deadeye guys right now.
Reject is the big one, but Circle centers up on Deadeye Guy's position. So have to push out of that concrete building and try and move over towards Deadeye Guys, but they are not taking any shots. They're not taking any fights with anyone. And I'm sorry, but Deadeye Guys, 15 points. It's not enough. It is not enough.
It's a whole chunk, but you maybe look at it a little bit more than that. They need a couple kills here in these final moments if they want to close this one down. 3 players there for Reject. They look to swing around the side. That's the spray. A good knock there from Ralph to slow that one down. And Deadeye's guys, again, maybe just with a chance. They need to keep their wits about them. Getting knocked at this stage is pretty much a death sentence. Stalwart lose their final player as Reject take that kill. And the points are going away from Deadeye's guys. 2 kills only right now. A nade could potentially find them a lot more, but they're not even going to go for it there.
Yeah, Lovesir is trying to hold down 3 players at once now. Enigma Galaxy, I think they used a lot of their utility in smokes earlier on versus the fight with Tongjiabao, so they have to rely on speed, aggression. Ralph drops into the buggy, looking to crash into the building, makes it happen. They know On Top's in here. They were looking towards him earlier.
Oh, they have absolutely got the bead. Jump shot around the window. Ralph goes very, very low, but stays alive crucially. And now the teammate can come in. Looks for more backup. Ralph will be healing up on those boosters, gets those bandages on board as well. Fairly low on meds in general for Enigma Galaxy, so they need to be careful. And On Top looking to try and stay alive now. This fight with Ralph. Freak still quite a way away. Lovesir as well, just on the top floor. No, they need to guard out every angle. No, they need to win it. So On Top takes more damage here.
It's a nice nade that comes through now. Freak starts to move up, but Sarah's there, waiting in position. But Freak, he's got the fancy movements. He's got the quick feet, able to get back behind this vehicle. Now, On Top, nade in hand.
Move around the side. Freak to the wall, looking for more. There it goes. There's
How?
the knock that they were looking for. On Top goes down, and now it's all down to Love. Will it be able to win out the day? Reject. Moving around the ground floor. Enigma Galaxy have the walls.
Lovesir with nade in hand, throws it through the window, tries to get some damage onto Ralph. Only the bandages. He goes down. Second place would be great, but again, Then guys, how many kills have these guys been able to accumulate?
Oh.
I don't think very much.
And that one's stolen away by Duello. Only 2 points just a second ago, and I think it's still only going to be 2 there. Still, they'll take it. They'll take 17 points if they can get it, but it's looking very unlikely now. Reject moving as a 3 around the side. Only Freak to deal with. They're pushing up, has the crack in the wall, knows all of the positions now. Reiji looks to go over the top with the spray, and it is good. That was taken by Deadeye's guys, so another point found. 1 versus 3. Go on. What can you do, son?
Lovesir now against the Japanese Hydra. It rears its head. We'll see what happens here. Reject looking to finish out this game strong. It'd be very nice after taking the fight with Nova. This cheeky angle coming through from Lovesir. The circle does move away from him though, and I'm not sure how much of his vehicle's still in. Sarah gets up to the wall. Wants to make the breach.
Not going for it just yet. With only 3 of them, they know that one misstep could put them in a very winnable, well, a losable situation for Reject. Time being bided right now.
They don't need to do too much. They just need to wait the boy out. Pang goes through the window. It's ever so close. Lovesir, he hears the pang off the back of the wall. Wondering what the hell just happened. Trying to spook him into a nade too. That's so cruel. But time is running out and the blue starts to push through the building.
He must know. He must know. But it's only him and another team. After all that fighting, they'll know. The ground floor is held. Sarah. Try and guide it out. Circle continues to close. He's right on the edge and needs to make the move. It's him to go up for it. Another pan clangs off the wall. But he needs to move in. He needs to drop down. And with all of these sidelines, you have to wonder how he's going to do it. Reiji finds it. Through the window, the final shot lands. Only those 15 points found for Deadeye's guys, but the chicken dinner goes to Reject.
Reject with a fantastic ending there. Honestly, the surprise attack onto Nova was phenomenal as well there, John. Love to see that one coming through from this team. I don't think Nova are expecting it either. Who the hell stays in Crater in one of those buildings eating snacks? But turns out Nova was the snack after all. Honestly, towards the end of that game, some really good movement from Reiji as well as the rest of the team on Reject. I think Enigma Galaxy, something has to be said for that team, you know, being able to get through some very awkward positions versus Cryptics, versus Tong Jiabao, even with a beautiful off angle. You know, they look very clean with it, and it's very obvious to see why they are so far up towards the top of our tables at the moment, John.
Yeah, you spoke about them at the start of the game, almost, as one of these teams that we're looking at as one of the strongest teams, surprisingly so, in this lobby. And it's fantastic to see them really start to step up to the plate, you know, doing a lot of work in this lobby. Tong Jiabao, they went center, and this time around, they did get pushed for it. They went down maybe fairly late into the lobby, but I feel like the tides are starting to turn on that strategy play.
Yeah, I think for Tong Jiabao, you know, there was a good setup there, but they are very hesitant to push out of their buildings, rather opting to set up those angles, those really nice splits from themselves. I think that's great all in all, but coming against a team like Enigma Galaxy and fighting them down a slope and losing that battle, you know, there was Reject fighting into that one too, so there's something to be said that you can forgive it almost. But yeah, very rough. There's some disgusting shifts this game as well. So I feel sorry for a lot of these teams having to play around it. And if you're on that western side, like Rico Infinite team, like Tong Jiabao, you know you are happy. I mean, Genesis Dogma knew they had to finish that fight out, and a quick rundown and flying away was the perfect way to do it.
You know, everything's going to delivery these days, and that is... it's all about the speed, it's all about the precision, and that's exactly what they were able to deliver themselves. Great stuff on the eastern side. Although they did crash in the La Bendita Fiesta, it was not an easy time for everybody from that eastern side.
I think this fight there, Sarah really clinched it for the guys coming through from Reject in the end there. And if that didn't happen, it could have been a very, very different story, because Nova would have been down to, I think, 2 players at that point in time. And if they were the final in that circle, maybe Deadeye guys could do something else. But alas, that is their 8th match of the day. I don't think it's enough there to see themselves into the Super Weekend, and it's so unfortunate they get a 2nd place right on their final game. This is just a lovely nade coming through from Lovesir, but again, not enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to find enough points on the game. I think they started the game on 27 points, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be right down to the wire for them. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to stay in the running with so many games left to play for the rest of the lobby. But for now, we're going to go back to the panel. Jason, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking you might be right. I had a lot of questions about that 47-point threshold towards the start of the day, considering where the teams were at. But after looking at the standings, it's looking like it's becoming more and more true. But also, I'm thinking about Reject. The boys from Japan, they pick up a second place earlier on, losing to TJB in our first match of the day, and they pull off a chicken dinner here, even with some exciting pan throws at the very end. I was hoping for Lovesir to just take the pan thrower back at them and have a little pan war, but it didn't pan out that way.
It's a game of tennis, you know, just go for it. I would love to see that potentially come and play.
I'm Max, and this is my joke.
Okay, yeah, but that's
Went
true.
over your head.
It did. To be honest, it did go over my head. Maybe, you know what? Okay. You go, Tarzan. I'm just chilling. I'm here now.
Let's talk about, you know, we need to celebrate, like, Reject. We gave them, as a region, Japan, a lot of spotlight because of the franchise league right now. That game was tough for them. They wanted to go back to Chimasera because Infinity's not there. They couldn't find it. There was another team there, so they need to go for some adaptation. They lost one player early as well. But then, Max, we saw them how they thread the needle from phase 1 from that southern side and then enter back into La Bandita and made it work.
Yeah, they're just a team that loves to play from the eastern side, and they got himself, what was it, second place you said earlier, Jason, at the end of that game, and now they're actually able to get himself a win. Like, they are dominating these games of Miramar today, so big step up from Reject, able to get himself 24 points. At the start of the day, Reject were in a position where they were not truly safe, but the amount of points they got on these two Miramar games is definitely solidifying their chance to make it in this first Super Weekend. So big step up from Reject, love to see it. We haven't seen too much from BC Swell, though, and the other Japanese team able to get himself some significant amount of points, actually, here, get himself a total of 8. So, yeah, the two Japanese teams able to get himself a little bit of a step up here.
But Max, Nigma Galaxy, 19 points. They had such an awkward fight up against TJB in a 2-on-3 situation. They come out with second place overall in points is fantastic.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I mean, I'm just used to seeing them at the top. I'm like, yeah, it's Enigma Galaxy, it's fine, right? We're pretty much used to it by now. But the team that we saw on the first page there is actually Deadeye's guys, able to get himself third place in terms of overall points. This team needed a huge game. Could have been a little bit better if they actually were able to get himself the chicken dinner, but there was too many pans thrown their way, so it got a little bit tricky towards that end. But man, Deadeye's guys, you said we needed to see them get a huge game. They got their best game so far in this league stage on that game. So now they're done playing for the day. Will that be enough?
Tarzan, Bigatron, 1 point. They weren't even close to safe before. They have 2 matches left to play. I'm getting really worried for this team. I don't think we're going to see Bigatron this first Super Weekend. I think most people would have expected that, but maybe, so take a look at our MVP, they would have expected Reiji OCO. Oh, I love this player. I love him back in PMGC last year with Blue Bees. Gets 668 damage and the 4 limbs, but more importantly, 40% team contribution.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? I feel like it's part of the work by this organization, picking both him and Divine up, because they were both from Bluebees. They've got some synergy before joining Reject, and I think that is a good idea when it comes to teams. Like, you don't just pick one player. You know, sometimes when you bring in a buddy, that can help them a big time. And I think this could be part of the reason why this team has been doing so well in the Japanese region.
Yeah, I love, Tarzan, how you brought up, like, we talked about the franchise league in Japan. Last year, we were talking so much about, like, Japan, how PUBG Mobile was just taking off there, and how, like, they were getting a franchise league next year with a lot of money on the line, and we're expecting big things out of Japanese teams, and I think we're seeing Reject live up to that. And it's great to see that like a year, in that year span, that they have leveled up, and they have improved, and they continue to improve here. But now, as we're seeing a head-to-head here, Roof coming in, 991 damage, 5 limbs, 45% team contribution. Ridiculous.
Ralph out here destroying dreams for BTI. Got himself, what was it, a double, I believe, at one point? Nigma like taking care of BTI in some of these games, I have the impression. So, hey, Ralph might be the reason why BTR can't quite make it at the end, man. It's a rough one for them.
He's the IGL as well. And we've seen the rotations from that game. Is the variety of a slower, conservative early game into controlling mid-game when they play off the good positions, then into that pocket rotation. But this chart, man, Jason.
What? Oh my god. Nigma Galaxy, 8 matches played, 91 points, 0 chicken dinners. We can see Stalwart Esports, 6 matches played at 88 points. Max, this is pretty damn insane, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we touched upon them a lot, the fact that they've already still got 2 more games to play, so there's a big chance they're going to be aiming for that first place. So I want to give a moment of spotlight, of limelight over to Reject, because they had a big jump up, especially with those 2 Miramar games today. They still have 2 more games to play here, Jason, and they're still on 62 points. They could easily make it into that first place. Of course, you still need to see 2 strong performances from Reject, but I don't think a lot of people out there would have expected a Japanese team to potentially contest for that first place in the league stage. So I'm heavily impressed with Reject and how much they improved, especially throughout the franchise league, right? But now to the second page, Tarzan, that's where things are getting tricky. And as Jason said, BTR, they might not be playing the Super Weekend. We need to see how things are going to pan out.
This is a thing. We talked about this particular format and how some of these teams will finish playing all the matches early and just set the line there. Now, all these teams below Dead Eyes guys are actually still got 2 games to play. That is quite scary if I'm Dead Eyes guys. And I mean, it was scary from before today even started. That game could be even worse. I mean, given that they've lost 2 players in the mid game. So right now they have to pray extremely hard.
I'm really worried. Like, let's be completely honest with each other and all the audience at home. Bigatron, BC Swell, Damwon, FaZe Clan. I'm not sure if they're gonna make it at this rate. I mean, especially Bigatron is at 23 points. The next step up for them is, I believe, 31. So I mean, yeah, I think it is possible. But then again, they're competing against Secret, who still has 2 matches as well. They're competing against DRS at 33 points, who still has 2 matches left to play. I'm getting a little bit worried, and I know we talk about like Power Triplet, KPS, now FaZe Clan having big final matches in the final day, but Bigatron are definitely gonna need it as well here. But we'll see. We still have 2 matches to come, and before we get to that, Max, what do you have to break down for us?
Actually, it's not mine. It's Tarzan said he wanted to see something, and it was about mainly Enigma Galaxy and how they've rotated, because they were really proactive on this one. They typically drop in around El Pozo, right, Tarzan? And they got into a strong position very early, and they seem to be a lot more proactive than what we saw in Day 1 in a very similar circle.
I want to say early per se. It's like they were very patient in the first 2 phases, and it's the very opportunistic entering. I thought it was a little bit scary there when they faced against Rico Infinity. Then they said, no, we play white onto that southern side, and then they just made very good rotation for their onwards.
Yeah. I think especially when you look at their Miramar game yesterday, where they got in a very similar position, I think that they were scared to maybe take a little bit too much control. Here they were just going out. They were taking weird positions versus Tong Jiabao that actually ended up working out great for them. So it seemed like they have improved a lot compared to yesterday's games, and they're able to get themselves those game-winning opportunities. So I'm really happy to see Nigma getting there. Not still getting to the point where they're going to be confirming those chicken dinners, but they'll get there eventually.
Yeah, this rotation is what we call a pocket rotation, right? If they go further in, they could die. If they just stay right out, then TJB can kill them. They find that small plateau to just lay there and even force TJB to maybe potentially go over aggressive and get sprayed down from teams from the center. So they played that pocket perfectly, and they just found opportunistic entering into the zone and then got a very good result.
Yeah. Worked out great.
I mean, we're seeing even like kind of towards the very end, we're seeing Enigma Galaxy here at Max, as we were kind of talking about. I'm a little bit sad for Dead Eyes guys as well, but this was still a hell of a finish.
Yeah, it was so surprising too that they committed to that 1-1 split. Really showing that here their focus was we don't want to go for the kills mainly. We want to go for that chicken dinner, get those 15 points if possible. They still get 12, which I'm still very happy to see coming out from them. But we have this specific play of Reject we're going to see normally in a few seconds where they decide to go for that push onto Freak of Enigma Galaxy. And I'm so happy to see that, because I remember if we're looking back at Blue Beast from last season, sometimes they would be very disjointed and going 1-by-1. We have not seen that mistake happen any time in this league stage, so if I can see it all pushing at the same time. 1 nade could be enough, but at the end of the day, they are able to take the challenge versus Freak, take that 1v3, and then you only have to take care of Lufsa. And when there was only Lufsa, that was just pretty much a secure here, Tarzan, for the win going away of Reject.
Yeah, imagine those pan shots hitting as well, right?
I think they're coming up.
That would have been great.
That is great. I love watching that as well. And we got some clips from, I think, Southeast Asia from Team Secret before. So that could have been it. We could have topped that, but not quite.
I want to give some high expert level analysis yet again, if I'm allowed to here. Because Lufsa, he gets a nade onto Roof in that building. And the position that Roof had covers Freak if he does get engaged on or pushed on from that side of the wall, right? And once Rev goes down, once they finalize the elimination onto him, then they just pile in on top of the last player onto Freak. I feel like if he doesn't get naded there, maybe Enigma would have held on for a lot longer, and actually the the final would have been different. The victor would have been different.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts?
You want to be analyst now? You know, do we do the switch for real now, Jason?
Well,
I'm host.
you were host once, so no, I'll stick to host.
Okay, fair enough. You know what? I think that's better for everyone at home right now. But yeah, it's a good point you're bringing up there. Ralph had that really strong off angle, especially around those sides of the wall. It would have made it a lot harder for Reject to get there, but I think that with the man advantage Reject had, I think they would have been able to overpower it regardless, but they could have survived a little bit longer, maybe to get second instead. It's true that could have been a big game changer.
Maybe I should be a coach for a team. No, because then that team would never even make it through a PMCL. Anyways, once again, want to give a shout out here to our sponsor of the PMGC, the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. It's OnePlus with flagship performance and an immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards and potentially your best shot to get into PMGC to participate for the $6 million on the line that every team here would love to be able to grab up. What team it's going to be? Well, we're not going to know until the end of next month, but we're at least going to be knowing relatively soon, within the next 3 weeks, that the teams will be participating in it. I can't wait to see which teams are going to make it from West and East. Looking at West, I'm not sure if you guys checked in with what went down there. I'm a little bit sad to see Navi not performing as well as I'd hoped, Alpha 7 not performing as well as I'd hoped. The Turkish team's doing phenomenal, but then again, Turkey has always been an extremely strong region when it comes to PUBG Mobile. But I hope you guys are checking that show out as well as the East one, and we obviously have West kicking off after this show just finished a couple hours later. So if you guys want to see some more PUBG Mobile action, you know exactly where to do it. But we are about to head into our fourth match in a little bit of time here. We're going to be going back to Erangel. We obviously have Group A now sitting out. We have another group coming back in. I'm trying to remember which one it is off the top of my head. One of you could potentially help me. I think it's Group C.
Just coming back in.
B.
No, Group B's coming back in. My bad.
Yes.
There we go. I got there eventually. 628, the Infinity, MS Chonberry, and 4 rivals. I got a lot of strong teams, and from what we saw yesterday, like the likes of our bottom 4 teams still struggled against these. So I'm still really worried what's going to happen. But I'm interested to see if teams are going to change things up. And again, if we're going to see any hot drops happen from the teams that are already secure towards the top of the table.
Yeah, you said it perfectly there, Jason. We need to see some changes from BTR, from BC Swell, from FaZe Clan. I'd like to see some changes from Damwon, but unfortunately, I've known them in the past. It's not a team that tends to adapt that quickly. They need more time to make changes happen. So on such a short span of time, I don't think I can expect those big modifications to happen from Damwon, but they still have to play 2 more games. There's a chance that we're going to have a big shuffle towards the end to make sure they can reach that 47-point limit. We're getting very close to it, Jason, I would say. So Jason, Mathman John might be actually on the money, that one. But yeah, it was really, we need to see something change for a lot of these guys, and especially FaZe, because I thought they were going to be top 5 on this league stage, and they're currently in 20th. Like, that is a big upset in my eyes.
You know what? I'm going to...
works in mysterious ways.
Curse. Okay. You know what? I want to do some thing on the other end of the spectrum, because I had some small bits of coaching experience, to say the least. Sometimes it's the mentality that we need to talk about in these last 2 games. Like, we know some of these teams start to build more infrastructures around it, even into maybe sports psychology, if they have the resources to. This is the time to show that. Like, what do you want to focus on? Like, you can sometimes only focus on what's in front of you, and you need to find that good one thought that counts, that can propel your whole team up. So I'm going to take that one person with that right mentality, one sentence, and then they can have that one game that bring them in. And I really want to see that.
Max, if you were coaching a team right now, and you had to give them one sentence to get them hyped up and ready to go here for a final 2 matches to potentially get into top 16, what would that sentence be?
If we win, cookie dough ice cream. Hell yeah. There you go.
Hey, that would motivate me. I would do it. You know what? I'm getting you a chicken dinner right now. A chicken dinner and some cookie dough ice cream thereafter. But you're very right, Tarzan. Like, sometimes it takes just that one moment out of a player, like one play being made that really gets everyone hyped up. It depends, I guess, on the kind of relationship you have within the team and how the kind of atmosphere is. If you normally have that like hype player who gets you guys excited, gets you guys focused and ready to go, saying we can do it. On the other end, you could have Luxy, if BTR go out, smash his phone. Hopefully not his 1+9 though, as we saw in the trailer for Between the Battlegrounds. It's going to be rough times. And again, if you're Bigatron, if you're FaZe Clan, if your team, or I guess Team Secret's kind of okay for now, or if you're BC Swell, like if you go out early here in match 4, at least you have time to revamp some things going into the last match, to have that final chance to potentially get in top 16. But you don't want to be going out early at all, and we unfortunately have to head to a break here. But on a good note, because we have match 4 coming up right on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Лед — это отличное место, чтобы остаться наедине со своими мыслями, для того, чтобы сфокусироваться.
Só me vem Dubai na cabeça. Aí eu olho o Discord, Loops classificado. Aí caiu a casa.
É, que é melhor.
Menurut gue tim Nova juara mulu, gila. Gue bosen sampai lihat dia juara.
而且上个问题可以重新来一遍，特别强的队伍嘛。其实我们中国的战队其实就我们两个战队一块去的嘛，然后感觉双方都是很厉害。在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有两个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，要么是其他队伍击败你。
Kalau Jimmy tuh kayak gue, menurut gue ya, para boy kayak Bagas dan Order tuh kayak playstyle mereka tuh mirip kayak kita bertiga sih.
Но в этот раз я увереннее буду, чем китайцы и вообще наша команда, потому что мы тренируемся столько же, сколько и они, и так же, как они. А больше у нас, по сути, конкурентов нету, кроме как китайцы.
Muitos aí julgam fora, como eu já disse. E hoje eu posso dizer que eu sou um novo Carrilho.
Okay, okay. Let me write that.
You could be like trying to figure out what is exactly behind the Maxman curse, you know? Who is Maxman? Where does he come from?
Is he a demon?
Is he even real? Look at the refilming, have fun, tell me how it goes.
Hi, Jason.
Hey Kaya, how you doing? Long time no talk.
Pretty good. And you?
Not bad, not bad. How's things down there?
Trying to get ready for this new split, this new year, you know. How are you preparing yourself for the next PMPL?
I'm really excited. PMGC finished, and I can't wait to get this new year underway.
Definitely, definitely.
Honestly, Kaya, PMGC, I still don't know what the hell really happened. I mean, you had Loops get disqualified and disbanded, and then you had Alpha 7 finish 9th place with Carrillo there with the team supporting them in the finals. Like, what's going on with the Brazilian scene? I got to cover them. I know how good they are.
I think everyone is kind of shocked right now. They're still trying to figure out what really happened, and I don't think we're going to know it so soon. It's a great opportunity for all of them to get a new start, a fresh start, to show what they're capable of and to be on the top. Now that there is no Loops to be on the top of everything, it's a chance for everyone to get better results, to, I don't know, to try to beat the new Loops or something like that.
Okay, well, I mean, getting better is a good sign, but like, can they compete against Nova, 4 Angry Men, like Bigatron? There were so many teams above them, and a lot of teams we never expected to be better than them. Look at Zeus.
Definitely Alpha 7 is the strongest team we have right now, because they went to PMGC as well, but there are a lot of good teams on Red Souls, like Dragons, Vivo Cage, Influence Rage, which is a great team as well. I think they all might surprise us.
Yeah, Kaya, honestly, I appreciate you so much. Like, you give us such good info for the shows and some really good background, and I really appreciate how you have your ear to the ground.
I'll call you again. Bye.
All right, talk to you soon.
Loop's having a little bit of a meeting here about what they're going to spend their $20,000 on from qualifying in 6th place.
Let us pray.
What are you going to spend your share of the 20K on? Oh, I don't know, I think. Not yet, not yet. But either way, they will stay strong. Taking free shots off towards Carrillo. He knows he wins these trades. Still vibing.
They're absolutely vibing.
We'll have to get a double check on that. Someone needs to give them a little bit of a pep talk. Yeah, there they are. They are still vibing. I can confirm the Loop's vibe continues.
Spots the weird ritual, and we'll take the points.
Dá maleta. Dá maleta. Sai de fininho. Vai, 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 vai. Mete bala, mete bala, mete bala. Nice, é isso.
Bom, acredito que para ser um jogador profissional não tem segredo. Basta ter muita dedicação, foco e força de vontade.
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
Jumper lontaran hit ke bahagian hadapan, tapi itulah dia Free Fire yang ditunggu dengan begitu sabar sekali oleh Riz. Mungkin akan meranapkan impian Team Secret. Team Secret terkeluar di tempat yang ke-8 dengan kini telah pun diketahui. Pun cuba untuk masuk daripada bahagian belakang, tapi datang oleh gangguan daripada Jumper.
In the wrong direction, Zaxir aiming out for the grenade, and he gets the whole team wide here for Gig Fan.
Oh, that's Rule them through. Here we have it.
Looking out really tough for you, High getting 70k. MR5 is down as well. That is huge, Nate.
Close close one there by Fluke. Ooh, another one coming in from Damru. Can he finish off Fluke? Fluke now 50% health. Fluke is actually being shot at.
Oh,
Where is he gonna go? Oh no! Fluke! Fluke! Ooh, Fluke! And he goes down.
Much early on as compared to Erangel goes moving into the corner of the container, and Tamio gets taken now.
Hello, di manakah QB berada? Bombs bakal saja.
Bahkan ada sebuah ledakan, ada sebuah bagi yang juga loncat tadi kita melihat, dan itu dia Genesis Dogma memulangkan semua pemain dari V Gaming.
โลแกนโชว์ความเก่าครับแล้วนี่เรียบร้อยครับเป็นทางด้านโลแกนครับที่ค่อนข้างที่จะเก่ากว่านะช็อตนี้แล้วมียายขาชิ้นต้องนะครับต้องปั๊มวงเหนียนไปสิ BTR กิ๊กแฟมโดนหนีสุดแล้วดึงกันที่เก็บโอกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตรงจะโดนไฟ2เลยมิลาต้องใจเย็นน้องรักมีเรื่องซูเปอร์มาก็เช็คชื่อครับโอ้โหเอาได้มาบอลล่างเลยไฟหนอนเป็นเครียดแล้วตอนนี้โดนท้องอย่างไกลๆขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอขอแค่เม็ดเดียวล่วงไปโอ้ยวันนี้3 ปมเป็นเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขามาเทได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้เรียบร้อยเลยไม่ตี2 แต้ม
Mari kedudukan yang cantik. Kita lihatkan tim secret di bagian high ground tersebut, tapi Nerpeko dengan satu pemanduan yang begitu.
Oh ya, mungkin dia memang confirm bikin edit pula. Confirm Malaysia punya rumah
daripada tim Esports.
Showtime.
진을 예쁘게 쳐놓긴 했는데
이거 준이 얻어. 준이.
자, 많이 뺐어요.
워리어스. 스코어도 자 이거 오케이가 순식간에 녹을 수 있습니다. 이거 스코어가 판을 깔아줬거든요. 워리어스. 본인들의 점수가 보여요.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
We are back with PMGC 2021, the East League, and we're about to head into our 4th match of the day. Jason Kappen joined by Max Ban and Professor Tarzan here on the end. And this is going to be an interesting one. We have Group A now completely out of the mix. They have all of their 8 matches played, and we have teams now playing their last and final 2 matches for themselves to try to break through top 16 and try to get into our first Super Weekend. And we can see here, Erangel going to be coming up next with Groups B, C, D, and E. And then we're going to end things off on Miramar. But Professor Tarzan, my man.
Yep.
You wanted to focus on something here. You want to focus a little bit on Team Secret coming into this match.
Yes, we talked about the effects of huge games, right? They had a huge one, like on that game 2, or match 7, I should say. So can they repeat that? That will be a key question. Because if they don't, then they just need to, right? Repeat that big game again on Miramar, which they have not found any luck, to be fair. Those macros been looking a little bit off, to say the least. So this will be huge for them.
To be fair, they are currently sitting at 31 points, and we thought the predicted bubble is 47 plus or minus 3, so they need to get around 16 points, potentially like 19 to feel safe going into the Super Weekend. 2 matches to do so. That is a lot of points to ask for, but again, 1 chicken dinner, 1 second, 3rd place, depending on how many kills you get. That could be everything they need, Max, to get through into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely doable for them, and as you said right here, Tarzan, if they can repeat the success they had in match 7, it's definitely a possibility for them to have it. They're going to have 1 Erangel, 1 Miramar, whichever map you're the most comfortable in, get a win or get at least a top 3 over there, and you should be pretty golden. But Jason, We're looking still at the teams off the bottom here. They got 2 more games to make an impact, and BTR and FaZe Clan, they're the 2 teams that I never expected to see struggling this hard this early in the PMGC. So, I mean, FaZe Clan and BTR and Team Secret are really the 3 teams that I'm looking out for, because them not being part of the first Super Weekend would just be so weird. I would have never predicted that in 1,000 years. Not that I can predict right, but even then, I couldn't do it.
I mean, we have been talking a lot about, like, if you miss one Super Weekend, it obviously makes it way more difficult. As you said, you miss out on 33.33 repeating, of course, % of the matches that count towards the finals. But to be fair, again, do we imagine that all 20 teams will qualify into the Super Weekend, or will we consistently have teams not qualifying? I would assume we're going to have a mix of quite a few. I would assume maybe 19. I think maybe one team won't qualify for every Super Weekend, potentially. But just knowing then, you just have to beat out like 3-4 other teams in the Super Weekends to qualify. So you still technically could do it off of 2. And maybe it's kind of the shock some teams need going into like next week. If they don't qualify, they need to fix some stuff. And it obviously does give them some extra time, an extra 3 days to fix some things and obviously go back, review their own VODs, review what's happening live in the Super Weekends to improve on themselves. And with obviously $6 million in total on the line, they definitely need to do their homework. They definitely need that coach to help them out here, Tarzan.
Yep, I mean, they could use what Max said. Like, I mean, that was a very good break. I think that is one of the things that we can look into as well, to think, yeah, we're just waiting for the game, but for the teams, that is a very, very key time to say the right thing at the right time, in the right way, to put them in the mindset that's needed to win this next game. So, yeah, fingers crossed for them. A lot of them got a lot of work to do.
Well, we got to hear Max Spence, one sentence he would say if he was a coach for a team. Well, guess what, Tarzan? It's your chance to give us that one sentence that you would say. And remember, you cannot use, you guys will get chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream if you win.
I would draw a quick moment to remind them of some past glories that they shared, to remind them of their strengths together and ask them to focus on that. Right? Focus on the things that they really treasure about each other and go in with that. And of course, that would be one thing based on mentality and maybe one key reminder when it comes to the macro of the game, and that's it. So that is a digestible amount that I think could bring something very good on the table.
I like how you can hear the difference in answers. You got Max Fan talking about ice cream, and you got Professor Tarzan acting like a proper coach. Me, on the other hand, I would say if you guys don't do well here, I'm bringing Max Man in to curse you, and I'm leaving this team. So we all have different ways of how we would be a coach. Clearly, mine is probably the worst way.
It would be a scary coach.
But it is time to... I would be a very scary coach, but it's time to head into our 4th match of the day. And again, we have the lovely gentlemen of John Allen and Blank to take you through all the action.
Thank you very much to the Diamond Geezer himself, to Rihanna, to Shirley Bassey, absolute diamond of a gent. Thank you very much. We'll be heading into Erangel for game number 4 on the day, Blank.
Game number 4 coming right at you. It feels like it's been a little while, but here we are. We're at game 4. Ready to hit it up. I think, you know, there are these 2 teams that the boys talked about on the desk a few times, you know, BTR and FaZe Clan. What has happened? What has gone on with these 2 teams? I don't know, John, because it is crazy to see, and that is also crazy to see. Look at that glider. All right, we're living in the future now.
Wow, okay. Is that... I'm not sure if that's part of the... Yeah, that's part of the arcane stuff that's going on. That's the Super Mega Death Rocket, I believe. Sailing on
so
in.
If you guys don't have that, you need it, because I'm grabbing it tonight.
Heading on in. I think that's from the cinematic. It's the Jinx glider. Big fan of that. Anyway, let's get into the actual game. For this plane path, we're going from Primorsk all the way up to just between Severny and Style. But hang on a minute. I don't think carpooling is a thing in PMGC.
Oh, he's got the Toro.
He's going again. Oh. Dodge to the side, get to the tree. That's your cover. Then get your teammate involved.
I don't know. I feel like this is a painful situation if you're Satar. Let's see if he has any tricks up his sleeve to use in this situation. Rabbit's coming straight back in, and you know this guy's looking like he is rabid.
Oh.
Woo! This guy's got the moves. He's got the moves, got the PMGC outfit. He looks clean. He's right up at the top of the car.
Oh, he's got the moves. He's absolutely got it. Now you see me, now you don't. All the way around the side. It's the magic man himself, Satar. But in comes another player to try and give him what for. And this time, oh, he's got a gun. Okay, yeah, there's not a lot you could do. I mean, dodging cars is one thing. Dodging a bullet, it's an entirely different principle.
It really is quite the difficult scenario there. Eventually, Eventually, Homie goes down, but realistically, you know, that was a rough situation. He has wasted a lot of time for that team. That's about it. Unfortunately for Satar, he does not get in the driver's seat. That was too quick from Rabiz. You know, he was shuffling across. He was, you know, setting up his seat in the correct location, the correct height. He was ready to go. And unfortunately, Genesis Dogma will start this game one player down.
Unfortunate. Shouldn't be too bad. They still have 3 alive, still 3 going. They're not in dire straits right now, but certainly could do with as many points as they can.
Do a few more. But right now, there really is just those 2 teams that we're taking a look at. And the reason I say that is because, you know, checking out Damwon Gaming as well as BC Swell, there really hasn't been enough out of these 2 teams for me to really call them as making it into that top 16. On the other hand, I talk about FaZe purely because you know, they're such a good roster and they are very, very strong. And it surprises me that they haven't done better than 15 points over 6 games. It is wild to me. I do think that, you know, Bigatron, looking at their recent performances, their past performances, I think that they could definitely get into the Super Weekend. But I just need a step up at this point in time. Again, I'll use that word clueless. I know it's quite harsh, but sometimes it does really feel like, you know, maneuvering around this map for BTR, just a bit awkward. Luckily, that last game looked really good, in my opinion. You know, that to rotate early, swiftly, past Genesis Dogma early on. You know, that looked fantastic. I hope they can bring that into these next couple of matches, because they really will need to step it up if they want to make it into the first Super Weekend.
Circle going to move over to the northwestern side. A lot of the Georgia Pole Gulf is going to be in this next circle. So good news for Cryptics, for FaZe Clan as well, over in South Georgia on those crates. Everybody on the eastern side, they're going to have to move on out. 2 teams on the military base right now. So Snovka, you've got Infinity, and Stalwart, who at the moment are really starting to pick up the pace in this lobby. I mean, their games today haven't been as strong as they were in the first day, but they still have an incredible point score at their back.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart have just looked very nice overall, and it's a real testament to South Asia overall. Like, being able to step it up in such a way has been fantastic for me, and we're really starting to see a lot of these regions start to catch up. Perhaps regions start to fall behind a little bit. You know, metas evolve, they shapeshift, and sometimes, you know, that one extra fang that's added to the creature can be all the difference. And right now, Stalwart's showing exactly what those teeth can do, and they're biting. Right now that we do get a circle up towards the northwest side, it does favor a little bit towards FaZe and Cryptics, you know, being able to head up towards Olympus, as Blair calls it, which I quite like, actually. But I will continue to call it Everest for the time being. Heading up towards Everest is a great scouting point. And for these teams being able to do that early on, rotate past Hospital, you know, hold out anyone who does want to curve round past Gatka up into Hospital side towards Georgia Pole, it's a great spot.
Pretty good. Pretty poggers, I'd say.
It's a loud car.
That's a very loud car.
Come on, man. Cease the revving.
FaZe atop Everest at the moment with Xavier.
Just 2 of them.
Nades over the top. Yeah, only 2 of FaZe, yet to regroup from South George. It looks like they were scouting early, but there's 3 players close for the Xavier right now. Lamborghini wants to push on up, but takes a little bit of damage there. Really nice suppression from FaZe right now, but they do not have the off angles to handle a decent flank in this scenario. Nicely done, and looks like they are going to get the backup, so they have got all 4 players into this fight. Look at this tactical retreat, the regroup coming through. I feel like FaZe are playing this all right.
Yeah, this is well done, and I think that, you know, a lot of teams, if you play Everest, you'll try and press the issue way, way, way too much. And this time, FaZe have kind of disengaged, wait for the rest of the team, get all the information, and then get in there. Rab is finally making his way over to the rest of the team after his little scuffle over with Satar. Genesis Dogma trying to get revenge for that. They know who that is. You know, Satar has perfectly described the vehicle that took him down, and they're ready to rip the girders off the back of that one.
Could be a little bit more secure, and the time that it's taken to regroup here has allowed FaZe to fully regroup. My question is, Is it better to go for the top of Everest or to go for one of those compounds in the foothills to the south of Everest? Given the current circle, I feel like the top of Everest is probably a little bit more priority than you may have thought, given that those compounds are normally very much at the forefront of everybody's minds when it comes to this sort of set of rotations down from South George.
I think if you're paying attention to the groups here on the team side, you'll know that a lot of these teams do head over towards the eastern side. So that speedy push over towards the bottom side compounds from Potato Hill, from School, from Rozhok isn't really here in this lobby. So I think taking a scouting position on top of Everest is fantastic because for this first circle, you don't know where it's going to end up. Could head up towards North George. So hitting up those compounds early on would be too much of a gamble because there's not a lot of people fighting for these. So you don't have to vie for them early. You don't have to pick them up early. They're almost like the marked down products over at the store. You can wait to buy them because you're there in the dead of night. No one else is there with you. So you can just hang on for a little bit. So I think that this position's great for the time being. They'll wait for those marked up products. They'll see if they end up being very nice. They'll see if there's any others that are added a little bit later.
Just a little bit later on. Infinity's trying to leave Sosnovka Military Island, but Reject, they set up a hard bridge camp here. This is they are dedicated to one thing and one thing only, screwing this team over. Like that is pretty brutal.
This is good.
I'll be honest.
I think a few times Reject have gone for this, but the circle's moved a bit too far away for them to actually opt for it. So in this situation with the circle being quite on the edge here of the bridge, they can hold on tight for a little bit longer. I think Infinity gets this, they're going to leave. You know, not understanding the circle there is really important for the Infinity, and knowing that it's a bad idea to cross this bridge is great. I do like the setup from Reject, but now they're going to be out in the blue for a little bit longer than they might hope because Infinity have quickly shifted on their ideas, but also kind of given Reject the slip in the process because they're still assuming they're coming across.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting for the Infinities maybe to turn around and go for the double cross after having faked leaving the bridge kind of thing. So Reject would move on and then they go across that western bridge. But no, they are just full sending to that eastern side. A little bit slower there. Meanwhile, the circle shifts again over towards Georgia Pole, over towards Everest as well. So FaZe right in the middle, Xavier right in the middle as well.
Don't have to move too much at the time being. FaZe looking very strong from here. Their only issue right now is that they're going to have to protect from that north side. You know there's going to be a lot of players moving up that northern side. Bad news bears here come through to Xavier as 628 come in hot, looking fresh.
Taking the compound as well. I don't like those houses, I'll be honest. I never like seeing them played. It just, especially this early into the game, I feel like they are just so prone to getting pushed and getting flushed on out, especially when you don't have backup from the rest of your team up the top of Everest. I mean, they're busy with FaZe. You don't have those sight lines, and holding that sort of an outpost is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, and this is great news for FaZe now. I think realistically, they only have to worry about their northern side, 4 rivals, Rico Infinity team, and they can make a decision later on because those compounds underneath looking more and more juicy as time goes on. If we get a southern shift, you will definitely see FaZe drop down from Everest into one of those compounds. BTR, though, moved up from farm. They're in position now just outside ruins to also pick up one of those compounds should it hit them. Again, it's quite difficult. You don't want to hit there too quickly and kind of gamble the whole game on circles moving your way. You're not Tong Jiabao, so it doesn't happen for you, unfortunately.
It's not going to happen. It's just not there. Well, that does free up space in the center, which means other teams can take it, right? Tong Jiabao on there.
It's true. Very, very true.
You've got that opportunity. And look at this, the foothill compounds now that I was talking about before, right? Those sometimes priority compounds on these rotations are now starting to become fairly occupied. Bigatron have found a position there. You can see on the southwestern side, we saw that scrap between 628 and the Xavier for some of the buildings over there, as well as Genesis Dogma taking a fairly strong position as well on that south side.
I do think that BTR's compound is probably one of the best here, purely because it does have such high elevation, and down beneath it's just kind of slopes, and you can see teams coming up to you. I think the only difficulty from playing this spot is there's quite a few trees around, so you know teams can sneak up on you if they wanted to. FaZe could make a quick push over to this position because you know they're higher than anyone in this lobby. They're right at the top of Everest for the time being. So you could make a dirty crash into BTR. We'll see how that goes. Genesis Dogma not likely to move this position anytime soon. Team Secret trying to shuffle over that top side past shooting range. MS Chonburi moved past them early on. They're towards box compound, so they're going to prove very, very much a problem for these teams on the northern side. Nice little shift here. That does head dead center. So now it really is time to pick up those compounds beneath Everest. They're very, very strong. 4 rivals opting to grab some vehicles and maybe push a little bit further in.
Yeah, the value of that Bigatron compound just skyrocketed as well. As the top of Everest for FaZe. Everybody else going to have to try and scrabble for the scraps. BC Swell trying to hold off against, well, not hold off, but just slow down this reject rotation. So you find Reiji. But in the meantime, Rabis, he gets knocked, and Dick Xavier on the verge of losing yet another player.
Yeah, and that's their forward outpost on Everest as well. Luckily, Yu Yang does get taken down in the process. They have a couple of off angles, but Yu Yang goes so low, there's no way they're getting up in time. So DXavier take a little bit of revenge there. I would say that that's a problem coming through from the guys of 628. You know, you've gone way too quickly on this one.
Oh, they're pretty angry about this. Look, they turn immediately on the swivel. And they're going for these shots, going for these sprays. They know there's a player in the top of this building. They know there's a player in the other building now as well. Frankie looks to slow things down with a nade down the stairs and repositions to the back room. Opens the door as well for routes of quick egress. Stops them from going around the outside. Trying to sow chaos right now. And a lovely off angle from Duck. Manages to pop the shots over to Dalshut.
See if it can happen. Frankie holding it down for the time being, which is fantastic. See if they can make anything more happen. I mean, Frankie's doing a ridiculously good job. Nice nades over the side. Will provide a little bit of time for Duck to get into position, but only 2 of them. Nice shot. We'll take down 1. 628 looking in a very precarious situation now.
Frankie able to find one, but Sunan on the off angle was able to find the retribution into 1 versus 1 between 628. Takes a bullet through the window, and the reposition is good. The reload from Frankie as well. As he pushes in through the window, it's topsy-turvy, upsy-daisies as they swap positions.
Nice nade, actually.
Wanting to drop it. Nade over the top. Nade on the outside. Should hear the drop there. Frankie cannot be caught unaware.
Oh my God!
Shot, and the drop is not good. It's 628. Getting the crash done.
That is a crazy play coming through from Sunan, and he will get 2 more players back up again, bringing 628 to 3 players total. But honestly, the nade down the stairs forces Frankie towards kitchen. Sunan drops out on a sliver of HP. Frankie doesn't know what hits him as he gets shot back from the backside of the window. A really, really good play under a huge amount of pressure there for Sunan. Just shows why 628 are here representing from the PAL tournament.
Xavier will go down first. They will go down in 16th. They will not go any further in this game with 1 game left to play on the day. Players around Ruins right now, a fairly occupied area. A lot of the teams from the north, from the eastern side, have started to congregate here.
That is, I hate this circle so much. That is really, really disgusting. Most teams will have moved away from that eastern island as well. Cryptix might just be able to get over towards it, but very, very questionable situation. The Infinity, Team Secret, DRS, all vying for control down towards the southeast side, but 628, who fought so valiantly for this position on the western side, have just been shunned by the circle.
Bumped on out. This is probably, and I know you know this, but this is probably one of my least favorite circles to find towards the end of a game. Bigatron actually going at it with Stalwart. Probably not the team you want to be fighting if you're Bigatron, but it looks like they're doing all right. But kills going and knocks going back and forth as nades start to fly on our main screen as well. DRS pressuring the Infinities with nades. Oh, someone outside my window is unhappy about the Infinities taking the nades as well. The horns are blaring and the nades are fragging on out. Knocks coming through thick and fast. The Infinities down to 1.
God, I just looked up immediately once I heard that horn come through, but it's DRS like a bull coming through with their horns. Will slam into those players, and it's all chaos at the moment. 628 managed to make their way to the circle from the western side. What a quick push from them. 4 rivals, though, will be looking for them as they come through. Rico Infinity team somehow find a compound in the midst of this pandemonium.
628 have sent all the way to the riverside, but Genesis Dogma are there, and look at us play spoiler. Luckily, there's a bit of cover. There's a bit of a car there, and 33Z goes down. Sunan now again under pressure. Last standing for 628.
Belly down in the grass, and where else better to be in this situation? You know, it's pretty awful. It's pretty brutal playing on the coastal side. Sunan takes shots over towards Marshall on Cryptics. This man is relentless.
Wow. Okay. And Senke from Cryptics does get taken down as well. On the northern shore, it's only Cryptics and the remnants of Reject. On the southern shore, it's much more hotly contested ground right now. Rico Infinity team all the way on the western edge of this one. The Ruins continue to get fought over.
Smokes go down. BC Swell, close range combat here with DRS. DRS not looking too healthy, but Zussi with one on the floor. Mafia Ninja doesn't want to let him get in close. Mafia Ninja being one of the most impressive players from this team. Nima backing him up. Nice, quick Molotovs comes through. Just this doesn't know what's happening, switching between weapons.
BC Swell not having the best time of it. Skylar trying to go up to bat, will not be able to do anything there. A spray is good for one, but is it going to get any more? They get the flush, but they pay the iron price and will fall down as BCS eliminated.
DRS make that fight look easy. Mafia Ninja, complete gob with that M4 machine gun in hand. The guy is a beast. Now Team Secret in close contention with DRS once again. These guys love to play against one another. DRS coming off the back of a brutal fight. Bruised, bloody. Team Secret looking fresh. Hair's prim.
3 teams, we said at the start of this, we were really looking to step up and potentially escape not qualifying in this next phase of the tournament. Team Secret, FaZe, and Bigitron, all of whom are still alive, still with a decent chance here. The circle shifts, and again, it's on top of Bigitron. We're isolated to this south coast now as well, which means those teams on the north are going to have to cross. Cryptics going to fight with Divine out in the blue. Lazy Boy spots him out and deals with it.
Sarah within the circle. He's right on the northwest side. Divine definitely not getting in now. FaZe on the back side of BTR, currently holding towards Sandbag, so they're in a pretty decent spot, you know, covered, where they'll be worrying about nades in that late game, John. That's going to be the massive difficulty. Under the water for just a second inside the Dacia. Sunan, well unhappy about that one.
Does manage to get back behind the rock with a sliver of HP, and Ass makes the break for it, but Sarah plays spoiler again, looks for the flush, wants the point, not going to be able to finish it, but that might be enough. Going to dissuade any of Rico Infinity team from actually going further out into the blue. Sarah needs to heal up and get a little bit closer as well on his own steam.
FaZe has high ground, has elevation outside of the blue though. They need to find a team wipe to find a little bit of an area to get that foot in the door. Cryptics they send into the water. What better thing to do in this situation? If you're on that northern side and it shifts away from you, you'd have to start swimming across. Genesis Dogma, they've got 2. Snissel and Daybot. Nice nade goes in the water. Doesn't do quite enough though.
Quite finding Lazy Boy just yet. Bigitron though, Ryzen gets knocked and FaZe might have an opportunity here, but Down One Gaming have other ideas. They want to go in first and actually ahead of FaZe going for that crash as well. Team Secret fragging out from the southeast side. They have the outside track on that one, but we're in with the crash. Down One Gaming onto Bigitron's position. They move through. The nades are big.
That's
they are
over.
continuing to just bombard. There's no way the Bigitron get through this. You've got to think so. Yuhai Boy looks to try and send around the side of these smokes, but his teammates are falling like flies as Down One Gaming successfully crash. But in comes the nades from MS Chonburi across the way, and it is no easy sailing.
Yuhai Boy for BTR, young superstar on this team. Looking to make something happen as the final one remaining. Nade comes over the top side. Doesn't quite hit anything as of yet, and Yuhai is under extreme pressure in this scenario. Can it be a diamond? I don't know, Jason, let me know. Anyway, looking at this current format, Rico Infinity team pushed right up against the wall, as is FaZe, looking to make their way down a very, very open plane here. You know, you might as well go back to childhood and just start roly-polying down this hill if you want to get into it quickly.
Nades continue to fly, and Yuhai still hasn't gone down here. I thought it was all over. But the nades continue to bombard, and Down One Gaming having a tough time of things right now. One player down, one player to res. FaZe got to be able to get this res up, and it's a northern shift here, closer to FaZe, closer to Bigitron. Team Secret have to fight through.
Yeah, this is a saving grace here for FaZe. Now they can swing up towards the north side, hopefully deal a Rico Infinity team, but it doesn't mean they don't have to move extreme east, which would put them in a lot of the firing line of these teams. This time they can stay up on the top side where they're kind of invisible, stay crouched, and stay pretty. Yuhai Boy just looting grenades off their bodies. DRS on our screens now moving down the coastal side, but Cryptics, they've managed to swim across, find the rocky outcrops to play from.
Sunan will get eliminated as well in the meantime, so 6-2-8 do go down. Cryptics have managed to crawl out on that river. You're right, Blank, as the push comes through. FaZe are dealing with the Rico Infinity team as well. Damwon Gaming have to fend off against the Team Secret crashes. Crisis is on all fronts as 3 players from FaZe take a massive tumble here. Now just MR5. Rico Infinity team holding strong, but I think he's been spotted. The rest of his teammates getting flushed, and the rundowns try to swing out wide. Fadan is low and needs to be careful because Anas is down as well. Cryptics might take this opportunity to push up. And SK-Ton moves around to reposition. Only one for FaZe.
FaZe, MR5, last remaining. This could have gone so much better, but Rico Infinity team, they were expecting it. Anas down on the floor. SK-Ton just trying to move around in that buggy, stay mobile, stay out of sight of these players around the lobby. Yuhai Boy moves it towards a tree. You know, all the cover he's going to get is some leaves.
Team Secret, I think, they've all but gone now. Might be remnants on the coastline, I'm not entirely sure, but very, very difficult push from the southeast. All of these teams that really needed to step up and get big points totals here. Not quite having the best time of it, but MR5 now in a 1 versus 3. DRS taking punishment on this coastline from Cryptics from every other angle as well. Ninja goes down and Cryptics dispatch them.
El Chapo makes it look simple in that situation, chipping away at DRS and finally brings them low. 1 remaining for them now in Mafia Ninja. This game is extremely important for Yuhai Boy and BTR. It's one of the newer players of the team. He has a lot on his shoulders.
Beautiful shots coming through. Sprays down the reposition from Damwon Gaming that could have been his downfall. MS Chonburi don't want to push out this far. If he can take care of the final player now from Damwon Gaming, might just be a little bit safer moving forwards. FaZe were eliminated in the meantime, but Rico Infinity team have problems of their own. A nade over from MS Chonburi to find some damage on Yuhai. He's going to put the fear of God in him as well. Only Anas stands for Rico Infinity team.
Circle on Yuhai Boy! Finds Forest amidst the grass. Goodness me, BTR ladder up into 3rd position.
12 kills right now for Cryptics, though. They are on the warpath. Only 4 for MS Chonburi. And the circle again goes over to Bigatron. Yuhai can stand tall. MS Chonburi, though, with 4. They bombard this ridgeline. They put those Molotovs down. They isolate these angles. Yuhai with so much to do.
There's such a sick play from Yuhai Boy there, taking down Forest. Cuts him, chops the logs, and now it's given him a bit of a shack out here, a bit of an outpost to play from because he knows that the boys from Damwon Gaming aren't over in this position anymore. He cleared them out. TG13 moves up. Yuhai Boy is about to be dispatched, but he fights 2! Goodness me!
There's the off angle though. Lazy Boy comes in and saves the day. Yuhai falls and Bigatron out with it. Lazy Boy knocked in turn, but it's a 1 versus 2 now for El Chapo behind the rock. 6 kills so far this game, 13 for the team. And it's now down to a 1 versus 2. Spots 1. Zai up, gets the suppression. El Chapo doesn't take damage here. Nicely so, gives a little bit better. Across the wave, it takes half HP. Cannot afford to lose too much here. As the push comes through again, looks for the spray, swaps the weapons.
It's too late.
Gets the heal off, looks for the close play. Ponzai repositions almost entirely. The blue zone at the back as Lazy Boy is enveloped. Pushes around the side, and El Chapo out, laid bare on the hillside. MS Chonburi look for the final spray. El Chapo falls to the zone, and it will be MS Chonburi to take the chicken dinner.
Massive props, though, to Yuhai Boy from BTR. You know, these are the most important moments of his career here on BTR. It's to get them through these tough times, these rough waters. And versus some of the most difficult teams there, he makes it happen. Damwon Gaming stood no chance under the relentless onslaught coming through from Boy. What an incredible game that we just watched. And these are some clutch moments of when it was needed most.
Absolutely, and not only that, the massive kill count coming through from Cryptics in that final throws there. They had an incredible kill count coming through. A lot of teams doing a lot of good, a lot of good work during that game. I feel like Team Secret again had a tough time with some of those rotations from the southeastern side. That's one of those three teams. I mean, we spoke a lot about Bigatron sort of just then as one of those teams that really needed to step up to qualify for these super weekends. But Team Secret and FaZe also needed to have good games. Team Secret probably had a better game than FaZe, but unfortunately neither of them really got too many points in that game.
This fight here as well, the Xavier versus 628. Sunan really putting the team on the back. Look at that from Stalwart. They just don't give a damn, flying through the air out the vehicle. 628 really didn't have not much options available to them. They just have to kind of send it in, and it's Cryptics once again just playing spoiler all over these final moments of the lobby.
Secret were able to hold a position in the southeastern side of Ruins, a very difficult area of terrain to move through. There's so many angles you have to be worried about. You have to be worried about people out from outside the Ruins as well. And it's a very, very tricky area. The circle shifts, I felt like that first hard shift towards the river was probably the cruelest for most of the teams
that
in
was
the lobby.
disgusting. Yeah, I did not like that one bit. You know, that caused so many problems for a lot of teams, but I think Cryptics handled it very well. Considering they came from that northern side, swam across the water after sending in with the vehicles, able to get up towards these rocks here. And then from there, they were like a boulder. They were unstoppable coming down the mountainside.
I felt like the crash from Downmore Gaming went a lot better than it did as well. I mean, we saw them on the screen just there. I feel like they're put onto that Bigatron position. It started very, very well. It's just they couldn't quite find Yuhai. And in the midst of all of that, he was able to fight on through and dispatch them just a little bit later on. I mean,
yeah,
I was impressed. I was impressed by the crash. Then they just stalled as soon as they ran out of nades. It felt like maybe they just stopped sending them. MS Chonburi popped some nades over to them as well.
Luckily, Boy had the rest of his teammates to pick nades off at the end of the game there. But again, yeah, I'll reiterate, an absolute superstar is Boy, and glad to see him here.
Certainly, the pressure forges the diamond. Let's head over to the desk.
You know, it doesn't bother me. You know, it doesn't bother me. You had your time in between the Battlegrounds Season 1. I have my time in Season 2. And Max-Men will never have his time. No, I'm just kidding. It'll probably be in Season 3. Who knows what's going to happen?
I'm just
Don't
a
worry,
demon.
Max-Men.
That's it. That's all I get.
Hey, you heard Blank saying it, not me. But obviously, we have to talk a lot about Bigatron here. But before we fully dive into them, we got to give credit to obviously MS Chonburi, able to take home a chicken dinner for themselves, able to take home their first one overall, if I'm not mistaken. And also Cryptics picking up 13 big kills. Like this team, honestly, we haven't really talked about them too much, Max. And it's nice to see that they have some life in them and they can make us wake up and be like, all right, this is a team we got to pay attention to.
Yeah, I think Cryptics was so far one of the meta teams that we didn't see perform on par with the rest of the pack. So it is good to see them also have a really big step up right, getting themselves close to potentially where Nigma Galaxy have been performing so far. And I would say Tarzan, they went for a pretty big gamble. We'll have a clip to really break down more in depth that play, but they went for a big gamble up north. It was really intriguing.
They were very slow. As a North Georgia team, they were very slow. Allow all the teams to take around, Everest and all that stuff, and then rotate in late. Then we're on north to river and slowly just swim past. But they were able to find 13 eliminations from that plane.
Well, we can see here, 13 eliminations, 12 ranking points, 25 points in total. A very good amount for them to build up here and start to feel maybe a little bit more secure in their placings. If we obviously still have one match to go, so not over just yet, as they're sitting, I believe, around maybe 8th place now, if I'm not mistaken. But we look down the rest of the list. Bigatron, 16 points. Tarzan, that's points they desperately needed. And as we heard Blank and John, and you obviously want to talk about, Boy, pretty much taking his team on his back here to get him those points and potentially be enough to qualify.
So important, right? Some of these fans know that after the transfer happened for Boy from Team Secret to Bigatron, they thought, hey, would it be really good? But then when they missed the Super Weekend 2 of PMPL Indonesia, some people blamed them for that, blame him for that. That's the reason why they didn't get the PMGC points that's needed or whatnot. But that solo play in that game might be the huge redemption for him as the star player.
I mean, Max, honestly, if you're any player joining the legacy of a team like Bigatron, you're always going to be under a lot of criticism. I believe Microboy was under a lot of it originally when he was in the team. Then Liquid definitely had a lot of criticism towards him. And then you, Highboy, to really show he doesn't care about the criticisms. He's going to come back even stronger and carry the team through potentially into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, as Tarzan said, right, is the redemption arc that's happening right now for you, Highboy. And people's going to understand, right, maybe it takes a little bit of time to adapt to a team such as BTR, but I feel like we're seeing just him be a lot more comfortable, especially in that game, even though he was solo, but still, he was trying to keep the hopes alive for the team. As I'm going to be going over to the MVP of this game, and it's going to be Pop. Zed able to get himself the MVP position. I think that even though he is the MVP, I think you can clearly say that the entire team from MS Chonburi have been putting some heavy work into this game, and one player that really stood out to me a lot more here was Ponzai. He was getting some absolutely disgusting shots with the Mini 14 across that river. And talking about the Mini 14, we've been seeing him played a lot, Tarzan. Like, I got the impression you got a lot of teams that their main weapon is the Mini 14 SLR, and it's just so strong right now.
Yeah, we've been talking about it, right? Like when patch 1.7 came in, we've got the DP getting nerfed a little bit, and then we've got the DMRs getting buffed and adding in some interesting carry feature as well. But we will wait for that to happen. But these DMRs been popping off. I mean, in the right hands, they are so lethal, and especially from Star Wars Esports, I feel like they've been using the gun before the buff as well. So now they're just even happier.
Oh my god, I don't even recognize him. You Highboy, where's the hair? Where's the glorious hair? I mean, he looks so clean, so fresh, so cool right here, but either way, maybe that's the power he needed. 3 eliminations, 858 damage, but you can see, most importantly, that team contribution coming out of him, and even El Chapo doing a fantastic job for Cryptics here at 39%.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, for Cryptics and El Chapo especially, I can't wait for our Sandhawk games that are going to be happening at one point, because El Chapo, I don't know what, I think he's married to the Blue Zone. He loves playing there. There's no Blue Zone plays right now, but in the Sandhawk games, you can expect that to happen. But as we touched upon earlier, right, it's good to see Cryptics get himself a little bit more recognition here, able to jump up a few extra slots. I believe they're currently on the first page. I believe they might have just breached it. So a really big step up from them. Hopefully they can retain some of that success into the finals. Sorry, not the finals. I'm way too ahead of myself, but actually in the Super Weekend. So yeah, good to see El Chapo able to get himself 6 eliminations this time around.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen... Go
Sorry,
ahead,
go on.
Tarzan.
Yeah, like I'm just thinking about the rotation.
Now you go! All right, go ahead.
Okay, we're looking at their rotations, right? They were quite slow early on. I just feel like the way that they took those points from that game was very situational. It's very hard to replicate if they keep the same style in their macro. So I think that is still a worrying point for this team.
Well, we are taking a look now at our overall standings within league play here. And a lot of teams you can see here on the front page do have their 8 matches played. There's 3 of them, but the fact that we have Stalwart Esports at 7 matches in 3rd place is phenomenal. We also have Cryptics able to move up to 8th place. So every team here you're seeing on this front page, 100% secure here into our Super Week as we go into our last match of the day. And it's already shaped up to be fantastic. And I'm so excited and so proud to see so many MENA teams actually make it into our first Super Weekend. So really, I'd say out of any region, they have surprised me the most, but I'm so glad to see it at the same time that they're able to improve so much in this year's time.
Yeah, we talked about Cryptics, right? Able to actually now jump up to the first page. I thought that was the case, and that is indeed going to be happening for them. And currently the 3rd best team without a chicken dinner was 59 total points right now. So they're looking really... like a strong contender potentially into the Super Weekend itself. So we'll see if they can try and perform well in that Super Weekend. But man, you got so many teams that could still contest. We need still 3 more points from Star Wars. Also, Rick Infinity could be one of those teams with ST to contest towards those top positions. So ST seemed really silent today. I mean, you also got to keep in mind that they didn't play 2 games today, so that's maybe why we didn't see too much of them. But I want to see more of ST from China. I think that they could do a lot more on paper than what we've seen so far today.
Well, we're going through at our 2nd page, and this is where it's all eyes are going to be. Top 16 makes it into the Super Weekend. Right now, Bigatron hold that at 39 points, and you can see below them Secret, Damwon, FaZe, BC Swell. Like, they are coming for that position. So Bigatron, the thing is, yeah, you had a great match, right? You had your best performance so far here in PMGC 2021. Yeah. The problem is you can't stop just yet. You need to have another solid game if you want to feel comfortable.
Yeah, solid games is all they're going to be hoping for going into this final match of this first league stage. But the team that we were talking about... I mean, Deadeyes guys, it's getting really scary for them.
No one gets 2 points.
I don't know how this is going to happen, man. But for FaZe, and we were talking about this a little bit, right, Tarzan, about FaZe. this game, for me, it seemed like FaZe were just scared. I don't really like using the word scared, but really here they know how important, how much weight these games currently have for them, because they might be missing out on the third of the Super Weekend points. They're missing out on 15 Super Weekend games. And FaZe just delayed them to rotate center so much that at one point they were just forced to go downhill. Otherwise, they were blocked by the blue zone. And Rico Infinity just had the easiest time to clear out all of FaZe. So FaZe, unfortunately, you cannot be hesitant in this final game. If I see an ounce of hesitancy, well, is that a word? I don't know. If I see them hesitate,
it's a word now.
Yeah, it's a word now.
It's a
I
word
invented
now.
it. Okay, but if they hesitate even just slightly, I think that might be the reason why FaZe don't qualify. So we need to see more confidence from these guys.
We need,
I mean, they need to channel Tarzan, their inner Power AAA KPS. Corpy knows exactly what I'm talking about. It always came down to the last match for them. There is a world we're living in where they get a chicken dinner with like 15 kills and bam, they're up in top 16. Is this the world we're living in right now, or is it a different part of the multiverse? We'll find out.
Well, they've got two very huge
like that, Max?
chicken dinners
I like that.
recently.
Didn't fly over my head this time. We're good.
Yeah, like the 18-19
Sorry,
killed
Tyson.
chicken dinners, like in the past as well, gentlemen, by FaZe. But right now, they feel like that team that looks lost. Right? They start something that they don't know how to finish. They've got proactive phase one for some reason that didn't carry on. So they really need to pray, but they need to rely on themselves big times. And I think there's a lot of praying that some of these teams need to do, mostly from Dead Eyes guys. But when we look at some of these teams at the bottom, gentlemen, the problem is the amount of points that they need to be safe are so much higher than the average point. Like, it's almost like we have been seeing some of these teams struggling to get more than 2-3 points, that it's hard to, you know, expect them to have a huge game, but that huge game is what they need.
Hey, it's just one, right? They just need one huge game, and this is the perfect time to do it. But before we obviously can get into next matches, we need to talk about something that happened at the start of our last match. You know what? I'll try to channel my inner Sitar here, the inner magician. Now you see me? Now you don't. Go ahead, Max.
He's gone! Where's he gone? Oh my god, no. That's the best magic trick I've ever seen. But yeah, start of that game playing a little bit of Toro this time around with Sitar trying to dodge it. I mean, how much class does this guy have, right? He can do everything. I have the impression. And Raybar is really... I'm surprised though, Tarzan, he was staying so long to try and get that kill. He really wanted it. But he got
Helmet
that tree,
diff.
and that's when he started being safe, yeah. Helmet diff, true. Oh, he's got a phone on his head?
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Calling his
Skin
friends
diff.
help. Skin diff.
Please come get... Mom, I'm scared. Please come pick me up. We need it.
I didn't know he was Neo. I thought it was like, you know, he's talking to Morpheus. He's like, so you're telling me I can dodge a car? And he's like, when the time comes, you won't have to. But then he can't dodge a bullet, I guess. So maybe not the best form of Neo and being the one here, but a phenomenal play. It was so funny to see so much time being wasted on Xavier there just to get that one elimination.
It's like, I have yet to find man who can outsmart the bullet, and they just got the kill towards the end. So GG well play on that end, able to get himself a few kills for the Xavier. But yeah, we got a lot more to talk about actually, Jason. So I'm going to take control now. I'm the host for this moment right now. We're going to go over to a few clips though we're going to be mentioning here, and me and Tarzan had a lot to break down. So we're going to be mainly looking at the play of Cryptics, about how they especially try to adapt and get on the other side of that river and play that position. So I'm going to see... Oh, okay, no, we're going to go to that one. Okay, that's fine. We'll play on that one gaming. That's completely okay. We'll have the Cryptics position later on down the line. That's fine. But this push, especially we talked about it, right, Tarzan, about how BTR, this is not a game-winning position. It's a temporary one, and that made it very easy for Damwon to take control.
Yeah, I feel like although that is the mentality, they still need to hold it down, right? So that's how they lost 3. You can see Jasper adding the pressure. So MS Chamburi knows which side to control and how to split around this. But we love seeing this from Damwon. It's almost like the first time that they've been proactive, and it worked out for them. But soon after that, it's Team Secret who tried to breach, which they held off as well. So that was huge from this team. A change of pace, a little bit of, you know, hope that we are seeing.
See, Maxman, this is why I'm the host, because when I call for things to come up, they come. So why don't we actually just dive straight into actually what you're talking about with Cryptics and their map rotation, obviously how things worked out for them, because that's what you want to see, Max. That's what you want to talk about, right?
That was the play. Man, I felt confident. I was like, man, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to do a good job hosting, but no, I just messed it up completely. But yeah, the Northern Jaws job is where they typically like to go, Tarzan. And here you saw the circle, especially towards the end. It was that river split that got really complicated. So most teams would decide normally to go down south, play around ruins, play around that terrain, especially the compound that's northwest of ruins that's really strong. But Cryptics decided to not do so, and they fully capitalized to the northern edge to gun everyone down. That's the main reason why you see them get so many kills. I was really happy to see them take such a big risk in this game.
I think the really good thing is they kept both the northern approach and the southern approach open, right? So they did that 2-2 split and say, oh, the circle's there, we got info in already, let's group up and decide to play the northern approach as they take cube and this side. And we thought about how they could play this, was this where they got those elimination, at least 4 kills, but then losing 1 player. This is the time when they need to slowly creep in, and they just play every small pocket right? 13 eliminations is a huge bit of stat.
And also, you got to keep in mind that where they're currently on the map, there's literally no good hiding spot. You've got a few rocks and maybe just a few trees to play around from. It's very flat terrain, so if you're on the other side of that river, it's very easy to capitalize on those small opportunities to get a few kills here and there. And at the end of a game, those points and those kills especially rack up really quickly. At the end, though, it got a little bit tricky because mainly MS Chonburi had that man advantage, but I did really enjoy them going for something that's a little bit it's not the ordinary play you would expect from a team in that type of position. So yeah, they got a lot of kills, and that's the reason why.
You know, I don't know if I'm the only one that noticed this, but I love the little smiley face you see when someone's been eliminated, and also the down image that comes up there on that map flyby. It's so cool to see. But I do want to ask you guys' opinions. Like, obviously they chose the northern side of the river there. The zone shifted away from them. I kind of want you to talk to us, Tarzan, about like how difficult it is actually to push back into the zone, having to cross the river via a bridge or via the water alone.
I think there's one piece of info that you really need. For a circle like that that senses up around Georgia, where many teams like dropping, you need to know the behavior of the teams on the other side. So we see FaZe Clan dropping there, but they love center, right? So you can expect them to go far, like onto Everest already. So that will allow Cryptix to have the options open. But other than that, it's about being one step forward. I personally am a huge advocate when it comes to pre-shift scouting. So what they did there allowed the exact info for them to make the next decision. It's not just by playing what's in front of them. They have those set up, minutes before that next shift, and they allowed that to happen. Then they just play, with those info. So I think it's good pocket control.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, Maxman, and completely correct me if I'm wrong, but I really feel like teams here in PMGC 2021, like, they have been so on point with scouting and just getting that information early so they know how they can rotate and know how they can play.
I have the impression too, actually, because we saw many things being focused upon. I think one of the main focuses that we've seen in this PMGC so far is teams want to play central, and the edge play style that we initially expected is not happening. But to play central, you need to spend a lot of time to get that information in the first place, and a few teams that I think do it really well. One that I have in mind is Tongjiao Bao. I think they're one of the best teams when it comes to that scouting, but a lot of teams have improved on that end for sure, and I think that throughout the past year, for teams that played last PMGC, I think that we had a lot of teams maybe struggled on that aspect, but I don't have really one specific team in mind that comes out to me as a team that doesn't do scouting well. I think that every team's got that pinned down to a T, and if they can keep playing like that and get that information, I mean, it's very hard for you to do the wrong move.
Well, we'll find out if teams can continue to make the correct move while we head into our final match, but that's coming up on the other side of a break. We'll see you guys in a few moments for the last match here in our first
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Jumper lontaran hit ke bahagian hadapan, tapi itulah dia Free Fire yang ditunggu dengan begitu sabar sekali oleh Rain. Mungkin akan meralapkan impian Team Secret. Team Secret terkeluar di tempat yang ke-8 dengan kini telah boleh diketahui. Pun cuma terbantu daripada bahagian belakang, tapi datang boleh gangguan daripada Jumper.
In the wrong direction, Zaxir aiming out for the grenade, and he gets the whole team wide here for Gig Fan.
Oh, that's Rule that through. Here we have it.
Looking out really tough for you, High getting Tony K. MR5 is down as well. That is unique.
Close one there by Fluke. Ooh, another one coming in from Damru. Can you figure out Fluke? Fluke now 50% health. Fluke is actually being shot at.
Oh,
Where's he gonna go? Oh no! Fluke! Fluke! Ooh, Fluke! Man, he goes.
Much early on as compared to Erangel Galacticos moving into the corner of the container, and Tamio gets taken now.
Hello, di manakah QB berada? Bombs bakal saja.
Bahkan ada sebuah ledakan, ada sebuah bagi yang juga loncat tadi kita melihat. Dan itu dia Genesis Dogma memulangkan semua pemain dari V Gaming. โลแกนโชว์ความเก่าครับแล้วนี่เรียบร้อยครับเป็นทางด้านโลแกนครับที่ค่อนข้างที่จะเก่ากว่านะช็อตนี้แล้วมียายขาชิ้นต้องการต้องปั๊มวงเหนียนเป็น CBDR กิ๊กแฟมโดนหนีสุดแล้วดึงแล้วที่เก็บโอกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตัวโดนไฟ2เลยมิลาต้องใจเย็นน้องรักมีเรื่องตัวเปมาก็เช็คชื่อครับโอ้โหเอาได้หน่อยปอนล่าไฟหวานเป็นเทียบแล้วตอนนี้โดนท้องจากไกลๆขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอล่วงไปโอ้ยวันนี้3ปมเป็นเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขามาเทรดได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้เรียบร้อยเลยเป็น4 2แต้ม
Ada kedudukan yang cantik. Kita lihatkan tim Secret di bahagian high ground tersebut, tapi Nerpeko dengan satu pemanduan yang begitu. Oh ya, mungkin dia memang confirm Secret pula. Confirm Malaysia punya rumah daripada tim Esports.
Setiap saat chicken dinner.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
100% power in under 45 minutes. OnePlus, our official sponsor here of PMGC, with their flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper touch technology made specifically for gamers. Yeah, for you out there. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards. And what a way for teams to try to climb the leaderboards here. Teams who are currently out of top 16 need to have that climb on if they want to break through into well, the Super Weekend, I guess we should say. You can see we have about 1 minute and 20 seconds left until we get into our final match of the day. And gentlemen, I'm going to put you both on the spot here. You talked about teams who would not get into the Super Weekend. You thought at the start of the day. Have your predictions changed?
Whoa, I mean...
What did I say again?
I said Deadeye's guys. Deadeye's guys should be fine, I would say. So I think they'll.
What?
I think they're good. No?
Okay,
You sure?
I think so, yeah.
All right.
I think he's optimistic. But to be fair, I picked Team Secret. And so that was my choice. I wanted myself to be wrong because I feel like there's certain thing, when it comes to a huge bounce back that really, makes me tick, right? So I want to see that, but they have to put in quite a lot of work.
Yeah, just to reiterate for you guys at home, we have 15th place at 40 points, 16th place at 39 points, 17th place at 33 points, 18th place at 33 points. Our eyes are going to be on a lot of different teams here, but my favorite people to have my eyes on, I should say, is John Allen and Blake, because we're going to head into our final match of the day.
Didn't know you felt that way about me, Jason, but I appreciate the sentiment. Blank, are you equally as chuffed with that?
I am, yeah. You can also be me with the 1+9. Well, you can't actually, unfortunately. But the 1+9 does some extraordinary things regardless. But you wouldn't want to be me if you had the 1+9. I'll tell you that now. My life, I've got a cat. I've got 2 cats. You can see that one scratched me on the face right here. So yeah, it's not the greatest, but what is the great is the 1+9 and also the PMGC as we head into our final match of the day. I am fine. I'm just recovering from this scratch wound, which is disastrous. You can see it. I had to go to hospital for it, of course.
It's egregious. It's egregious. Really,
yeah. It's at least 2 centimeters long.
They should know better. That should be you should find them. I think. Yeah.
I will find those cats. I will find them with cuddles and strokes.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Right, well, we're going to be getting into the final game of the day, as you say, and not only that, the final game of this week's league play to qualify, crucially, for this first Super Weekend. A lot of teams in a lot of trouble if they want to be in with a shot for taking it all the way out.
Yeah, we will be solidifying our top 16 going through to the Super Weekend. Currently, we have 15th place with 40 points in the Infinity. 16th place just barely held on by Bigatron with 39. Team Secret not far behind with 33. And Damwon Gaming in the same position with 33 points. So very, very crucial games here overall. FaZe Clan, BC Swell. I don't see him making it. 21 points, 20 points apiece. FaZe Clan would have to have a ridiculous game here on Miramar to make it happen.
Possible, sure. Probable, not so sure. We're getting into the throes of it. As soon as these teams start to clash on Miramar, it tends to be a little bit later. Western shift, well, there's quite a few teams actually over to the eastern side here on a late drop from the plane. They're all going to have to crunch on down. Difficult terrain to move through around that graveyard area and that central area. But you can imagine a lot of the teams over towards Impala going to swing down towards that south side.
Yeah, I mean, Xavier classically on the eastern side, but there's a fair few teams in this location along with them. You got BC Swell, MS Chonburi. I think that's also BTR down here in Impala. So a 4-team split down towards Impala Roman, all going to be moving across past Los Leones. FaZe have taken up residence over towards Picardo. Those words from Tarzan ringing true, loving that central spot on the map, and that's going to give them a lot of options going forward, especially here on the western side. Some nice rotational routes over the top of Power Grid, or just through underneath Picardo on a straight beeline towards Monty Nueve. Oh, Zussy!
Okay.
Pop goes pop.
He is just going to drop it. Very nice stuff. All 4 players rotating in a vehicle. Blank, you know how I feel about this. It's certainly early in the game. It's early in the game, so sure, maybe you can excuse it. But if you are shooting at that vehicle, you hit a player. As soon as there's four players in that vehicle, it doesn't matter which seat you're aiming for. If you hit one of them, they're going down, right? So it just increases your odds of getting hit, increases the odds of the whole vehicle going up. I don't like it. I hate it. Please stop me talking about it.
I like that from TJ13. There was a slight turn to the left. No, he's dead. He's definitely going down. Let me go back to the rest of the team. But you see they immediately pop into a couple more vehicles there for MS Chonburi, realizing the error of their ways. Zussy taking first blood there with a beautiful little spray down onto the single vehicle.
Bigatron just grabbing some vehicles just to the south side of Impala right now. As I said, quite a congested area of the map. 628 right now over in the north side in El Azhar. Pretty close to a couple of other teams that they'll have to fight their way through. Too much to worry about just yet. No one really poking their heads in. You can just grab those vehicles, get looted up, and figure out the rotational path, because everybody's going to have to head west.
Western side. That's the name of the game here. Monte Nuevo, El Pozo, Chumacera. We could get a real finicky southern shift there. Down towards Chumacera in those foothills. Rough terrain to play in. The Infinity, you know, I've been surprised by these guys. I'm honestly quite happy with them. Yes, they're down towards the bottom of the standings at the moment. Sat in 15 plays for 40 points. But realistically, a lot of times they do find their way towards the end zones. But, you know, even in the end zones with this lobby being so very good, you're still seeing 12, 13 teams still alive. So going down even at that stage doesn't really net you many points. But I do think there's hope for the Infinity. I think they've got a good shot.
Certainly have one more shot. Whether or not it's good remains to be seen. Predictions are good from you, though, seems. So they'll be happy about that. I'll let them know. Don't worry.
Thanks, boss.
Right in the middle of this next circle, though, you've got Rico Infinity team in Monte Nuevo, just to the north of the Infinity at this stage. So potentially a bit of a sticky point in this circle. Once these teams start to move, there are going to be several areas that are going to start to get a little bit trickier. Are you looking at anywhere in this next circle that you think teams are going to prioritize to either get to or prioritize to avoid on these rotational paths that they're going to have to take in these next few minutes?
I think that looking at this in general, John, you know, there is definitely a lot of areas that you can come through. I do think Picardo, the top side of Power Grid, Hacienda del Patron, is going to become quite crowded at some point. You can see Stalwart there already just holding on outside Hacienda on that western road, and that's realistically a very good spot to hold. You're going to catch at least one team out there. Looking back over to the western side, though, you know, who's very comfortable? Rico Infinity team. The Saudi team looking extremely, extremely strong at the moment. I've been very, very proud of this team so far, and I think representing, like, with a lot of the Saudi players on their team, you know, they're extremely happy. They've been putting up a good performance, and a few times we have seen in the past, like, teams crumble from that region. But here, you know, Rico Infinity team's putting on a very good performance. And you're extremely pleased to see it because, you know, when you have a lobby that is very equally skilled, I don't think there's anyone in this lobby so far that I've just seen as like a cop-out. Like, it is crazy to me. You know, Reject's doing well, BC Swell's doing well. You're seeing teams like MS Chombury, Down One Gaming, all these regions that, you know, we have seen before just not do very well on a global stage. And then seeing BTR and FaZe Clan down towards the bottom, like, it is so weird. But again, I'll say it again, very, very pleasing.
Certainly is. I mean, they absolutely deserve to be getting the results that they're getting right now. But I think, you know, Bigatron really is the biggest change for me. Certainly when we started casting PUBG Mobile quite a few years ago, these guys were pretty much unbeatable, right, in these regions. And this is not the same team that we're seeing. It feels like they have lost a little bit of they've lost a little bit of that leg room that they had. Certainly still a contender, even though they are towards the bottom of the tables. We've seen those glimmers that you would expect from a team that is world caliber as they are. But we're still waiting to see that something special that we had from them before. Although, to do that, they need to get to this Super Weekend. So it's all a question of getting as many points as you can now.
I do think that U-High Boy on BTR, such a phenomenal pickup. Nice shots coming through from Rabbiz. But I think that is a phenomenal pickup for BTR. You know, picking up from Team Secret, he had such great performance on that team. And I think he did need something a little bit more aggressive around him to perform extremely well. And it's almost sad that he's gone from Team Secret, where, you know, they're a very calculating tactical team, to BTR, who was one of the most aggressive and powerful teams throughout all of the global stage. And they've kind of sat back a little bit now, and U-High Boy once again filling that same role that he filled on Team Secret of the clutch maestro. I want to see more out of Ryzen. I want to see more out of Zuxi and Luxi. Like, I know that they're good players, so it's just confusing to me.
Yeah, I mean, they were top fragging the tournaments and all of that and everything, but she's not there. She's not there today. Well, maybe in the future. They have previously popped off in Super Weekends, so we'll have to wait and see just where they qualify, if they are able to qualify for that one. Team Secret as well, another team that we were looking at to expect a little bit more from. Max was saying, you know, he was not hoping that they would be able to do it, but right now they are very much in danger of not being able to jump up towards one of those qualification spots.
Yeah, they're a little bit in a spooky position here with 33 points, just trailing behind 16th. You know, on the same line as Damwon Gaming. I do think that, you know, looking at this, I think Team Secret could definitely make their way in. They are a great team, in my opinion. They're moving down from water treatment right now. I think they got absolutely shafted over on last Miramar, John. It's so unfortunate that the circles did go that way. And I will completely forgive them for that game. And I'm sure I could forgive a lot of other teams, but it was just the one team that I was focusing on during that Miramar. But I think now is a time with a better circle shift like this, which seems much more friendly. There is a lot of potential now for Team Secret to do something good. They will be going through 628, who have proven themselves to be a very scary team indeed. So we'll see how that goes down. Rico Infinity Team versus FaZe. You know, FaZe, again, they'd have to have like a 10-kill game with a chicken dinner to even have hopes of maybe making their way up towards that 16th position. Even then, it's looking dicey. So FaZe really need to do something, make something happen.
Not going to be easy. MR5, they took a bullet, but didn't go down just yet. Tony repositioning. Didn't have the best of luck, did Tony, in that last Miramar game. But the rest of FaZe got a little bit further on. Get something done, but as you say, a lot more points needed. Real big results, but looking unfortunate for them to move forward. The next circle, very central for the four rivals right now. Pretty close to Montenuevo, to where Rico Infinity Team currently hold as well. This should be okay for the time being to continue this standoff.
Yeah, securing the valley side is really nice for them. Stalwart, just up to the north of them, they're holding out teams like 628, like Genesis Dogma. The four rivals looking very situated right now. Rico Infinity Team just swelling around Reject, trying to constrict a little bit, but not quite finding anything as of yet, with Cryptics coming down from the southwest side. Reject's on your screen right now. They've lost one player early on. Oh, that's that fight I was talking about. Rico Infinity Team versus FaZe.
Okay, core point going down, but SK-Ton gets spotted. And Torres able to get that spray down. Fidan low. Scorpio is laid on the broadside. Very difficult to get back to cover there. Didn't have any smoke to be playing with either. The rest of FaZe nowhere near, so very difficult position to hold. The reload comes at just the wrong time. Fidan managed to make this cross, and Rezable for Rico Infinity Team.
Yeah, I mean, Corpy. Ooh, Anas! This guy's the king of the off angle. A beautiful little move around there. Does reinvent the angle for himself. Beautiful stuff. And that's going to really put the ticket on FaZe now.
Yeah, they've lost Ventores, and the two players that still stand are nowhere near. There's really not too much chance of a res here. Fidan pops those shots back, and Rico Infinity Team trying to stand up.
Actually hilarious right now for FaZe, because, you know, they're trying to hold these angles down. Ventores, it's just a case of, can you crawl all the way across the field, please? I know it's a tall task, but that's what we require you to do in this situation. Next circle pops, head central once again. Most teams very happy with this one. Genesis Dogma towards Power Grid. Holding on the outside, I like this as well. Power Grid becomes very suffocating if you hold on the inside. A lot of teams can get onto that position past the fences, and then it's just a case of slowly tearing you apart one by one. So Genesis Dogma holding on the outside. I like this. Four rivals, they've not had to move too much. The Valley, though, kind of becomes the big interest point, right? Because, you know, if you're holding down there, it's kind of like you have nowhere else to go. That is the only position you can play, John.
Yeah, and there's that fielded area as well, sort of right in the middle, just to the southwestern side of Power Grid. That's so difficult to cross, that's so difficult to get into. area on the inside of all of those roads, probably prime real estate right now. The northern fight, I think, could be the most crucial in terms of dictating which teams are going to control the rest of this circle.
BTR keeping it quiet at the moment, trying to stealth their way through. See what they can make happen. They're out on the southwest edge. You know, Cryptics they'll probably run into. The Infinity might have angles onto them. Depends if they're looking backwards. And Aztec's a bit of a grenade from Cryptics, who have started to make their way up to Rico Infinity's position. They're very split for the time being. And Ast would like to get to the back of his team, but it's Prestigo is all the way out wide.
Anas did get knocked earlier by Cryptics as they started to push in from the western side, but the res did come through there. On the southeastern side, everybody looking to push in there. There's about 4 teams who are looking to move in on this location. A lot of them from that Impala drop. None of them really being able to extricate themselves from it. Bigatron, the exception here. BCS a little bit further forwards with their duo than perhaps the teams behind them, Dick Xavier and MS Chonburi.
BCS kind of relying on Reject and Dick Xavier to continue this fight going. BCS are just stuck between these teams at the moment. Already taking a knock, though, is not good for them. Reject's got Sarah with the Mini, so he's ready and waiting. See if anyone pops their head out, he's going to be there, take them down. Rab is off in the distance, Duck as well, Frankie down for the team. I would say he's one of the best performers for them, so losing him early on is not good.
Far from ideal. I mean, you always want to keep all 4 alive, right, if you have the choice. Sometimes it just doesn't play out like that, unfortunately. Teams on the west now having to leave from Montenuevo. It's going to be a little bit trickier. You've got Rico Infinity team who made that push early, but in comes Stalwart, and they just take care of the 4 rivals. Well, 2 of them halved now is the forces on that northern side, and the charge continues for Stalwart, looking to take that top of the table spot. Of course, that first place still not secure right now, and it looks like it might just have a new champion if Stalwart continue to go about things the way they are. Cryptics going at it with DRS right now as 2 of them go down. This is not good for Cryptics on the western edge.
No, Mafia Ninja's going to send it forward. Love the playstyle from this guy. Very aggressive. You know, if he knows he can get in there, he absolutely will do. So that's pushed around the building. Still playing cautious here. We have a fight in our bottom right screen as well. We can see what happens down on that side versus FaZe.
That's FaZe and Infinity over there as Cryptics continue to try and struggle their way through on the western edge. This compound could prove to be the next setup fight for whichever team comes out on top here. FaZe are holding out as the reposition comes through from Lazy Boy. Skaton did get knocked, and Senkei in real risky business right now. FaZe still holding. 2 players there. Tony K. Ground floor. Scott Tony has the upper hand there. MR5 as well for FaZe. The nade's not quite finding the damage.
Yeah, nice smokes as well coming through from the Infinity, just covering all these angles for the time being, not allowing any other team to get in on this one. They're isolating it with FaZe. They see BTR off in the distance, though. Let's see what they can actually get done. I mean, they're still a little bit split, waiting for the rest of the team to regroup with them.
Pushing on in. Bigatron takes shots backwards as well. We'll be able to open up a little bit of space around them as FaZe continue to put the pressure on in this fight. Mela goes low. The shots continue to move towards Bigatron. It looks like they don't really want to take care of FaZe right now, but I feel like time will force them to make this push, to make this play. The center compound getting vied for in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. There's plenty of fights going on through. Rico Infinity team taking heavy punishment. The nades now started to land on towards FaZe. The sprays are good, and Tony K dispatched. Finally eliminated, and FaZe condemned to not play this first Super Weekend.
Not seeing him there is a real tragedy for SEA. Bigatron, though, you know, they're not out of the woods yet. They lose 1 player in the process. It's a little bit sad, but they are able to take out a few of the teams on the backside. Cryptic's still alive with Senkei and Lazy Boy. Yeah, for BTR, really, they do need another high placement just to solidify their position in that Super Weekend.
Pushing in onto Down One Gaming, but action goes down, and a second knock is found as well. Forest laid low, but Favian's the last to fall, and will take Down One Gaming down with it. Stalwart hold out on the northern edge, and now they've got a huge swathe of land in front of them to try and play around. Bigatron on the southwestern side, they've been hard fought to get this position, and it looks like they're going to continue to do so.
Yeah, DRS Gyalzen throwing some shots in. Damwon Gaming also not heading through to our Super Weekend. That leaves Team Secrets out at 33 points. They were equal with them at the start of this game, but now they can start to work their way up into that Super Weekend bracket. They started this game down in 17th place. See if they can make their way up. They currently have a really nice spot. 4 players still alive. They just creeped in on that northeastern edge. Belly's on the floor, prone. See what they can do with it, because right now they have a good position, but they'll be waiting for that circle shift.
There's only one team now that's in these bottom positions that is still alive here. Is that... Oh, wait, hang on. Is that BCS? Not... Are they still in? Have I missed that entirely? I think I might have done. No, it's DRS that are still in. BCS
yeah, DRS still in. BCS went down towards Reject and Xavier's position earlier on. You know, we said they were caught between these two teams. It was unfortunate, but they weren't really going to go much further. BTR, though, still struggling. You know, they've got a long way to walk, and this is that fielded position you talked about earlier. Next circle heads up towards the northern side. Team Secret still within this one. They're happy about that, but they still have ways to go.
So with all 4 of the bottom 4 teams going out, that leaves Bigatron as qualified. I feel like they might have done just enough, unless there were some massive kill counts that we have missed somewhere along the way. I feel like we might have just found our 16 teams, and Bigatron might just sneak their way into this Super Weekend. In a fight themselves, though, Ryzen goes down, Zuxi to fall, last standing, sorry. Luxy, his twin brother, does go down in the meantime, but Bigatron might not have the best of luck in that scenario. Infinity
Well,
walking up to try and crash on it.
I mean, if the Infinity can get a few more points, there is a world where Team Secret actually will ladder up over Bigatron, which is a scary position to be in. The Infinity and Bigatron go down at the same time. I'm so curious to see how this ends up in the end. Team Secret definitely needs some more points. But this could be crazy. I mean, now BTR's lives depend on Team Secret and where they go down. And right now, they're off in a world of their own. They've not partook in any of these fights, and they just need to wait it out here, John.
At the start of the game, Team Secret was 6 points behind Bigatron, Blank. So they do need to jump that gap. Depending on how many kills Bigatron were able to find this game, Team Secret just need to hold on a little bit longer to try and stay in. You're right, I was mistaken. It wasn't all 4 of those teams in the bottom spots that are getting eliminated so far. There is still one hope. Bigatron might be down on their luck here. Depending on the number of kills as well, it could even be, yeah, you're right, the Infinity. A lot of teams are still in danger. They're going on out here.
Yeah, it's real scary stuff. And honestly, I think the Infinity was in more fights, taking down FaZe, and BTR really hadn't done too much this game, rolling through on the vehicles. And that little scuffle with FaZe from the Infinity could be really what just secured them into the Super Weekend. I mean, for Team Secret, I think they're almost there already, all the way up to top 6. And with Genesis Dogma having to fight Xavier, you know, they've bought themselves a lot of time, but now they need to start doing something. You know, Genesis Dogma really is that big target for Team Secret they need to take out. Jumper moves up to the loot box, but right now it's Reject and DRS and MS Chumburi on our screen, all fighting on the southwest edge.
The circle heads up to Stalwart, and so everybody's going to have to move towards them. Not too many teams at full force right now. Team Secret, I think, one of the 2 teams with 4 players alive in this current scenario.
Oh, Jumper. See Snissel, if he can get a beautiful shot on, this is a great start. This will give them time, or buy them time to get into the circle.
And there's sprays on the players moving down the hill as MS Chumburi with the duo still remaining. Take shots over towards Booms. Not going to be able to land it up top there. They don't want to take the risk. No, they don't have the numbers advantage. And no, they have to move, get those vehicles, get out of dodge.
With Snissel being down, you know, it makes it a bit awkward here. Take fights up towards Team Secret. Jumper hits the floor.
Not going to take the bullets now. Not now, not ever, hopefully.
Fredo's already up.
Fredo has moved forwards, you're right. Now needs to challenge for it. They're not quite all the way safe into this circle just yet. They need to caterpillar back into this zone, but they've managed to get ahead here. Team Secret with a position, with a foothold.
Fredo needs to hold out, though, with players coming through from Genesis Dogma, but also taking shots over here from Reject. You know, life's getting easier here for Team Secret. They've not had to do too much. The janitors are in full effect, and these guys, they're just the occupants.
Oh dear, but Genesis Dogma going to pop those nades over the top. The damage towards Team Secret still fairly considerable. 5 teams remain now. And Team Secret getting all the closer to jumping up over Bigatron. The question is, have Bigatron done enough to jump over Deadeye's guys? Have they managed to move them out of the way? There was a very, very tight point gap to be able to stay alive here. As MS Chonburi get eliminated.
Imagine if Deadeye guys stay in this one. You know, after what we would say was quite a poor performance, you know, it would be a great showing for them to actually get into the Super Weekend and perhaps show us some of that, you know, crispy gameplay I'm so used to from these guys.
Oh, look at the high ground angles that are afforded to Stalwart Gaming right now. So difficult to move around this terrain, but plenty of ridge lines to do so. If you're smart about things. Fortunately, there's plenty of sharks in the water.
Right now, though, Team Secret could get away with just a 2nd place, and that would be more than enough for them. Just Reject and Genesis Dogma stand in their way, but with just Satar, Regioso, and Duello from Reject and Team Secret all in the region, you know, they could be easily taking them out. A chicken dinner would be even better, honestly. That would be a crazy way to finish this game for Team Secret.
Slap bang, the circle falls right on them as well, on their position. So Stalwart will have to move to them, to their area of the map. Fortunately, they have that high ground, but Satar remaining hidden in this position. I feel like Team Secret have figured it out and are going to deal with it now. You can see iShots moving in on the back there. There's very little you can do. Yeah, Satar eliminated, 3 teams remain.
That was really well done. I mean, they got the angle from both sides. They knew that was the only area of the map they hadn't cleared yet. Smokes go down as Stalwart have the vehicle, they have the buggy, start to move over the top, shooting all the way.
The timing on this one pretty crucial as Stalwart move in and right into the firing line of Reject, but they're taken down across the way as Top chimes into the fight. Duello now last standing for Reject as Team Secret can start to put a chokehold on this circle. Jumper on the off angle, controlling so much. Look at that, holding this ridge, holding this hill as well as the smokes are all about to start falling. 2 teams remain now blank. Stalwart with 3 players alive. Team Secret with all 4 and over the top. Swings around the side as well. Peek up low to the nades, but D5 goes down. Fredo looks for retribution, not going to find it. Over the top, doesn't get sat back down as well. The spray, the flush comes through, and it's 3 versus 3.
It's not the best nade here in the world. Pika goes down afterwards. Jumper with another nade. He had to move up early because the off angle was just not there for him anymore. Takes the Molotov, and that's going to allow time for Stalwart to regroup, to reassess just a little bit, but you doubt Pika's getting back up as the onslaught continues from Team Secret.
Around the side, all 3 moving as a unit for Team Secret. Jumper goes down to start, but it's traded. 1 for 1 right now as they fade away. They want this 2 versus 1. iShots low. Top
They're so low.
Advantage. Looks for the shots. Not going to be able to get the damage back into the smoke. Needs the reload. Gets it off and moves through the smoke now, trying to play around that vision. The damage is good, but iShots falls. A 1 versus 1, and it's Stalwart to snatch it away from Team Secret right at the end. The top spot will go to Stalwart, and Team Secret stay alive. It's good news for both of them, but it's the better news for Stalwart in the end.
Are you kidding me? That final play, that is unreal what just happened there. The 180 as well. Imagine doing that on a mobile phone. This man is in a chair. He's flying around the room. You know, he's on roundabouts. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. And you know what? Stalwart has made a statement here in the league play. Oh my God. If I'm going to the Super Weekend versus Stalwart, yes, I know that the league play is just about getting into the Super Weekend, but Stalwart looks so damn good. I would not be surprised to see them in the top 3 when we get through into that Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we know that sometimes things do go a little bit topsy-turvy in those Super Weekends. You know, teams that maybe didn't do so well can start to step up, so there is something to it. My question is, did Bigatron make it, right? Did Bigatron do enough to be able to jump on over? So I'm really excited to see these final tables, right, in just a few. But yeah, Deadeye's guys were pretty close. They didn't play in that game. There was that threshold to go for. We had 3 confirmed teams in that bottom 4. So it was only that one spot that was really up for contestation. And I'm really, really interested to see who's going to be able to go through on that last spot. It's right down to the wire. But Team Secret, what a way to close out the day. Getting all those points on board, getting into that 2nd place spot, and getting themselves out of elimination. They will be in that Super Bowl.
I do think it was only a matter of time until Team Secret hit that kind of win there, or at least that second place, because they have been so hard done to by the circles there on Miramar. And other than that, their rotations have been smart. They've been circumventing so many teams from that northern side. But it's these weird like shifts on the circle that have caused them so many problems. But right now, John, and I'm talking to you, Desk, right now, I'm talking to you. Our vision is muddy. The standings are blurry, and I need to see them clearly at this point in time because, oh my goodness me, the bottom of the standings are going to be a sight to behold. I'll put it that way because I have no idea what the current standings are looking like.
I didn't track how many kills Bigatron had during that game. I don't
think they got any personally. They were so quiet.
How far they got, and I actually don't know exactly what position they went down during that game either. They were at 39 points to start out the game. They had 39 at the beginning of the game. I remember that much. Woo! But then during that game, were they able to get 3 points to be able to go through? Or
who knows?
Did they actually manage to win out on the tiebreak? If they didn't manage to get that far, it all remains to be seen. We're going to head to the analyst desk because I cannot wait for these standings. Jason, have you got the standings ready, or are we going to have to wait a little bit longer? What have you got?
You're going to have to wait a little bit longer. I was trying to find my glasses so I can make things a little bit less blurry for me and maybe us here on the desk and you two as well. But things have kicked off. I cannot believe Bigatron fell that early. But we're going to find out a little bit later on how the standings have changed. But before we talk about that, let's talk about the ending. Top Stalwart Esports, what a 180 flick around to pick up the last member from Secret to get themselves their second chicken dinner of the event.
Okay, I expected Stalwart to do well. I didn't expect them to do this well. They're doing great right now. It's Zeus Esports reincarnate right now, we're seeing. They're coming in strong, but in another form. And I'm so impressed with them. They close off these games so well. And Top gets a 1v2 at the end too versus Team Secret. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. This is peak performance you expect in PUBG Mobile Esports.
It's Avenger level threat, as Max would say. Tarzan, your thoughts?
Copyright.
I mean, they were incredibly good, right? Like, you see some of these teams are very rigid with their style, but Stalwarts just feel chill wherever they go. They know exactly what's needed to break over. It's almost like the pleasure of seeing a team that breathes PUBG Mobile. They are that team right now with the pinpoint accuracy towards the end as well. We get to break that down a little bit more, but it's not just a huge game for them. Look at the left side of the table, guys. This is huge for especially Team Secret.
Well, yeah, the upside is, right, Secret were on 33 points before this match kicked off. We had Deadeye guys who were in 16th place and at the time had 41. So they've already leapfrogged Deadeye guys, meaning probably Team Secret pretty sure they've qualified into the Super Weekend. But as you look down towards the second page here, Max, you see BTR, 2 points. FaZe Clan, 0. We know FaZe not going to make it. BC Swell not going to make it. But it still comes down to a few teams.
Bro, we don't have FaZe. We don't have FaZe in the first Super Weekend. What is happening right now? I have no idea. This is definitely not the parallel universe I expected to be in, but we'll see, as Top is going to be one of our top players in this game head-to-head with Radiosio. And man, we're talking about all these teams. There's so many things to break down in this game, but we got to keep in mind that Reject today came out of nowhere and got a first place, a second place, and a third place on this game, on this map. Like, man, Miramar is their map, and in the Super Weekend, you better be careful because they're going to try and get as many points as possible on Miramar.
They've been doing so well. I think when it comes to macro, they found that one thing. They have these light bulb moments that they had, and they made it work. We talked about the rotations from that, foothill that was quite hard, but they dare to put pressure and then find the best timing to rotate in. And right now, look at these two gentlemen. They are looking fierce. I think there's something of a photo diff that could be a thing. Look at Top being like, that is a hot fragger right there.
Okay, I've never heard someone describe someone as a hot fragger, but you know what? Maybe we can coin that term and use it for you because Top definitely did pull things off. It was heating up on Miramar, closed out a 1v2. You talked about before, like those moments that can really get a team riled up and get them excited. I think Top getting that 1v2, the final chicken dinner of league play, that has to bleed into the Super Weekend for them.
I mean, look at his hair. It's on fire. Man, he's on fire. The man is literally on fire right now. He's not feeling himself anymore. But yeah, it's... I was going to say they don't want the cookie dough ice cream anymore, man. They want the 6 million. I mean, that's a lot of cookie dough ice cream also probably, but they're going for a big portion of the prize pool. And also not quite 1,000 damage, but 7 eliminations solo in that one. Also got to keep in mind a lot of those were in that final fight versus Team Secret. And as you said, Tarzan, there's no better way to describe it. This team is just vibing. They just go for easy, straightforward rotations. They drop towards the center of the map. They go straight towards the circle every time, not going for all over the place rotations. And it just works. It just works. That's what I have to say.
Yeah. If they need to hold the spot, they find the perfect split. If they need to break through to an edge of the circle, they found those 1 or 2 key things that they need to do, and they just take those spots. I mean, this team's not just vibing right now. It's through their competitive career as well. We talked about them being from the online qualifiers of the PMC wildcard, and that is their journey just this year. And you pick any week, like I quoted before, any week in this year, their average point per game is 7.5. They are so goddamn consistent through all the tournaments that they played, and right now they are that team that we're looking up for.
How have neither of you mentioned this is the Mongolian Kirill? He's got the line through the eyebrows. He's got the dyed hair on top. Like, come on,
it's
man.
A shiny Kirill.
Alpha 7.
It's a sheesh moment.
It's a shiny Kirill. I mean, I wonder what PSA grade we can get on that one. But we're going to take a look at what everyone's been waiting for. Here's our first 10 teams qualified into the Super Weekend, and Stalwart Esports comes out on top in first place by 26 points, 118 in total with 2 chicken dinners.
And the fact is also so close. It's a good 50-50 split almost of eliminations and placement points together. It just shows that they are very versatile in how they approach the game. They're not just a team that's all about kills or a team that's all about their macro mechanics, right? They just got a perfect mix of everything. And one thing that I think is important to mention, you know, you typically, when you're looking at the team, you're looking at Top and Action being that integral duo that do so well for the team. But Pika as an IGL is doing amazing to try and direct the team forward in a strong position every time. So big heads up to Pika and the team. They're doing fantastic right now.
Love their play style, to be fair. Like, when you talked about Pika, he's doing that job of setting his fraggers up. So, like, this is really, really good to see. Of course, they've got some missteps, right? When we see Northern playing pass on Erangel that they need to move from Novo, but that's something that's not too hard to fix. But this second place, okay. My heart.
Bigatron, Damwon, BC Swell, and FaZe Clan will not be participating in our very first Super Weekend. Look how close it was, though. So to remind you guys at home and how this works, the decider, because both teams are at 41 points, it goes chicken dinners, then it goes placement points, then it goes eliminations.
No.
Deadeyes guys qualify by 1 point. 1 placement point, I should say, over Bigatron.
Oh. Oh man, I didn't think this script was going to be written so well for this PMGC, man. This is top tier content we're coming to see, but it's unfortunate though to see BTR and FaZe not make it. I mean, having 1 team not make it already into the first Super Weekend is as insane as it can be, but 2 of the top teams, the top favorite teams I would even say, not making in the first Super Weekend. I mean, that means also there's a very big chance they might struggle to even make it into the finals of the league stage. So man, that is one huge upset to start this PMGC.
A fantastic upset, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I think this just really shows to everyone out there in the world how damn good every single team here is in this tournament. If you have the likes of Bigatron, FaZe not making it through into the first Super Weekend, that just means every other region has just gotten so much better over this last year.
Yeah, okay. I mean, there's a very clear improvement, right? You're looking especially at the MENA region in general, and you got to point out, especially Enigma Galaxy in 3rd place without a single chicken dinner. What the hell? Enigma Galaxy also, just like Stalwart, just came out of nowhere and just surprised everyone. And the Chinese teams were also not even able to compete except for Tong Jiao Bao and get a little bit close on that end. So Rick Infinity also able to be really, really high up, but also got to keep in mind that all the Chinese teams are currently on that top line. Tong Jiao Bao, Nova Esports, and also 628. So hitting the Super Weekend, things are going to get even more serious. So that's where you're going to see the Chinese teams potentially try it even more. So Stalwart, it's not going to be easy to hold on to that first place.
Yeah, and I think it's important to remember, like, again, League play and Super Weekends are just completely different things. Like, you're playing against the exact same 15 other teams in the lobby for 15 matches straight across 3 days. Like, you can adapt your drop locations. You can figure out a little bit more how they play. I feel like if you're a coach or an analyst for a team, this is where you really shine, figuring out how these teams do rotate on maps. We also have only Erangel and Miramar to be, actually, and Sandhawk to be played. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Does Sandhawk get played in the Super Weekend?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Once a day.
Yeah.
Okay,
once a day.
well, they're going to be getting Sandhawk in the mix, and we haven't seen a single team play that just yet here in the event.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting approach, and I just talked about the Chinese teams. When you look back at last PMGC, don't forget that last PMGC teams in China were not even playing that map. They were mainly playing only Miramar and Erangel, and yet, I'm mainly thinking at 4 Angry Men, they did really well on this map. So I think that even though this is maybe a map in which they have a little bit less experience in the grander scheme of PUBG Mobile Esport, they seem very comfortable on that map. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some chicken dinners going over to some of the Chinese teams.
Yeah, continuing with what Jason said earlier, yes, of course, Super Weekend is a different beast. It's not just the fact that you play against the same 15 teams. You need to look at the weighting, right? The proportions of the maps that you're playing. We're so heavy on Erangel. So when you need to have a focal point for your research, really dig in when it comes to how other teams rotate maybe phases 1 and 2 on that particular map. And that will be 9 out of 15 maps for those 15 games. So that's huge. And I think that's a good one, a good suggestion, to say the least.
I'm still worried, and you guys are going to kill me. Just like in PMGC 2027, like, I don't want to see a case of footballists. I don't want to see a case of a team doing well or stalwart, you know, first place, the end of the first week of league play, go to Super Weekend, and they're like bottom of the table. However, you have to keep in mind, right? You can have a subpar Super Weekend as long as you keep requalifying over and over again, right? It's all about just accumulating some points, and every team should really think about this. You just need to get as many points as possible to have that little bit of a buffer going into week 2 if you don't qualify, right? You don't get extra earnings on where you place at the end of the Super Weekends. The earnings come into effect in the finals. So I think that takes a little bit of pressure off their shoulders, but at the same note, you obviously don't want to be bottom of the table with, 15 points at the end of 15 matches.
Yeah. I mean, to put in another perspective here, Jason, really, I mean, for the players and also everyone at home, do you expect teams such as BTR and FaZe Clan to not qualify 2 Super Weekends in a row? Personally, I would say I expect them to qualify at least 1 or 2 Super Weekends minimum, even though they didn't make it in this first one, right? So you know that you're at least going to have 2, maybe even more, maybe 3, 4 teams that are going to qualify for their first Super Weekend next week, and they are going to try and close that gap. So I would say, while we still have the opportunity to do so, you want to get as many points as possible. So this is a very important first Super Weekend to start to create a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, I completely agree, and we're obviously going to see how things will break off, but it won't be tomorrow. We obviously still have a day off in between then. But Max, we want to see something. Not just your pretty face. I want to see something you're going to break down for us.
I mean, yeah, we got some great clips towards the end of this game, especially, and we're going to be able to focus back on this push from Star Wars Esports that we knew that they had to take control. Otherwise, you know that there's a really strong position in the center of that map, so they start pushing it, take control in between Team Secret and Reject, by the way. So they're taking 2 fights at the same time, and using all of this blanket of unknown and mystery of these smokes makes it a lot easier for them to pick specific fights. Initially, the focus there was on Reject, but Tarzan, at the end, they took that fight versus Secret once they got rid of Reject, and it was just a clutch play from top.
Really, really good. I mean, the smokes were there to set the scene, and towards this end, it's the comms that pass through. It's the reset that needs to come through from Team Secret. Look at top, not wasting any time, just push straight away. The first aid does come through, but he plays around the soft cover, takes 1 fight at a time, peek one side to force that 1v1 first, then a quick swing with the gyro to end it off. That is a brilliant, brilliant solo play.
To go even more in depth, I would say about that, the way he played around that smoke, instead of taking a head-to-head 1v2 fight, he divided it in 2 1v1s, took himself the first kill, then went for the second kill after that. It was just so well played, and I don't know how he was able to think that quickly on his 2 feet when he was under that much pressure, but I mean, huge respect to top. That was a clutch that you see very rarely at the end of a game.
Well, I mean, also, to make it even more difficult for him to do it, you see him trying to interrupt iShots from healing up, and iShots gets the heal, and yet he still takes him down. Like, that's even harder to do. If he was on, like, a sliver of HP, okay, 1 stray bullet, cool, you got the knock onto him and he can turn around, but that just makes it even more impactful of how hard that 1-2 was. But you can see the recap here of what we had kick off today, and obviously our victors, we still yet to have a single team get 2 chicken dinners in a day. And we're not going to see it here in this first week of league play, though we do have 3 days of the Super Weekend to find out if a team can do it, and obviously find out how the teams will place themselves, and that's all kicking off in 2 days' time. We have tomorrow off, the teams have time off to regroup and analyze everything, figure out what they can do in the Super Weekend, or if you're one of the 4 unlucky teams, I guess you technically have an extra 3 days off. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for tuning in here for the final day of our first week of league play, and we'll see you all in 2 days here for the continuation of PMGC 2021.
Bye.